Okay,
I'm gonna
we are live, folks.
turn the chat
Uh,
on here.
yeah, we've got First Responder Garage, Jacob Carter, and of course Quality Control is here.
Yep.
Uh,
Hello, everybody.
so yeah, I'm kind of expecting to be kind of a slow night because we've been kind of hit and miss with our lives here lately because everything going
Yes.
on. Not a big deal. Uh, so just to kind of catch everybody up on what we got going on for this live. We don't have a topic. It's just going to be me and this guy over here just kind of catching up because he's been on vacation.
Uh,
And
I would trade this
yeah,
vacation for work any day.
so you've been away from home, working very hard to try to get back home.
Yeah.
So we could get into that. Like I said, we don't really have a topic. We're just going to kind of just hang out and chat.
Sounds good.
Right as we were going live, we were actually visiting, and I was a little bit late, probably hitting the live or to go live button, but we were, quality control. If you notice, I pointed in the right direction.
I
We'll
can't
take
even
that as
see the screen, so I have no idea which way you are because I got the chat up and I'm on the phone. So
okay. But yeah, I pointed the right direction without even guessing because at least at that moment, I had it figured out. It probably won't happen again, but
so you're that way, right?
yeah, and you're that way.
Okay.
Look at that. I did it again.
I'm looking at my patch.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'm trying to look at the truck, but it's still confusing to me.
I had to think about it for a minute.
Yeah, 6% Recycles joined us. Buff's Garage is here.
Hey, Buff.
He's editing video that's 2 weeks late. Oh man, I feel you, man. It's like I have been just like it's springtime. I'm not doing hay this year. I told my neighbor I'm not going to be part of the hay operation. I bought the hay that I needed. So that kind of freed me up. But then it's like I've still got a garden. I've still got mowing. I've got all my calves. All my cows that were bred have their calves. So we got that done. We got three new babies that are healthy and happy. And
Awesome.
but yeah, it's like the YouTube shop stuff it's like secondary. And but I have done a lot of rearranging. It's hard to see on the camera. We lost Travis.
Oh, I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay, there you are. Okay, you're here.
Was I just sitting still?
No, it actually, you went completely away. Like no screen. It went to just me. That was weird.
Oh, wow. I have full 5G service here.
It might be me. I'm on 4G. I may have to move closer to the door or something. I don't know.
I was hoping. So it's too loud in the house. It's too hot on the porch. And there's no service in the garage. So I'm like sitting right at the door of the garage with the phones outside and I'm inside.
Well, that's what I might have to do to get a little better cell service. I guess I'm not glitchy or anything. Someone let me know in the chat if I'm glitchy. So yeah, this is like catching up with my actually, like Travis said earlier when we were chatting before we went live, it's like catching up with your long lost brother you haven't talked to in a couple weeks. We're trying to catch up on everything, but I've done some rearranging in the shop. Huh?
Amber said, "You both look good." I said, "Thank you." I think she meant our picture quality.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so rearranging in the shop. I've been doing a little bit of that too, but not my shop.
Yeah. My shop, of course, it's a 28 by 30. I'm not going to complain about it because it's obviously, a decent sized shop. Like you do plenty in it, but it's a low ceiling, like 8-foot ceilings. And, if anybody notices, my lights are going this direction. They used to be going this direction, hanging from the rafters, like the lower part of the rafters, right above the truck. So I've
Huh.
spent the last 2 nights just moving my light, and
Oh,
it's actually spread the light out better. And I've moved stuff from one side of the shop to the other. My leather working table that I've got that was on that side of the shop. I moved it to the front porch of the house, and Mrs.
wow.
Squarebody's like, you know, you're. She's mentioned that my stuff is gravitating like towards the house. I'm like,
Taking over the house
that's
now
it.
too, huh?
No, just the front porch for now until I can maybe add on or lean to this shop to make my leather shop.
Yeah.
But I just I needed to get that out of stock because it was just kind of the elephant in the room. It was wasted space.
Yeah.
So I moved it out. I moved stuff from one side of the shop to the other because, well, on this side, my refrigerator's moved over. It used to be like right here. It's moved over.
Okay.
And my welders are right here. They used to be where the refrigerator is in my startup stand. It's with the video and angles and stuff, but I've made more space in my shop, usable space and better lighting. It's a small step. I want to do more.
Nice.
But I've been doing that, and of course I got this new guy behind me that I recently acquired. It's a new project.
Yeah. Did you see my comment on that video? That's definitely a Mopar voltage regulator.
It is, and it's not hooked up. And
Yeah.
the alternator of all things, everything else wiring wise, electrical is wonky on this truck. But the alternator charges. It's fine.
Huh. Well,
why?
GM should have a one-wire alternator anyway, shouldn't it? It shouldn't need a voltage regulator.
No, it's internally regulated. So I have no idea why it's there. But there's a lot of like house wire, not like a hard wire Romex or anything, but like extension cord wire in this truck. Yeah.
So if you have a quality extension cord, sometimes they have decent wire in there. Just take it out of the jacket.
Well, I mean,
take the orange jacket off of it. It's okay wire.
It serves its purpose. Things kind of work, but the deal is, and actually earlier today while I was finishing the lights and everything, and getting ready to get everything set up for live and stuff, and the guy that I bought the truck from messaged me because he watched my video and he's kind of excited about it. He's like, but he wanted to make sure, it's like, that's how he bought the truck. He didn't do any of that. I was like, I know. And I said, it's not a big deal. I love the truck. He was 100% honest with me about everything on the truck.
Yeah.
And the way the truck isn't the seller's fault. Well, I guess there is maybe a couple things. And of course I told him to watch, the live because he's got maybe a new subscriber, but the transmission bolts, there's no transmission bolts for the cross member. And I'm pretty sure that was the guy I bought it from, because he was going to pull the motor out because I think he had a small block Chevy and an automatic he's going to put in it.
Okay.
And he just had so much stuff going on that he just lost interest and wanted to just get rid of the truck. And there's a lot of other stuff going on with the truck. So anyways, he kind of put it back together so it was running for someone to buy it and drive it.
Yeah.
Well, there's no bolts in the cross member, so the transmission, if you dump the clutch, the transmission and the yoke or the front U joint will hit the full pan. It's got shiny metal.
Yeah, I saw that in your video. That's funny.
But that's the thing. None of this has to do with like the seller. He was perfectly honest with me on everything, and I have fallen deeply in love with this truck. Actually, I just bought the truck. I was gonna tear it apart and use it for parts for other vehicles or other projects, but it's like it's white trash Donnie. It's going to be a perfect platform for a lot of content.
So it's hard for me to see, but did White Trash Donnie kick Squeaky out of the garage?
Well, for right now, because I want a new truck as a backdrop for my video, but Squeaky's he's right out there. He's not kicked out completely.
So the live kicked him out.
Yeah, just for now. When I get done with the live, I'll pull Squeaky in, so he's out of the weather because Squeaky's a pampered baby now. It's funny because not that Squeaky's a bad truck. He is what he is. He's Squeaky. Yeah. And then White Trash Donnie's White Trash Donnie. I'll say my two worst looking trucks are the ones that get the shop life. They get parked in the shop. And mainly the only reason Donnie is stays in the shop for right now is because the driver's side door glass is gone. It got busted out. It was an unfortunate accident that it was halfway down. It wasn't in the track right, and the guy shut the door, and the glass shattered. I was like, I'm not worried about that. I've got other door glasses, so
that's a good way to break one.
Yeah, and so, I've done that before myself.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Uh-oh. So yeah, we've got. I'll just go through the chat here, see who we got. 47's here. Auto Salvage Outlaws showed up. Richard's here. Chucky is here. 47 here.
I forgot. I didn't turn the chat. I don't have the chat on. So I was gonna say that's a zip tie. I'll bring a couple of these. You can use them for your transmission mount. That's the biggest zip ties I've ever seen. I don't know where we got them, but I found them when I was cleaning the garage, and I'll bring you a couple for your transmission mount.
There we go. Actually, my rock crawler, when we was out rock crawling with it, I had the transmission or the transfer case bolt to hold to the cross members. It just pulled through. And so I had some little 1-inch ratchet straps. And I strapped the transfer case back down to the frame. We just kept that.
I don't know if that's me or you, but you're getting pretty glitchy.
I think it's me. I'm going to move to the doorway. Give me just a second. Yeah. Gentlemen, I've highlighted comment. I kicked the door closed on his truck, Frank. I didn't kick it hard. I just shut it with my foot, and the door shattered or the window glass shattered. That happens. I'm gonna move my works here.
So I have a question while you're moving. How are you seeing the screen and the chat at the same time?
I don't know. It just.
Are you on a phone or are you on a computer?
I'm on my phone.
My phone, when I click the chat button, I can see the chat, but I can barely make out what's going on the screen behind it. Is that what you're doing?
No. So when you are a guest, that's all you can see on the phone. Now, me being the host, I can see both. So
Okay, I see.
when I'm live and where you're the host, I can kind of still see it's like ghosted in the background,
That's what I've got going on.
the video, but I can see the comment. And I mean, I I know what you look like and everything, so I'm not real worried about seeing you. I'm more worried about seeing the comments. But
Well, and I understand, and I agree. You just saw the zip ties right away, so I
yeah,
thought maybe you. Wait,
I'm gonna
Chucky, do you not
do some
see
more
me?
moving here. I can see you. Well, I can't see you right now because I'm moving the table.
Chucky says I hear Travis, but he should be able to see me because I'm pretty sure my video's working.
As far as I
Sheldon
know,
says it.
it's
I never said it was hard, but it happened.
yeah, it did happen.
Chucky apparently
Okay,
brings zip ties to every gambler event.
so move my table to the door.
It is scary, Chucky. I agree.
And I've got better. I got another bar or so
Nice.
on my deal there, so I think we'll be okay. Richard says Caterpillar does some really nice heavy zip ties.
Yeah, he doesn't like white zip ties because they don't survive. They don't have
Yeah,
any UV or I don't know if they're. I imagine they probably don't have any chemical resistance or anything either. So I thought it was funny because they're literally the biggest zip ties I've ever seen, and I don't know where we even got them.
yeah, we've got some at work. Uh, I think are bigger. They're black.
Nice.
They're like almost a half-inch wide and huge.
Wow.
And they're like industrial zip ties. So yeah, we went down several rabbit trails already.
So you were talking about rearranging your garage, and I just want to say that when I got to Colorado, and I also want to give the disclaimer. The reason is because there is too much stuff in a small garage. I couldn't get the Ram Charger in this garage and work on it, and right now there is a extended cab long bed dually Dodge in the garage, and I can walk all the way around it. So I've done a lot, and my dad has
Yeah,
done a lot of cleaning in here.
yeah, that's good. You know, you know, having a cluttered shop adds to your frustration on a project, and
It does.
it and I try to keep my shop halfway uncluttered, but it's hard to do sometimes. And yeah, sometimes you just got to stop, clean everything up, and start fresh. That's
So
just my suggestion.
I've gotten a pretty good habit at home 80% of the time. I put all my tools away and pick up every single day. Like when I'm done, like when I'm going to quit for
Mhm.
the day, I leave enough time to pick up all my tools and put everything away because there's nothing worse than going out in the morning or the next day or whenever you get back in the garage and you have to pick up the mess you left from the day before. So then you don't.
Yeah,
And then you add another mess on top of that mess. And then pretty soon you can't even walk in like this garage. You can't even walk in the garage. So we've
yeah.
been
You
doing
do
pretty good at trying to keep it picked up as we go.
the workbench gets the shove and clear deal. You just shove everything out of the way to clear off enough spots so you can make another mess, and then you shove that mess into the other mess, and then next thing you know, you can't shove anymore because stuff starts falling off the other side. So you've got to clean up, and I I don't like that. I mean, I don't like if I've got an ongoing project, I'll leave everything as is. But
Yes.
if the project's finished, I'm horrible about once a project's finished, I'm done, and I won't stop and pick up my tools and put everything away. So when I get back out the shop, I can start fresh on the next project.
Yes.
It's and I'm trying to be better about that, but yeah,
It's hard. It's a hard habit to get into. So Richard and I have a friend who said that when he built his garage, he wanted to put all the benches on. So when you turn the lights off, the benches flipped up and threw everything that was on the bench on the ground.
yeah.
My
I don't
problem
like
would be
that
I'd end up
idea
having to
because
leave lights on all the time.
yeah, because I don't like picking stuff up off the ground. I used to have a rule.
But I think the
My
point
own
was
little,
not to clear the bench, not to have the lights clear the bench, to do it before you went in for the night.
I get that,
But like
but
I said, I'd end up having to leave lights on all the time.
yeah, just so it just stayed there. But
Yeah.
I used to have a rule because I got so lazy at one point in the little bitty shack that I was working in. It was like a 8x10,
Okay.
and that was my little shop I had at one point in time. So I didn't have a lot of room, to work in. Everything was actually really organized, but if I dropped something on the floor, if I didn't need it right then, I would wait till two more things dropped on the floor, or something else dropped on the floor that I really, really needed before I picked up the other things that I dropped. That way, I only had to bend over once to pick up several things.
I have a
Yeah,
rule. If I see it hit the ground, I pick it up right away because I'll never find it if I look away.
yeah. Well, in a little 8x10 shack that I had, it couldn't go very far. But
Fair enough.
on the other hand, the shop I had before that was a 30x40 dirt floor shop. When I was working with small engines, chainsaws, like the little wrist pin clips for the pistons,
Oh,
or little springs.
yes.
One of those was like, because these little fat sausages are not good with the little stuff. Well, that little clip or spring would go ping, and I'd immediately look to where it may have landed in the dirt floor, but I think I probably lost one thing. Now, when that shop burnt down, and I just had my little 8x10 shack that was a wooden floor, solid plywood and everything. I lost so much crap in that shop because it would bounce.
Yeah.
On a dirt floor shop, it'll hit the dirt or hit the gravel and just kind of absorb the energy, I guess, and stay in that area.
Yeah.
On concrete or plywood flooring, it'll bounce and
roll.
hit mock Jesus, and you never find it again.
Yep.
So, yeah.
But so what else have you been up to? I saw your new project. I haven't watched your video from the car show that you went to. I haven't had a chance to watch that one, but I did watch your Donnie video. I like the new truck.
I'm in love with the new truck. I mean,
I'll be honest, I knew at the beginning when you said you were going to take it apart, as soon as it ran, you weren't going to.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, as soon as we got it home and got it off the trailer and started messing with it, my first 10 minutes of it, I was looking at him like, oh man, what did I get? But then it's like, this is what I've always bought. That's the kind of trucks I've drove most of my life.
Yeah.
I get them, and they're a pile of crap because I can get them cheap and no one else wants to mess with them. And so I just go through and fix them up and make them drivable. He's actually, other than I need to get him licensed and title and all that stuff, but I wouldn't be afraid, even with the open exhaust manifold. The exhaust pipe is there, but he broke, when he was getting ready to pull the engine, he broke off one of the manifold bolts. So the manifold is just wired over to the frame, or the exhaust pipe is wired over to the frame. So it's just an open manifold, but Man, straight six just sounds kind of cool. It's not super loud, but if this thing was legal, I would drive it back and forth to work just the way it is.
Yeah.
But I've got some ideas of what I want to do with the truck. And it's not to tear it down and part it out. Yeah. So, man, my train of thought is. So now I got the hiccups.
I hate that.
All right. I might have to take a pause to get a drink of water.
Okay.
So I'll let you take over for a second.
All right. Well, I'll just tell everybody what I've been up to.
Yeah.
So when we first got here, I made a deal and I traded for 3 older Dodges. I got a 84, I think, crew cab Dodge that I actually owned before. I originally bought it. It was a Cummins diesel 3/4 ton. Now it's no engine half ton because I used the drivetrain in something else. I got a 91 Ram Charger that's a fuel injected 360 with a overdrive automatic transmission. And I got an 89 Ram Charger that is a fuel injected 360 with just a regular 727 transmission. And I had the bright idea to take the 2 Ram Chargers and take all the parts off of one, or most of the parts off of one, and transfer it into the other one so that we could drive it back to Alabama. And the original plan was to get it done in a week, and it's now 2 weeks later, and it's still not ready. So we're still going to try to drive it back, but it's no longer going to. Amber was going to drive it back. So I was trying to make it nice enough for her to be able to drive it back, but that's not going to happen. So I'm making it hopefully good enough so that I can make it back to Alabama in it, and she's going to drive my my diesel back, pulling a trailer with the crew cab on it.
Yeah.
But the Ram Charger has been fighting me every step of the way. It doesn't want to be driven to Alabama, I guess. But I'm gonna win. And then we were supposed to leave. Originally, we were gonna leave last week on Monday, and then we were hoping to leave yesterday. But then, and so the backup plan was to throw the Ram Charger on the trailer and tow it back and leave the crew cab here. But I really want to take both of them back with me. So I've been trying to talk Amber into staying long enough to get the Ram Charger done. Well, now I pulled the trump card because next Monday is my birthday. And Rocky Mountain Race Week's going to be at Bandimere in Denver next Monday.
Well.
So for my birthday, we are going to Rocky Mountain Race Week at Bandimere. And funny enough, we're still leaving on Tuesday, but Tuesday and Wednesday, actually, Rocky Mountain Race Week is going to be in Pueblo, my home track. But we're gonna go see him in Bandimere. I don't know if everybody knows, but Bandimere is kind of a legendary track in Denver, and this is the last year it's going to be operational.
Yeah, I've
never been to a race there. I've lived in Colorado most of my life, and I've never been to a race at Bandimere. So I really wanted to go to Bandimere and see a race. And we were going to go see one earlier, but my grandma passed away, so I had to miss that race to go to a funeral in Michigan. So
yeah.
And then
that's gonna be a really nice birthday present.
I think so. For Father's Day, we're taking my dad and her dad with us. We bought them tickets, so they're going to go with us as well. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a good time.
Oh, yeah.
And it got me an extra week to try to get the Ram Charger running well enough to get it to Alabama.
It all works out. I mean, I'm the world's worst at not making plans. My plans are usually just ideas. Let's have the idea of doing this, but not get so wrapped up in this is exactly how it's going to happen, or we're not going to have fun. We'll have the idea and we'll just roll with it, see what happens, and It's
Uh,
actually, so yeah, we're fixing to go on vacation, or I'm taking vacation time off from work, and we're going to be heading down to Texas next week.
oh wow.
And we both love flea markets and all that stuff. And in Canton, Texas, is I think they call it the world's largest flea market. Uh, yeah, it's huge. So we want to go down there.
When are you leaving?
We're going to be leaving early Monday morning.
Okay.
And our first real stop is a Buc-ee's. Now, Mrs. Squarebody has all the stops kind of planned out in the itinerary, kind of set for us, because I don't do that. I'm not like, if we have somewhere to go, I could set the plans up, but yeah. She wants to go to a Buc-ee's and like have lunch at a Buc-ee's and just hang out at Buc-ee's for a while, and then our first after that, our first day or two is going to be in Fort Worth at the Fort Worth Stockyards. She wants to go see the Magnolia store, whatever it is. They're on the home improvement show.
Oh,
Chip and
Joanna.
Yeah, Chip and Joe and Chip.
Yeah.
And it's like not that far out of the way, so we're gonna go see that, and then as far as that kind of stuff goes, my only thing is I want to stop at the Summit Racing store in Arlington.
Nice.
But after we get done with Fort Worth and the Stockyards and Buc-ee's and all that stuff, and maybe Summit, we're heading to Ryan Wing's place in his new house that he just moved to, and because he's just like a half hour away from the flea market, so he's been gracious enough to allow us to stay at his place.
Nice.
For a few nights and hang out with him, and we'll just kind of do the flea market stuff. And we discussed it yesterday. Ryan and I were talking about maybe Saturday. Saturday's kind of open. Maybe do some work on old Mike Honcho, his Malibu, and going to the racetrack Saturday.
Oh wow!
Night. And I'm probably going to bring my helmet and my safety gear, and we've talked about maybe him letting me pilot Mike Honcho.
Oh wow, that'll be exciting.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but we've got that's kind of our vacation ideas in a nutshell. But nothing, like I was telling Ryan, I said nothing's planned for definite, because if we plan something, it never works out. So just show up and make something happen of it.
Yeah, just see what happens. Just have fun.
Yep. See, we've got
Harmon Garage is here.
Yep. Quality Control says Magnolia Farms. She knows what the deal is. And I enjoy the Chip and Joe's home improvement show. They've got a really good thing going. It's good stuff. Yeah, Harmon Garage is here. Aaron Harmon. He was a co-host on Tailgate Talk here a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of cool projects going on his channel, so make sure you go check out his channel. Chucky, while we're pushing YouTube channels, which I forget to do sometimes, Chucky's got some stuff going on his channel you need to check out. Everybody in the chat that has a YouTube channel, if you're not subscribed to them, go hit the subscribe button. Go check them out after the live's over. Don't leave the live.
Yeah, you gotta wait till the live's over.
So yeah, you're trying. Oh, here. Speaking of Ryan's ears must have been burning.
He must have been burning.
because now he's here. Ryan, I don't know if you've been watching, but I was just talking about our possible ideas of what might be happening this next, not this next weekend, but the weekend after, right before 4th of July. Oh, he's sweating his boys off down there. It's hot down in Texas, apparently.
Yeah, it's been so the other wrench that's been thrown into all of our plans here is it doesn't rain in Colorado. But for the first month we were here, it rained every single day. And not like a little bit of drizzle, like a cold downpour and hail.
Oh, wow.
And so it's been challenging this time. That's aside from the other challenges that we've had with the projects not working out the way they wanted to go and doing more than we originally planned. So since I've been here, I rebuilt a 360 for a friend of mine. I built a 727 for the same friend. I rebuilt my dad's bathroom and built a custom shower for him. We cleaned the garage out. I've almost completely rebuilt a trailer that was in a field fire. I've swapped all of the running gear and drivetrain from one Ram Charger to another. We've done more. I can't remember what else I've done. What am I forgetting, Amber? Oh, I went to a funeral in Michigan. I went and saw my daughter graduate basic training in Texas.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to mute you for a minute.
That's fine. Got a train going through. So yeah, Ryan says it's 102 right now, 60% humidity. Yeah, that's the weather we usually have here in Missouri in August and early September. But right now it's nice here. It's we're about 82 degrees here at the Square Body Shop, and the humidity level is at a tolerable level, so it's actually a nice evening to hang out and visit with everybody.
It's been pretty decent here the last 3 days, but it's been hot during the day, like probably mid 90s.
Yeah.
No humidity though. Well, low humidity, probably in the 40s, which is really high for Colorado, but low for what I'm used to.
So yeah, that's something. After I get back from our little vacation, I'm gonna have to undo my light situation because I really got to get some sort of insulation on the ceiling. Because it's even on days like today when I got home from work at around 4 o'clock, and it's not a really bad hot day. It's like it was in the mid to upper 80s, but the radiant heat from the ceiling, everything's like 110, 115 degrees in the shop. And then in August, last year when I was trying to get ready for No Name Nationals, I had my boys' truck in here, and I spent all day out in this shop, and I'd have my little infrared gun like pointing at the ceiling. The ceiling would be like 150, 160 degrees. The concrete floor would be like 120 degrees. And, everything was just hot because of the radiant heat. It's like an easy bake oven. I would literally go out to the well house or to the water hose, and I would wet myself down. And
your skin would sizzle?
Yeah, I mean, it's something I learned from working outside, is if you wet yourself down, your body doesn't have to sweat as much, so you're not losing as much energy or not dehydrating yourself as much. So it does help, and it's refreshing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, Quality Control mentioned you were working on Richard's truck.
We back halved his 56 Chevy truck.
Yeah, you've and like Ryan said earlier, he took the trash out and dropped trousers in the house to cool down. But Yeah, this is the comment I was thinking of. You know, you need to slow down, Travis. You're making the rest of us look bad because.
Well, I I've had a lot of help.
Yeah,
My dad's been out here every day with me. Amber's been out here every day with me, and then Richard and Amber were both there working on his truck. So I haven't done all this by myself. There's been
yeah,
three of us on pretty much everything.
yeah,
So
and that's good stuff. You know, when you can, you know, it's a vacation, I guess. You're away from your normal life, but you're there with your family. You're doing stuff, getting stuff done, and you know, you're making memories. You're making videos. I mean, that's
yeah,
part of what you're trying to build, and that's good stuff. But uh, yeah, Buff
I
says he
saw
wrecks a
that.
bandana. Uh, he's gonna he's gonna need like a, a heavy duty deer bumper or cattle
Yes.
guard or something on the front of his vehicles from now on, because I think that's why his little Impala or Malibu that he was driving got totaled. Is he hit a deer and then he hit a deer in Bantan, I think is what happened.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, so oh yeah, I mean, springtime seems like the busy season for everybody, no matter what you're doing.
Yes.
Uh, I haven't gotten done as much as I wanted to get done, but you know, I keep getting more and more projects and keep putting off the projects that I should have had done last year. You know, I've still got a 339 stroker. Before anybody hits the comments and says, "Hey, what's going on with the 339 stroker?" Well, it's still wrapped up in plastic. Uh, it just gets moved around the shop, out of the way, so I can get other stuff done. And yeah, of course I've got another truck as a project. Uh, my our Tahoe, our 2005 Tahoe, it's not doing so well right now. I need to uh, relieve the catalytic converters of its inside because
I gotta
they're
tune it up.
because well, the last 3 years it really hasn't been drove out on the highway for maybe a 20-mile round trip.
Oh,
It's all it's really, every once in a while. So it gets drove. My wife drives it like 8 miles a day, 4 miles to town, 4 miles back.
yep.
So with the catalytic converters, because they're designed to make the environment cleaner. Now they're plugged up because whatever. So now they're going to be gutted because it almost won't run. It's got bad enough. The check engine light was flashing, and it was like surging real bad. And she messaged me saying, "Oh, Peggy, that's Tahoe's name. Peggy's sick. She's acting way up." And that afternoon, she pulled up to the shop when she got home, and I was out there, and I could smell the raw or rotten egg
Yeah.
sulfur smell. It's like, and I could see the exhaust was like puffing black smoke. I said, "Put it in park and rev her up." She put it in park, revved her up. I could tell she just choked up, and just, I mean, of course, I wasn't thinking about it. The exhaust was pointed right into the door that I'm sitting in right now, into the shop. So it just blew all of that stuff into the shop. Black smoke, rotten egg smell into the shop, and like, yeah, let's park her for the time being till I get some time to figure out that situation. I mean, we had to do the same thing on my son's Tahoe that he had. One of them was almost completely plugged up.
Oh wow.
Not a big deal. I've done it before. Not saying that it's something that I suggest everybody do, because it's maybe not the legal thing to do, but you gotta do what you gotta do. It'll actually run cleaner and be better for the environment without the catalytic converters.
Yeah.
And then I've got, for our Ram, as far as projects going on, our Ram, want to try to get it done before we go on a trip. I might not get it done, but I've got a straight pipe kit for it, which it's not complete straight pipes. The way the exhaust is run on that truck is it's got 2 Cadillac converters off of the manifolds, or close to the manifolds. Then it Ys into one. Then has like a resonator at the Y. Then it has a mounting flange. Then from that flange, it goes into a big, huge muffler that is huge.
Yeah.
Exits the muffler as a single, makes a little bit of a bend, then it Ys out to duals going out to the rear bumper, but right before the rear bumper has 2 resonators also.
Okay.
So, and and it sounds okay, but I want the Ram to have a little throatier sound. So, and yeah, I could have took the time to build the kit, but the money and the time and everything, it was cheaper and easier just to buy the stainless steel. Everything's the mounting brackets, all the mounting hardware's there. It's just a bolt-in thing, a straight pipe to get rid of the big muffler. I'll still have the three resonators, but I've watched videos on YouTube about it, and I mentioned this, I think, on my last live about when I was with Ugly Truck Experience, about doing this as a video on square body stuff, because it's not a square body, but but the videos I've watched on that exact process, they show before and after sound and stuff, but the one thing I'm worried about is inside the cab. How much resonance? What's the difference inside the cab?
So,
and most of the videos I've seen, no one's ever give their actual perspective of like, oh, this is a lot louder in the cab, or this is not any noticeable difference in the cab. They don't say anything about that, their personal thing. They just ask the viewers, what do you think? Well, we're listening to their audio off of their microphone, and it sounds the same, maybe just a little bit louder, but you can't really tell. It's like, so I thought maybe I could make a video of, what I really think, like scale it out, on a 1 to 10.
I can give you my experience, which is going to be a little bit different than yours, because on my 2016 Ram,
yeah,
it was same catalytic converters in the front, and then it went duals into a single big huge muffler with duals in, and then duals out of the muffler. And I eliminated the muffler. I bought the kit that goes from where the inlet on the muffler to the outlet, and it gets rid of the muffler altogether.
Yeah.
But at the exact same time, I also switched to shorty headers in the front.
Okay.
And on that truck, cruising down the highway was not really a noticeable difference in the cab at all. Wide open throttle, it made a huge difference in the cab.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah. And that's kind of what even Mrs. Square Body wants. I don't hot rod that truck very much, but it is a fun truck. I mean, other than my diesel, our Ram makes more horsepower probably than my race truck, squeaky. Naturally aspirated, of course.
Yes.
But it's a fun truck to drive. It's a good cruising truck. It's very, very comfortable. I don't want that to go away, but it'd be nice to have it sound nice. And also, I was wanting to get it done before our trip, because Ryan also has a Ram. And I want my Ram to sound meaner than his Ram when I get down there.
Are you taking the Ram on the trip?
Yeah. See, that Ram is our road trip, our trip vehicle, long travel vehicle. That's why we got it, so we don't have to worry about anything
as well. It was actually my daily driver too.
Yeah. I mean, I would love. I've got what in my mind what I want to build as far as a square body to replace that truck for our trip vehicle, but that's going to take a lot of money and a lot of time that I don't have right now.
Yes.
And actually, that was part of why I bought this truck. Is it was going to be a donor for that project on down the road, but not now.
Yeah. And your Ram is newer, right? It's like a 2019 or 2020.
It's a 19, yeah.
So it probably does, if not the same, better. My Ram empty running 75 would do like 22 to 23 miles a gallon on the highway. It was the best fuel mileage vehicle we had too.
Yeah, see ours. I checked it the last time we went on a trip to Ozark, Missouri, which is an hour and a half away, and I was driving very conservatively. Actually, not even using the cruise control. I was managing everything to try to squeeze out the most mileage out of it. Of course, now I can't remember because my memory doesn't work all the time. But yeah, it was. I'm wanting to say it was 22, 23 miles per gallon. Yeah, and that's great.
Yeah.
So I mean, it gets the best fuel mileage of anything we have. We did have that 21 Impala. It's a 4-door sedan V6, but it only got the best like 28 miles per gallon.
Oh wow! And you can't haul an engine in the back of that.
Yeah, you can't do anything with that. I mean, yeah, when one of our trips to Springfield, Missouri, we went to flea markets and I found 2 filing cabinets. I found another big, tall filing cabinet to match the one I had, and another long. It's short, long. It's like got 3 big drawers.
Okay.
And I'm using it for my power tools, my Milwaukee tools, my cordless tools.
Yeah.
And my corded power tools, my skill saws and stuff like that, and my electrical stuff in the middle drawer. But if we would have had that car, I could have just bought those on the spur, on spur of the moment and brought them home. But we had the truck, so I loaded up in the back of it, and it's got the like the folding cover.
Okay.
Which is nice. But yeah, we really love the truck. Even if it's not a GM, but I really love the truck. Of course, I told Mrs. Square Body if we had what I call FU YouTube money, like whatever we want to spend it on, it would be getting a Whipple charger and it's some serious horsepower. But just because. But here, Steve Heighton has mentioned running a muffler with that. Now, the kit I bought is just a straight 3-inch pipe that replaces the original muffler. But as a contingency plan, just in case it's too loud, I did order I don't remember, it's a Flow Master or Flow Monster. It's a copy.
Yeah.
Straight through turbo type muffler from Summit. That I mean, it's not baffled where it kind of goes back and forth. It's like a big glorified glass pack that's oval. That will maybe help with the drone if it's too loud.
Yeah. I think you're gonna like it.
I think I will, as long as it's not too loud in the cab. See, Buff is looking for what he's got typed there. And first responder says somebody say Whipple. Yeah. I think there's a reason why I haven't hit the big time yet, because I'd be doing a lot of really stupid stuff.
All of us would.
Yeah. Yeah, Jacob's new Dodge body stuff. So actually, we've got about 5 minutes left in this live. Then we're going to switch over to the after hours live, which.
And I'm not going to join you for the after hours live, just to let you know.
Okay.
I'm already getting eaten up by mosquitoes out here.
Yep.
They're bad here this year.
Well, put the pants on. But anyway, I mean, actually, I don't even have to start the after hours. We could just continue this on for a little bit and kind of instead of.
Okay.
I think we'll do that now. So everybody in the live, we're just gonna carry this one on for a little while until Travis gets carried away by the mosquitoes, or or you could. Well, I guess what we'll do is, I'll open up to other people to come in if you want to come in live. I don't want to stay on here very long tonight. But I do, we got some stuff to talk about. Just hang out. But what I was going to say is, I've got an idea for another channel, and because it's not a Dodge Body channel, not that, but my other mechanical passion other than square body trucks is ATVs, four wheelers. And I've got a couple here that I could work on for right now. I've got 3 here that I could work on for right now that are big projects. So I've kind of tossed around the idea of doing a channel with ATV stuff or quad stuff. That's the thing, is the name. I'm trying to think of the name, kind of like square body stuff, but if it should be like ATV stuff or quad stuff, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Let me know in the comments what you guys think. I mean, yeah, I think the mufflers I ordered they're straight through with a I guess baffled core. So I think they'll be similar to the carbons. And if I don't use it, maybe I've actually kind of thought about putting a more toned down muffler on Squeaky.
Yeah.
Because it's fun for a little bit, but then it gets kind of too much, just driving him. So, if I don't use it on the Ram, maybe I'll order another one and try them out on Squeaky, see what I think about them on Squeaky. But let's see, ATV things. Yeah, I was wanting to try to keep it to the stuff, like, because it's square body stuff and then ATV stuff. So I do have the other channel. It's regular stuff. I think it is. I haven't even done anything much on that channel. I got like 3 or 4 videos on that channel because it was something I tried last year before, just because I was doing a lot of regular stuff or other stuff that wasn't square bodies. I thought, well, if I'm going to be doing that and I want to make videos, maybe I could, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
It was
one channel hard to keep going. 2 would be very difficult.
Well, and also the content of the channel it was more just the regular, like, everyday stuff. It's kind of more personal stuff that, as we've talked about before, this, just working on projects in general, you get burnout. And then if you add trying to video them and make content about them, that can add an extra element of stress to it that sometimes we just want to work on stuff without the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I don't want my regular stuff to end up that way too, where everything, like, I feel like I got to video everything in my life.
Yeah.
So that's kind of didn't do anything with it. But the ATV thing, like I said, that's another huge passion in my life. That's like, and I've got some projects that I'm gonna be doing anyways.
Yeah,
So
I
I might
mean,
as well do it. It's just trying to. I'm kind of thinking like the ATV stuff, just kind of go along lines with square body stuff. Ah, well, yeah. See, Jacob's already got my.
there's your
My
intro.
intro done. Yeah, because actually Jacob is he's the reason why I do my intro the way I do it now. Because he said that, for Square by Stuff, said, "Hi, I'm Chad, and this is Square by Stuff." Or you're watching Square by Stuff. That's why my intro is the way it is now. It's because Jacob Carter. I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, we're not going to end this off right now. We're just going to kind of keep this live going for a little while. Travis, whenever you feel like, if you need to get out of here.
Oh, Amber just put the link for the after-hour show. She must not be listening.
Actually, I think that's the link for this one.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's
I
okay.
think so.
People can join. Gotcha.
Let me. Yeah, that's the same one.
Oh, okay.
That's the same one for this one. Yep. Thank
Sorry,
you,
Amber.
Amber.
You're listening. My bad.
Yep. Yep. Amber's on top of it. She is quality control. Yeah. Off-roading stuff. That could be another one.
You could incorporate some of your off-roading square body stuff in that, and then you could do dual videos.
Yeah.
I know that sounds exhausting.
Yeah. And I knew. I mean, kind of along the same lines, I guess. I knew when I started this channel, not ever thinking it was going to get to where it's at now. I never expected for it to do what it's doing. But even in the beginning, I thought, if it does do something like grow, I'm kind of backing myself into a niche to where it's going to be hard to do other stuff, and that's why I had another channel, regular stuff, so I could do the other trucks. Well, it just kind of works out to where the viewers I've got understand that I have other vehicles.
Yeah.
And the videos I have done on my other vehicles, maybe initially didn't go over so well, but in the long term have done good. Stuff on my Duramax or my Silverado and the Tahoe. I think I just done kind of an intro video of the Ram, but let's see. All right, we got. Yeah, so sketchy stuff. That might be more appropriate, especially if you've ever seen me riding a four-wheeler. Yeah. Let's see. We got Dan from South Florida. Yeah, I think he's trying to get on. Yeah, there he is on the live stream. Hey, Dan, how's it going, Dan?
Hello, Dan.
Can you hear us?
Hi, y'all.
Hey.
Not too bad at all. Just woke up a few minutes ago, and I was just trying to get my dog fed.
Yeah, Buff said something about kind of a meets Whistling Diesel type of show. Now, I'm not afraid of. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I tear stuff up.
You mentioned about the. All right, but I can. If you can, anybody can see me or not, but I guess it's Kim. You mentioned about something about a four-wheeler. I got a 84 ATC three-wheeler bike. I got that one. My motor just locked up, and I got to get the motor to rebuild.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually got an 84 Honda 250R three-wheeler out in my barn. That's one of the projects I was talking about that I'd like to get going. I've got an old Honda, kind of it's a 2-wheel drive, but it's a utility type 4-wheeler that ended up at my place that I know nothing about. It just needs a lot of work. And then I've got a Suzuki, like an 87 Suzuki 250R 2-stroke that I bought for my boy.
I'll be right back. I'll take care of something.
Yeah, okay.
No, I stream on YouTube. Where? Uncle Dwayne, come and get it. I just checked to him already. He doesn't call. He got him. He's gone. Yeah. Good. That's what I was asking you. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Okay. Not sure what's going on there. Ugly Truck Experience says I can put out content and people would watch it. Well, maybe not everything. Maybe not anything.
I think most things.
Most things. So Jerry had an 82. An 82 what? Honda 3-wheeler, was it? Because that's the thing is, if you've ever seen me geek out on square body RPO codes, if you start talking 4-wheelers and 3-wheelers, I will severely geek out because a 250R, that's one of the early 250Rs. And I know I've seen it in their shop or their barn. He's got an old Yamaha 3-wheeler. I can't remember if it's a Tri-Z or if it's a 225, but I do remember seeing a yellow Yamaha 3-wheeler in your guys' shop there, Ugly Truck Experience. I didn't say anything about it. I didn't want to be weird, but, because we were looking at square body things. But all I can think about is there's a yellow 3-wheeler there. And
So you can't remember what the mileage your Ram got was, but you can remember the 3-wheeler in the shop.
Yes.
See, your memory is good. It's just what you want to remember. I won't tell Mrs. Square Body.
Yeah, I'm watching her. She's out in the garden right now. She's not watching this, so I'm safe.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was a 225. I didn't think it was a Tri-Z. Yeah, Square Body Stuff Unleashed. No, nobody wants to see that. I did, since you brought it up, Quality Control, and this is the after hours unofficially. I don't go outside without jeans on and boots. And usually when I'm outside working, like if I'm cutting hay, if I'm gardening, if I'm working cattle in the middle of summer when it's 120 degrees out and 100% humidity, I've got long sleeves on. It's the really light snap shirt, but it keeps the sun off my skin. It actually keeps me cooler. I never go out with shorts unless I'm going to swim. Well, the other day, we were outside doing some gardening, and we got a little bitty kind of a blow-up pool. Oh, I've got a bug down my shirt. Hold on. We might get to see some unleashed stuff here in a minute if I don't get this bug out of my shirt. So, anyway, I'm not sure if I got it or not, but it's not biting me anymore. So, yeah, I was out there in my swimming trunks, barefoot, which is really weird for me because I don't know how to go. I hate going barefoot in the house, but that's the rules. Because I'm very tender-footed, but I was gardening barefooted and in my swimming trunks, and it was nice.
Yeah, when it's hot, I wear shorts.
There's I think Jacob Carter's joined in. Whoever else is trying to get in, it's like not letting it come in. It was real sketchy stuff, like
Hello,
cutting
guys.
out. Hey, Jacob.
How's it going, Chad?
It's going good.
How's it going, Travis?
It's going very well.
I'm sorry to hear about your grandma, Travis.
Oh, thank you.
I've been down that road back almost in August will be 15 years. So
Yeah.
Well, sorry to hear about your grandma a long time ago, but
yeah,
she was 92, and it was kind of expected. She was been having some trouble for a while, so
yeah,
she had a long, good life. She had a lot of fun. So
yeah.
Yeah. So, Jacob, I'm just going to be honest, like in front of everybody.
All
I
right,
told you on the last live I was going to send you a hat and a shirt.
right.
Uh, it's my fault. We haven't got shipped to you, so we've got
Okay.
them. We just
Yeah.
got busy and no real excuse.
Great.
I haven't sent it, but I told Mrs. Squarebody I'm going to throw a little bit, her ways. She hasn't
Uh-huh.
reminded me, but I said we need to get Jacob his hat and shirt because he wanted one. So
Right.
I just want to let you know I didn't forget about it.
No, it's
It's
okay.
just okay.
Stuff happens. Stuff gets in the way.
Oh yeah, it's Sometimes Travis has actually been at my place and knows how the yard and
Right.
the driveway and the road is and everything. In my yard, you can't really see from the road unless
Uh-huh.
you stop in the right spot. So yeah, sometimes there has been times where cowboy boots may be the only thing I have on. So it's just a warning for anybody. If you find
like
out
the
where I
security
live,
system.
if you find out where I live and you just want to stop in sometime, oh, there's the bug. Got it. Somehow made it all the way around to the other side. But if you just want to stop in unexpectedly to surprise me,
You'll get a
you're the
surprise
one that
back.
might get you're the one that might get the surprise.
So I'm pretty sure Amber's talking about boots, cowboy boots, and shorts for me. 'Cause
Oh, yeah.
I have done that before.
Yeah.
Well, my
I do
cowboy
that.
boots are steel-toed, so if I'm doing anything where I
Yeah.
desire steel-toed and I have shorts on, I still put the cowboy boots on. It's not a fashion show around here.
Right.
Yeah. I give up the looks thing. I mean, I dress. If I go out and I dress up, I want to look and feel good. But out here on Square Body Stuff Ranch, I really don't care. I dress for the occasion as far as comfort and utility.
Yeah.
If I'm in the shop, I don't care much for long sleeves. If I'm doing mechanic work,
Right.
but if I'm outside, and it's kind of backwards, I guess, in a way, because if I'm outside, I don't care if it's 120 degrees. I want to have a long sleeve shirt on to keep me from burning. It keeps you cooler. And like I said earlier, if you hose yourself down with water and a long sleeve shirt and everything's wet already, you're not sweating. Your body is staying cooler, and it actually helps out. And I always have my cowboy hat on to keep the sun off my ears and my neck. And there's something to what the old timers used to do. They always
A lot
wore
of
long
times
sleeves.
when, like, if we go somewhere, like at the Rocky Mountain Race Week, I'll be wearing a light long sleeve shirt and shorts for that.
Yeah.
Because I'm the same way. I would rather have a light cloth on my arms, but I can't. I can do long sleeves if it's cold out, but I can't do it in the garage if I don't need the warmth from it. I don't like them long sleeve shirts in the garage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now at work, our uniforms are long sleeve FR fire resistant shirts, and they're kind of thick. They're kind of like a Carhartt or actually they're thicker probably than a Wrangler snap shirt that kind of canvas or whatever, the heavier shirts. And I wear them. All the other guys, most of the other guys, like, I can't stand these. This is too hot. And long sleeves. Like I have my sleeves down all the time because we got steam. We got hot glue guns to glue the boxes, the trays together.
Yeah.
We got hot stuff that to brush up on your arms. And I actually wear my sleeves down all the time at work. But when I'm in my shop, working on vehicles, I don't particularly like the sleeves. I don't know why. It's
I probably should
Yeah.
wear long sleeves more often, like welding and stuff. I'm bad about welding in short sleeves and shorts. I had a sunburn on my knees from welding on the trailer the other day.
yeah. Of course that's part of my long sleeve thing too. Is I've welded for most of my professional career for a living.
Yeah.
So I'm used to being inside or being hot with a long sleeve shirt on and welding, so it doesn't bother me as bad. And yeah, it's just in the out in the sun when it's hot, it's extra shade. It really it does different. I could go all day long with a long sleeve shirt on and covered all the way up. And I'll even wear a silk. They call them wild rags. I'll even wear a silk wild rag out cutting hay because it keeps the chaff and stuff, everything from getting down on my neck. But I'll keep it soaked with water, and it's like a big, my beard is wet, my shirt's wet, my rag is wet, everything's wet, just like a big heat exchanger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, quality control said you can't do it. I don't know if I've ever seen her in anything but shorts in a short sleeve, but I've never seen her like you guys have been here in the wintertime.
Yeah.
And Mrs. Squarebody, the same day I was out gardening, she was out in the garden with her bathing suit on, not to try to get that image in, but we were trying to keep an eye on each other so we didn't get burnt. Well, and we put some sort of a sunblock on her. I didn't wear any. I said, I'm just going to take my shirt off for a little bit and then put it back on when I start feeling a little bit warm.
That's a recipe for sunburn.
Right.
I did okay. I got sunburn on top of my feet, which is weird because they haven't seen that much sunlight in like 20 years.
Yeah, I don't.
She got pretty crispy.
I don't.
Yeah.
I used to be a socks with sandals person, so my feet almost never see the sun. I recently stopped wearing socks with sandals, mostly because of my ex-wife, because she gave me so much crap about it that I had to quit wearing them. But so my feet are always sunburnt when I go outside because they don't ever see sun, ever.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't wear sandals very often. So the few times that I have, I pretty much every time have gotten a sunburn on the top of my feet.
Right.
Now, I do like my Crocs.
Those are the only thing I wear. Crocs and cowboy boots.
That's kind of the same. Well, I do have some. I recently got some of those shoes. They're kind of like Hey Dudes, but they're not Hey Dudes. They're Magellan brand from like Target or something like that.
Okay. Yeah.
They're very comfortable too. But my Crocs, my mom got them for me like 10 years ago. And I remember before I got them, I'm like, there ain't a man. If you're a real man with hair on your peaches and everything, you're not gonna wear Crocs.
Right.
Well, my mom got me Crocs for Christmas to wear like around the house, like house shoes. I thought, okay, no one's gonna see me in them. I'll try them out. I fell in love with the Crocs, and it's like my wife actually sent me a picture of like Croc cowboy boots. They're like,
That is
yeah,
awesome.
they're like calf high Croc. I don't know if they're real or not, but she sent me some of the. I'm like,
That is awesome.
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't care what people think about how I look. But I guess I do a little bit. But it's like those things look. I know how comfortable Crocs are, and if they're like don't have the holes in them, that would be even better.
Right.
'Cause they're tough. I mean, I still wear my Crocs, and they're starting to get wore out. They're like all broke over.
Yeah.
But I love them.
Yeah. The bottom of my Crocs look like somebody's like a tire after somebody's been doing burnouts for hours.
I've never owned Crocs. Maybe I'll have to try a set.
They're you know, first responder. He sounds kind of like I did before, which, you know, the shorts and boots. If I wear shorts and boots, it's like a going to the pool type thing. I don't care to be seen in public with my swimming trunks and my boots if I'm going to because yeah. Anyways, but the Crocs, you know, do not wear away Crocs unless you've actually worn them.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm a boots guy. I mean, even back to my childhood when I was from 2 years old to 6 years old, I lived in Hawaii because my dad was in the Air Force. We got stationed there, and most of the pictures, even at the beach, I had boots on and jeans. I do not like my legs and feet being exposed. I don't like it.
Right.
I don't know. It's just one of them sensory things that I don't like going outside and like having stuff brush up against my legs. I don't like it. So I wear jeans all the time. You know, boots and jeans, but then I'll break the Crocs out, and I'm trying to loosen up a little bit in my older age. That's why I've done the almost you know, just the swimming trunks gardening. We'll call it that. And I run the tractor. We brought square bales out of the barn and put some hay down on the garden and stuff. And I was running the tractor in my Crocs and Crocs and swimming trunks. That was yeah.
Sounds like a great time.
Alrighty,
Yeah,
Chad. I think I am going to take off because it's getting pretty mosquito-y here.
Because you don't have jeans on. See, I don't have to worry about my jeans on.
But that's not going to help my face and my arms because that's where I don't get bit on my legs usually.
No.
They're swarming around my face.
They usually love my legs, and occasionally they'll go after my arms and my fingers, but usually it's my arms.
Mostly it's my ears. My ears and my neck that get bit.
Yeah.
It's my elbows. I always get bug bites on my elbows. Do you see that? There's like 2 or 3 of them. And I don't know. It drives me nuts. But all right, Travis. Next week, you said you're going to be hopefully traveling home next Tuesday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
and you're going to be traveling as well?
Yeah, I'll be on vacation, so there will be probably no live next week for anybody watching. We'll be both.
Keep an eye on our channel. We might do one on the road.
Okay, yeah. Depends on what we're doing. We may chime in, but I probably won't be doing anything live next week. We'll be in the old Texas.
You know what? Actually, we'll just skip it, and then we'll start back 2 weeks from today. We can do it on your channel. We can do it on my channel. Doesn't matter. We'll talk about it.
It don't matter. Okay, yeah, we'll figure it out. But you get out of here so you don't get eaten by mosquitoes. And,
all right, and have a good night. It was good talking to you. I feel like it's been forever.
I know. It's yeah. We'll have to catch up.
Yeah.
So
I actually probably need to call you. No, just other news.
Oh, other news. Okay. Yeah.
I'll give you a call when we get back to Alabama.
Okay, that'll work.
All right. Good. Have a good vacation. If I don't talk to you before then, have fun.
All right. Have a safe trip, and
see you guys later.
Hopefully your road trip home is eventful enough for good video, but not so eventful that it hurts anybody or wrecks anything.
I hope it is eventful enough to make a very boring video.
Yeah. That's not good content, though. You got to have some drama.
All right. Sightseeing is going to be good enough I don't want to deal with broken down and fixing it on the road, but we'll see what happens. It's been fighting me this far.
Yeah, be good stuff. All right, we'll see you later, Travis.
See you later. Have a good night.
All right, so Yeah, first responder says Crocs and square-toed boots. Oh, you don't like either one of them, and that's pretty much what I wear. I like my square-toe boots. I like all Western boots. I can never give my wife any grief about her shoes or her clothes because I'm just as bad. Because I have a whole, I have at least maybe 10, 12 pair of boots.
Right.
Actually, more than that because I've got boots in most of my trucks, just in case boots.
Just emergency boots.
Yeah, my old boots that I retire,
Right.
I'll put them in one of the trucks or something just in case something happens and I need a spare pair of boots. Just
Right.
always gotta be prepared. But I do like the square-toed. These guys.
Right.
My favorite brand is Double H, but I've got all sorts of brands. But yeah, I've got a closet full of boots.
Nice.
But to my defense is most of them I've got for like really, really cheap or almost nothing because we'll find them at flea markets.
Right.
I've got a pair of really nice Chippewas. They're kind of a U-toe, not really pointed, but not really rounded. They're
right.
Yeah.
Kind
of a cross between a dress and a work boot.
Uh-huh.
Really nice Chippewas that were, I think I looked up the retail. They're close to $300 retail. I got them for $10, and they were brand new at a flea market.
That's a good steal.
Yeah. Yeah, for any type of boot, and they were my size, and it's like I couldn't pass them up. Then I've got several others that I've gotten on eBay or flea markets for a little bit of nothing.
One of my buddies down in Nashville, or he lives outside of Nashville in a small town. He has a pair of Rebel Flag boots.
Yeah,
I was like, those would look awesome, but they're like $500.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I mean, buying brand new boots, they get expensive, and
oh yeah,
I mean, I'm all about. I'll buy a lot of cheap stuff,
right.
But when it comes to like workwear or mainly my boots, and I'm starting to get that way with tires, and but my boots, I'll spend $300-400 on a pair of boots, and then as soon as I put them on, I'll go out there and go feed the cows with them and be covered in cow manure. But I also take care of them and treat them and try to do my best to take care of the leather. But but they'll last. They'll last me sometimes 2 or 3 years.
Right.
I'm pretty rough on them. The problem with the organic stuff like the cow manure, the mud, all that stuff isn't as hard on them as in the shop. Spraying them down with getting soaked with carb cleaner, or mineral spirits, brake cleaner, carb cleaner, the solvents and stuff, engine oil, all that stuff doesn't do good for the leather.
No.
So first responders asking when is the engine being fired? So, I mean, I could fire an engine up right now. Which one are you talking about? If it's the one I'm thinking you're talking about, it's going to be a little bit. I mean, I don't have any excuses. I'm real bad at prioritizing stuff, and I've just got a lot of stuff going on. I kind of put the 339 on the back burner for right now until I get other stuff going. And even Mrs. Square Body has been like, when are you going to get this engine going? When you've got all these people wanting this engine to run. I'm like, I know. I'm the type of guy that unless
I want to take my time on it.
Unless my heart's in it, I can't do it. I just can't do it. But that's part of the reason why I'm doing like the rearranging the shop.
Right.
because that's clearing a lot of stuff out of my mind. It's like been in the back of my mind for the last several years.
Mm-hmm.
I just want I'm not happy with the way the shop is. It's not the size, it's not the quality, it's just my organization, and I've got a long ways to go with it.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to work on that, so when I work on these projects like an engine, because that's when I work on an engine, I want everything clean. I want like
Right.
clean. And in my current situation, it was hard to if I'm going to work on the engine, that's all I can do. Nothing else can go on in the shop. But if I've got to work on one of the other trucks or piece of equipment or whatever, then I've got to put all the engine stuff away, and then yeah, it's a process.
It could be a hassle.
It is, but that's kind of the main reason why the 339 has been put on the back burners, because springtime for me is really, really busy.
Right.
I've tried really hard to make it not so busy for me this spring, because I'm not doing hay this spring. I've pretty much my cattle and everything is just the what I've got that I own myself just on my property. So I've kind of just parted ways and split stuff up to where I've got less on my plate outside the shop, but it still seems like I still don't have enough time.
Right. Speaking of your cattle, last night I just watched your video where you were taking care of your cattle and the neighbor's cattle, and you were driving Buddy.
Oh yeah, that was probably from last year before.
Right.
But yeah, my neighbor and I, the guy I bought our place from, he had 165 acres. I've got like 15.
Okay.
And I've always wanted a decent cattle herd, and between the two of us, we could kind of combine everything and use my place for like weaning and
right.
But I just, with what I've got going on in my life right now, I'm trying to make this YouTube thing work.
Yeah.
So I can quit my day job and just do the YouTube stuff.
Right.
But I told my neighbor, I said, I'm going to have to scale back on the cattle and the farming.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to focus on what I want to do. It's a sacrifice, because as much as I love working in the shop and mechanic work, you love
the farming and the cattling as well.
Yes, I love working with cattle, love working with animals, love being on the farm. I love that lifestyle too. So what I'm hoping eventually is making that sacrifice with that right now will get the YouTube thing going enough to where eventually I can have both and have more time to do both.
Right.
So let's see. First responder says, I mean BGG. I'm BGG. I'm drawing a blank on
I'm
what
drawing
that
a blank on that too.
Because he says, "Oh, Busted Grill Garage." Duh.
Oh, okay.
Because I know Busted Grill Garage. That's also another
YouTuber.
Jacob.
Right.
Yeah, another Jacob in my life. And that actually becomes a problem with me at work, because everybody that has a name that starts with a J is a Jacob now. I don't care if it's Jared or
John, Jay.
John. It don't matter. They're all Jacobs, because all the Jacobs in my YouTube and all this life, All right, so yeah, now we're caught up. First responders got a 413 8B92. Okay, so well, wait, my fingers have. I messed up my screen. Nobody else's, I hope. Yeah, Jacob with Busted Grill Garage. He's working on a big block, a blown big block. I'm pretty excited about this because yeah, because he's in the YouTube world. He's kind of a neighbor of mine, and
Right.
I've known him before I even done the YouTube stuff. Helped him with stuff along the way. So, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be putting it in his 67 Impala
Oh, cool.
that I helped him build his first engine in,
Yeah.
his little 350. So that'll be a cool project.
Yeah, well.
And he, Jacob, Busted Grill Jacob, is, me and him have done some swapping back and forth through the years, and I've got a cam, a bigger cam to put in the 454 that's in Squeaky,
Right.
but I'll put that in that engine when it comes out before it goes into cream puff, because that's my plans.
Yeah.
Is the big block that's in Squeaky is I need to make a couple passes at the drag strip, see what it does at the drag strip. We've already dynoed it, but I need some track time with it.
Right.
And I need to get the 339 done, but everybody keeps bugging me about. But and I know I hate it because I've got so much time and so much money, and I've got so many people. I've really just screwed up that project.
Yeah.
As far as like a YouTube content thing, I've screwed up all the content on that motor because I've drug it out for so long. But that's just, I can only do so much with my life behind the camera.
Right. And you have other
but
stuff,
the plant,
you have other stuff just on your plate at the moment as well.
yeah. So my plans is I get the 339 done, get it in Squeaky, pull the big block that's in Squeaky out. I got a bigger cam that I got from Jacob, Buster Grill Jacob, and a set of aluminum heads.
Nice.
And a different intake, a more streetable intake. It's a Speedmaster Perform RPM copy, air gap intake. So that big block with that combination, it's actually going to make more horsepower than what it does now. I'm going to probably say at the wheels, well, crank horsepower should be over 400. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it'll be good torquey mid-level big block for cream puff or daily driver. But then the 350 that's in cream puff, I want to build something kind of special to go in
a different truck.
In my rock crawler.
Right.
Because that big block originally came out of a rock crawler, and my rock crawler really doesn't need a big block. They're heavy. They're, they got the torque, but I probably I'm thinking about maybe building a 383 or something out of that block. I don't know.
That'd be pretty cool.
I'll have the 339 Squeaky, the big block in cream puff, and White Trash Donnie with the 6-cylinder.
3 on the tree.
No, 3. Well, he won't stay 3 on the tree.
For
now my plans with this, for right now, yeah, he's going to be 3 on the tree. But the plans are that I'm going to get a lot of content out of this truck.
Right.
Getting him running as is, because he's got that truck's a mess. The wiring.
Oh, I saw that video. It was.
Yeah, it's a mess. We didn't get real deep into, and I haven't really dug into it real deep. I just know the issues. I haven't really dug into, other than visually seeing the, extension cords cut up and spliced into heaters and starters, and they got like 4 more wires coming off the starter than it needs to come off the
Oh,
starter.
man.
It's just like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with that truck electrically, but that's going to make good content because that's what I've dealt with. That's what I've dealt with most of my life.
Right.
It's stuff like that. So
that's gonna be a big headache later on.
Well, it is, and that's gonna be my focal point on it.
Right.
Is honestly when we got the truck off the trailer and it just died and it wouldn't do nothing.
Right.
Like,
I remember that part.
Yeah. Well, what it was, all it is, and now I know, it's the ignition switch. With the switch,
okay, yeah.
The switch is actually down on the column low. It's just got a rod going from the tumbler to the switch. There's something, you've got to have it just right.
Right.
You could move the shifter, you can move the tumbler a little bit, you could push the clutch and turn signal. You get everything just right, and it'll run for days. Never shut off. But if you don't get it just right, it'll run just fine, shut off, come back on. Like just off and on, off and on. Or it'll just die and won't start. It's got issues. So yeah, when we first got off the truck or the trailer, I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I just buy? And then I realized I just bought what I've always bought. And I've bought something that you might have bought and don't know how to, and don't know where to start.
Right.
That's the big question in my mind. Where does a guy start with that? There's like so many electrical issues, and this truck is the bare bones, bare basic, heater only cab. It does have the gauges on the instrument panel. It's not idiot light, but they work except the oil pressure gauge. That's not really a big problem. But it's like, as far as the basics of the electrical system on this truck is super basic from the factory. But they've bypassed and rewired and actually made more problems trying to do it. And it wasn't the guy I bought it from. The guy I bought it from, he bought it this way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he bought it this way. He knew it had issues. He was going to work through them, and then, his life got hectic. He's got stuff going on, which I'm kind of hoping me and him connect in his profession. It has something to do with these guys.
Okay.
This kind of stuff. But anyways, he just decided he didn't need the truck anymore. I got it for a really good deal. And he's like, I mean, there is a couple things that was part of what he did with the truck, but I know that, and I know, but it's not a big deal. But he bought the truck this way, just same way I got the truck this way, just same way you or a lot of other people bought trucks like this. So that's where I want to hit with this truck on content is, okay, you buy a truck for a really good deal, and it's a good solid truck. It's not perfect. The body, there's some rust, but really it's more solid than Cream Puff, and it's more solid than Squeaky. It's actually maybe the most solid square body I've got right now as far as body wise.
I think the auction truck's pretty solid that you have.
Well, this is more solid than it is.
Okay.
And if the guy that the previous owner, not the guy I bought it from,
right,
if he didn't do the rattle can paint job, this truck would be identical to the
that
auction truck.
Yeah.
They were the same color, same buckskin tan, 250 straight six, 3 on the tree. This was a Big Ten truck, which this is. I don't know if I don't think I showed it on the video.
You showed it on the video. You could barely see it because of the spray paint, but
On the
the Big Ten.
well,
logo.
I didn't. I sanded it down.
Oh, okay.
I didn't show. I don't think I showed that on the video. I got
No.
some sandpaper and some water out, and I wet sanded, hoping to find the stickers still there. But no, the dude sanded everything off. So I'm afraid I'm afraid he sanded everything, and not
Right.
good. I'm afraid he sanded everything, and then because there's red paint underneath the white paint in some spots.
Mm-hmm.
And so the story I got from the guy I bought it from, the ad he seen on Facebook Marketplace, it looked identical to my auction truck. All
Yeah.
one color, all buckskin tan. And then when he went to go pick it up, it was
It
this.
was white.
So in between that time, the guy rattle canned some red on there and
Yes,
rattle
and
canned the
white.
whole thing white and sanded it in between that or somewhere in there. So I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
not sure what's underneath this white paint. In a way, I kind of dig the white rattle can paint job
Right.
just just because it's that's why he's white trash Johnny, because this is a white trash square body truck. I mean, the grill, everything about this is your white trash square body truck. And no,
Right.
no offense, because I'm white trash too. Because this is the kind of stuff I drive. Actually, I messaged my cousin Brad Cohen, which
Okay.
is in here on the live sometimes. Because when we were kids, I think he was 16, maybe 15. He bought a truck almost identical to this. It was rattle can primer maybe, or why, I don't remember. It was rattle can something.
Yeah.
The body was, from my memory, that's a long time ago. The body was pretty much the same. Had a 250 straight six, 3 on the tree. And it's like, man, it just brought a whole lot of memories back with me and him playing around with his truck.
Yeah.
But yeah, the plans are, I think I said earlier, is to put an automatic in this truck.
Oh, okay.
A turbo 350, which I got 2 or 3 of them up in the barn I could build. And that'll be good content on just your bare basic turbo 350 automatic transmission rebuild. Put it in this truck. I'll take the 3 on the tree, this transmission and everything, put it in the auction truck. Because it's got the factory paint. It's not been
Right.
molested as much. It's got its own issues, trust me.
Yeah.
But anyways, well, that's kind of the plans for right now. And then, maybe we'll see what we could do with a 250 straight six as far as playing with it,
Yeah.
The problem with the 250 straight six, much like the 305, actually worse than the 305, is if you try to hot rod or buy an intake manifold or anything for 250 straight six, it's 2 to 3 times higher than the small block Chevy. It's
right.
ridiculous. Yeah, Steve, that's perfectly, that's a good idea. And we might do that. The thing with Cream Puff is Cream Puff is a cruiser. He's got 276 gears in the rear end and 33-inch tires. No overdrive, just the Turbo 400. But he's really, really, really high geared. But with that big block, with the torque, who knows? Maybe I shouldn't, because Cream Puff might end up faster than my race truck.
Right. Cream Puff might become your new race truck.
Yeah. Well, that idea has been tossed around.
Yeah.
Hey, we got Chucky here. Sorry, Chucky, if
up?
I've left you hanging.
How's it going, Chucky?
Good, guys. How are y'all? It's been a while.
So 47. That was the initial idea with white trash Donnie is wet sand the white off, or because this white paint is there's nothing special. It's probably Dollar General paint. But where I sanded down where the Big Ten sticker is on the bed, they've sanded the tan away. So I'm not sure how much tan is actually left. I might eventually do that just out of curiosity, and then kind of go from there. But for right now, that's not a big priority on this truck. It's a curiosity, that's for sure. See what's underneath it. Yeah, Busted Grill Jacob says Shanghai Spinny Boy on the 250 straight six. Well, I think you and I have discussed this, and maybe possibly have something to make that happen. I don't know. I don't want to spill too many beans.
Them 250s are stout motors. I think they're
Yeah.
always they're kind of not looked at because of 300 Ford, but them 250s
Yeah.
are pretty stout
I mean,
for what it is.
it's for what there is. I mean, they're still pretty gutless, but they are what they are.
Yeah.
They're 250 cubic inches in a 4,000 or 5,000 pound truck. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I've done some research on them before and seen some people make some horsepower with them. But, and just like the 305,
Yeah.
if you talk horsepower per dollar, it makes no sense at all.
No.
But I think this is like a gratuitous idea for my channel because somehow I've become the guy that builds 305. And that's fine. Because that was
Right.
the whole idea with doing what I'm doing with that 305 is just to build it because it's different. It's not as common. There's several of them out there. There's circle track guys. There's classes that run 305s in circle track. There's classes that run 305s in drag racing. I'm not the only one building a hot rod 305. But if you research it on YouTube, there's not a whole lot out there. And same thing with the 250 straight six. Actually, there's probably more with the 250 straight six or 292 than there is for 305. But it's they can handle quite a bit, but for the dollar, an expensive intake manifold for a small block Chevy is what, $300, $350 for a decent intake. So, on a brand new 4-barrel intake for this 250 straight six, like an Offenhauser, which they don't mass produce them much anymore. And I may be wrong. If someone's watching this and knows where I can find cheaper stuff for this thing, let me know. But about the cheapest 4-barrel intake I could find with this 250 straight six around $600.
Woo.
$600 to $700, somewhere around there. It's expensive. Just now the headers. Actually, Summit Racing has some Flowtech header system in stock for these things. But if we do what I've got highlighted there, the Spinny Boy turbo thing, then I'll be wasting money on buying a header for it. But the headers for these are actually two-piece. One for 3 cylinders or one for each 3 cylinders. So
Really?
you end up with two headers and a true dual exhaust on these things. And they sound pretty cool. And comp cams, there may be other companies, but I've I've done a little bit of research on it. Comp Cams has some decent sized camshafts for these things. There may be other companies that have better options for them. I just haven't looked deep enough into it, but there's camshafts available for these. So just like any combustion engine, if you put a bigger cam, a bigger intake, a bigger carburetor, and bigger exhaust, you put bigger everything, it's going to make more power.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not afraid to tell anybody that a cammed inline six, it sounds pretty cool.
It sounds pretty mean.
They just have a different sound to them.
I knew this guy in the old job I had. He had a Ford 300 straight six. It was cammed and it was sitting there idling. It would just had like a stroke to it. You're like,
yeah,
man, what is that? And he goes, you'll never guess it. And he popped the hood and it was a 300 straight six. And you wouldn't. It was sitting there, that thing was just sitting there idling, just loping. And you're like, God almighty. Now, how much money he had in it, I have no clue. I'm sure it was a nice.
Yeah. Well,
Nice
and
pretty penny.
Yeah, it was awesome.
So,
Yeah.
but the thing is that three speed transmission will not hold up to much more than that. Any playing around. And I have idea that actually that 3-speed transmission, the biggest reason I even bought this truck. Half the value I've got in this truck is in the transmission, shift linkages, steering column, all that stuff, so I can put in that 76. So I'm gonna put an automatic in this, and that way I don't have to worry about the transmission. I'll put some different gears in it. Probably I don't know what gears. I'm assuming I need to look. What I want to do is I want to look on the GM stuff the literature that I've got or know of to see what the standard gear ratio was. I'm thinking the standard gear ratio for Big 10 was 342s. But I know that's the standard gear ratio for the 4-speed, like Squeaky. The Squeaky was originally a 250 straight six with the granny low 4-speed Big 10.
Oh, okay.
So he was factory with 342s. Now I've got that axle out in the field. But the 3-speed trucks, I can't remember if the standard ratio. The standard ratio should have been 308s, but with the Big 10 package, it may have went to like 342s. I'm not sure, but it seems kind of high geared. But man, these 3-speed transmissions they're high gearing anyway. So it's it's been 20 some years since I drove a 3 on the tree truck.
There's not many people who drive a 3 on the tree.
And seeing that was one of the coolest things I've done in a long time is teaching my boys, my oldest and my youngest, how to drive a 3 on the tree. Which is it's not super complicated. It's the same shift pattern as it was if it's on the floor, but it's different because you're trying. It don't shift right. It's not perfectly right. You've got to. Whenever you're saying, I want to go to second gear, you're yelling it. I'm going to second gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we go. Because everything's wore out. It don't have any bolts for the cross member to go in the transmission. Things are flopping around and.
Have I worked on this truck?
It looks like it. It looks like it looks like a Chucky's Garage special.
By God.
And I mean that with all the respect in the world, but yeah, it's a. Actually, it would probably impress you with some of the wiring that's in this thing. I'll backtrack. I'll say it looks like some of my wiring.
Oh shit.
there's a lot of red wires going
Oh
wrapped
yeah, I
around,
know that. Yeah, I'm good with
wrapped,
that.
weaved in and out of the pedals. All three of the pedals, there's red wires going underneath the dash, weaved in and out of the pedals to keep it from
Dang.
flopping in the floor.
I'm guessing red was their favorite color.
I
Well,
get well.
yeah.
In my defense, that's the only wire I would have at the time to wire
Right.
something up, and it was my truck, so I didn't worry about that.
Yep.
But in this thing, I have no idea what's going on with the red wires. I think they go to the heater blower motor, maybe, but then on the firewall side of stuff, it's got an extension cable cut into and wired into the blower motor with like wire nuts
That's legit.
Right.
and
I mean,
and when we first fired it up or first messing with it, and it was arcing out, I could hear stuff arcing out. There was a 12-volt wire that they'd spliced. They soldered it. Now I will give them this: they soldered it. They didn't crimp but connect it. It was soldered, but it wasn't taped. It wasn't heat shrink, and it was touching the top of the carburetor. And we don't need to worry about that.
Nah.
Steve is asking, what's faster shifting, the 465 or 3 on the tree? Well, that is that's kind of a hard one because it depends on the transmission.
Right.
It really depends because the first 3 on the tree truck I drove back when I was like 14, 15, something like that. My dad had a 76, 305, 3 on the tree. It ran like 7 cylinders on a good day. But the shifter, the linkages, everything was really tight.
yeah.
So it was really smooth shifting. And Dad was a hot rodder, he's like, if you can make this truck catch second gear, scratch, you're a good driver. So that's what I did. We'd take it out driving. I'd jam that thing in second and catch second gear. And a 7-cylinder 305. So
My grandpa
that
used to drag races.
that 3 on the tree shifted faster than a lot of SM465s I've had. But the SM465 I have in Squeaky, it is probably the tightest, smoothest shifting SM465 I've ever had. And it works out great because I'm trying to speed shift this thing. And it's super smooth, it's super tight. So it just depends. If I would use my imagination and we went back to the dealership in 1978 and test drove brand new trucks, I don't know. Kind of hard for me to say if I could shift, which one I could shift faster. I'm not saying I'm the best, manual shifter in the world. It's just I've run both of them enough. I'm trying to think of which one I could actually shift faster. I do know that the gear ratios are closer in the 3-speed, the 3 on the tree. So first to second to third, those 3 ratios are closer than what the SM465 is. Because the SM465 from second to third is a really, really wide spread.
Yeah.
On the ratio. So you drop a lot of RPM. So it's not as sporty. I guess if you want to talk about maybe like a sporty feel, I'd say the 3 on the tree, a brand new, if we're going to talk like a brand new 3 on the tree versus a brand new granny low, the 3 on the tree would probably be faster shifting.
Yeah. My granddaddy, he used to drag race a 3 on the tree, and I thought that was the baddest thing ever.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be so awesome. I'd ride with him. back in the good old days when you could ride without a helmet and whatever back in the good days, and we're just driving down the drag strip. He's just to go into town. I'm like, that's the baddest dude in the world.
Yeah,
Sits
and
drag
see,
racing a tree on the tree.
and that's the other. I've said it a few times already on this slide that I'm taking that out, putting it in the auction truck. But on the other hand, I'm thinking the same thing what you're just saying. How cool would it be to leave that transmission in this truck that I don't care about, kind of like a squeaky 2.0,
Yeah.
a smaller squeaky thing where I don't want to blow the truck up like a whistling diesel thing.
No.
But let's just have as much fun as we can with a 250 straight six and a 3 on a tree.
I mean, just think how cool it'd be with a built 250 turboed, smoking a daddy's money Mustang and having the 3 on the tree. I mean, that would just be wonderful.
That would make a good YouTube video.
Yeah.
Oh, so now you guys have got me
think about it.
Really contemplating life.
Turbo 3 on the tree, smoking a Mustang.
Because actually, that would, it'd be kind of the same scenario, only worse than squeaky. a stroke 305 with a grainy low 4-speed. Let's have a 250 straight six with a 3 on the tree and just run the snot out of it. But
you told me
not
about YouTube Gold or some of the stuff I need to do. To me, that
yeah.
is just because it's just like anybody wants to find that one thing that nobody's really done, and you've done it obviously with Squeaky, but then that thing, whew, that'd be awesome.
Because that really kind of goes along with what I've been thinking here lately. In the back of my mind, it's like kind of thinking about long term. Where do I really want to go with this channel? Like, what's the entertainment stuff? I mean, I'm always going to have the how-tos, the bread and butter, the built in rocks foundation.
Yeah.
You can't you don't build your house on sand. You build your house on rock. I've already got a really good foundation. I'm proud to say that I have a really good solid foundation underneath my channel. But I also want to have that entertainment. I want to have that something that sets me apart from other people. I'm never going to be able to build a 9-second quarter mile. Well, I won't say never. Maybe one of these days I'll have the means to be able to do that. But that's not really what I wanted. I do, but I don't.
Right.
You're like me as far as
I like to do something different. I like to do the different stuff. Because there's like a million cars out there, street cars that are
all the same.
Drag racing, they're all fighting for the same thing, you doing the same. Well, but there's less guys that's more involved with a 3 on the tree, 250 straight six that they got from their grandpa, or they bought for $200 off their neighbor because they got tired of it sitting there, and they could just drive around. Well, okay, so they got this truck. They don't have a whole lot of money to put into it. What can a guy do? And this is me as a kid. What can I do to this truck just to have more fun with it without spending a bunch of money?
Oh yeah.
And with the 3 on the trees is tighten up the shifting linkage. Just make that thing shift better. I mean, they've got 4 shifters available for them, but that's kind of cheating the process. It's like, might as well just go to automatic.
Yeah.
Right.
Kind of like my stuff in my opinion. It's like the working man. It's like the working man can get a 250 straight six and tinker with it, and a working man can go get a Crown Vic, put some mud grips on it, and lock the rear end, and go have just as much fun as a guy that just bought a $25,000 Razor.
Yeah, or it's like your off-road stuff.
Yeah.
Versus the off-road stuff that I've built before.
Yeah.
a lot of time and money. And my off-road, my rock crawler, of course they don't have an engine in it right now, but it's a purpose-built rig that I've
That's
got a
right.
lot of time and money into. But I could almost guarantee that if I took your Crown Vic out or your Buick Century out or whatever, we would have just as much fun
Yes.
and less worry.
Yeah.
Because what's the worst that's going to happen? You blow it up, you spend another $1,500 on another car.
Right.
That's what people tell me all the time. Like, I blew the Buick up 4 times. 4 times I blew that thing up. And they're like, man, you don't worry about that? I'm like, man, a rebuild kit on Rock Auto is $475. Don't get me wrong. I'm not just trying to say just go spend another $500. But if you
Right.
got a fully built rock crawler, you don't want to. Your axles probably costed more than I got in one axle. A good, you know how much them things. What you got? You got rock?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I've just got
Daily
1-ton
60?
axles.
1 ton?
No, I mean mine's purpose built. It's got a lot of good stuff, but I don't have chromoly axles. I don't have, actually the biggest thing I've got as far as money in is the steering. The full hydro steering.
Yeah.
But the suspension, the axles is stuff that anybody could buy off of Facebook Marketplace. It's all factory stuff, but still yet, it's not buying a Crown Vic and sticking some big tires on it and just running the balls off of it.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
different. So that's like I was saying, where I want to go with my channel. Where's my? I mean, I've already got a niche, whatever you want to call it. Anyways, with the square body stuff, but and I've got the foundation, the how-to stuff, the teaching, the knowledge, or
Right.
at least pass on my knowledge, whatever that's worth. But the entertainment, the stuff that's like different, that brings people in, that entertains people, the squeakies, the stroke 350, the 305s, whatever I might do with this 250 straight six. That's the stuff that's going to bring people to my channel or set my channel apart. Kind of give it something different. Because if I was to make Squeaky a 7-second quarter-mile truck, it would have some entertainment. I'm kind of thinking like Cletus McFarlane. I mean, he's done good with that. But that's not me. I'm not Cletus McFarlane. I'm never going to be that. I just don't have it in me to do what he does. So I'm trying to sort this out, figure out where I want to go long term. And I think this is it. This is kind of one of the things. Is like take the ordinary stuff that nobody else really messes with, stuff that people throw away on these old square body trucks.
Right.
But it's easily obtainable for guys like you, Jacob. You want a square body so bad you can taste it.
Right.
And
right now,
if I just if you was to get a square body like this for $1,000, that's running, driving, it's got a lot of issues, but it'll get you there if you can figure out how to keep it running with the switch.
right.
As long as you can get it legal, the legal part of it, it's title and all that stuff, but the mechanical part of it, electrical. Every time you drive it, you got to get the switch just in the right spot for it to stay running. But you would drive this thing everywhere and be so proud of it. That's the same way I am. I'm just as proud of this truck as I am Buddy that I've had 20 years, and Buddy's my buddy. That's the reason why he's named Buddy. But I'm just as proud of this truck as I am Buddy, Squeaky, or Cream Puff, or anything else I've got, because it's a different personality. And I'm gonna. That's where I finally figure out where my channel is maybe heading, is the different stuff and make it entertaining. Because this truck, actually, that my last video with this truck,
Right.
that's one of my, as far as like the views, the first 24 hours or 48 hours of views and comments on this video was probably one of my best videos ever.
Nice.
Because it had the entertainment, it had the
Right.
different stuff. It was,
And they were
and
not
I-
expecting to see that as well.
yeah, because everybody's just kind of seeing the same old stuff on my channel,
Right.
and I know it's kind of getting old. But I can only do what I can do. I can only do so much. I'm making a little bit of money off this YouTube thing, but not a lot. But I've also got other stuff in my life, and it's just, so it was nice to bring another truck on the channel, and it was honestly just gonna be, hey, we bought another parts truck. But once I got off the trailer and we started messing around with it, it's like, let's get a radiator in this thing and drive it.
Yeah.
And just see what it's about. It's only got the odometer, which actually, with this truck, I learned something new about square body.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going to try to make a video about it eventually once I can kind of figure out how I want to do it. But this truck has the 85-mile-an-hour speedometer in it. So does Squeaky. Okay, so the other similarity with these two trucks, they're both 250 straight six trucks. Custom deluxe, bottom of the line, bare bones, basic trucks. Both Big Tens. That's beside the fact. They were also both built in the St. Louis plant.
Oh cool.
But going back to the speedometer thing, what I thought was the 85-mile-an-hour speedometer didn't come into like mid to late 80. Like an 80 model truck would maybe have one in, kind of a split year. Because Cream Puff is a 79, built in Michigan, I believe. Michigan or Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a 100-mile speedometer like it should have. Well, when I first got Squeaky, I thought someone put a later model, like an 80s, 84, 5, whatever model speedometer in, because it had 85-mile-an-hour speedometer.
Yeah.
Well, then I get this truck. It's got the same speedometer. And it just so happens, with the way internet works, on Facebook, someone had a 78, which Squeaky and this truck are both 78,
Mm-hmm.
both built in St. Louis. The guy had a 78 that had an original 85-mile-an-hour speedometer in his truck. I don't know what plant it was built in. I didn't ask him or that or nothing, but
Right.
and I don't even remember what the question was about his speedometer. But someone else had posted. I'm like, well, wait a minute. That's first thought in my mind is he don't have the original speedometer either. But then I'm like, well, wait a minute. I've got two trucks that are the same.
Mm-hmm.
It possibly both got changed out. I don't know. But then this guy's got one. It's like, wait a minute. And then I was looking through the comments, and the guy commented about 78 was the first year for those speedometers to appear in some of the square body trucks. It wasn't a federal mandate yet until, I don't know, I guess probably 80 or 81. I don't know. There's some laws that come into play with that, but
Right.
what the guy said was 80 or 78 was the first year that they started appearing in these trucks. It was hit and miss thing, no rhyme or reason. I mean, the only rhyme or reason I got with these two trucks is they're both bottom of the barrel custom deluxes, no options or low options, 250 straight six, just your bare basic trucks. They're
Right.
Big Tens, but that's a suspension package. That's not really, performance, or I
Right.
guess it is performance, but nothing luxury. But anyways, they weren't meant for speed, so yeah, it makes sense to not have a 100-mile-an-hour speedometer in them. But the guy's post led me into doing some more research. What I didn't spend a bunch of time on it,
Right.
but I did go down a rabbit hole, and that rabbit hole educated me enough to say that 78 was the first year, and it was hit and miss. 79 was the same thing, but there was more of them in 79 than 78. But then I think 80, which I can't verify this, but I think 80 was the first year they really started. There was more of the 85-mile-an-hour speedometer. So, long story short, I thought both of these trucks had the wrong speedometer in them, so I didn't go off the mileage. But now I'm pretty confident that the speedometers are original to these trucks and the mileage is original. I'm sure they both got over 100,000 miles on it, so whatever the odometer reads, it's 100,000. One of them's 52 or 51,000. The other one's 20 something or 30 something. I don't know.
Right.
But still, yeah, just some somewhat useless square body information.
That's something new I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, Chucky's coming back.
Oh,
there he is.
There he is.
Sorry,
All right.
sorry, I left you hanging there, Chucky.
No, Hunter's private baseball coach called me. So I had to answer the phone real quick.
Okay. So Steve asked me how many times I want to sell the truck I'm driving. Actually, around my normal day to day, I don't ever get that question. Most of the comments, the guy's like, that truck will look a lot better if you paint it. I'm like, no, that ain't happening. That ain't happening.
Somebody asked if I sold those refrigerators. Yeah, I sold them all.
Yeah.
And that was nice getting all the refrigerators for free and selling them for $300 a piece.
Oh, okay, that's what you're talking about. I
Yeah,
missed that. I didn't see that. So TP is asking about the module behind the AC HVAC controls. I might have one, but I can't say that it's any good. My best idea is if you go to a salvage yard or something, find one. That would be the best bet to find one that works. Are you talking about the little white thing that connects to the door underneath the dash? The pin goes through, or are you talking about like the module that the vacuum line's hooked to on the back of the controls? Let me see. Oh, here we go. It's what all the vacuum hoses go to on the control blend. Now, that would be something you'd have to source probably at a salvage yard or something. I don't think they're reproduced anything like that I know of. TP asked, is Donnie still rattle can white? Yep, he's still. I don't know if this light is shining just right. I moved the lights in my shop, and it's a lot brighter in the shop, but it's not. They're higher, so it's not as
right
in your face. But
yeah,
Donnie.
I didn't know you moved the lights until you said something to Travis earlier.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I started on it last night and I finished it up today before live.
Right.
But yeah, Donnie is still rattle can white, and actually, I really don't care if he stays that way for a while because that's just kind of his his deal. Kind of like Squeaky. You know, why should I paint Squeaky? Because Squeaky's image is Squeaky's image. Yeah, 47's got one with 535,000 miles on it.
Gotta be a
Ooh,
Ford.
Right.
Yeah, you're cutting up. Whoever said Ford was cutting up. I didn't.
Oh,
I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
quite.
My bad. I can't buy a Ford now though. Ford went Anheuser-Busch on me. My wife the other day, she saw me looking at a Duramax. She's like, "You're gonna buy a Duramax?" I'm like, well, I've been thinking about it. I thought you buy only Ford. I'm like, they went Anheuser-Busch. I can't
Yeah.
do it.
I thought you only buy Fords. Not anymore.
Nope.
No,
And that's all I
500.
got. Big. I got a Ford Ranger and I got a F-250 in the backyard. I'm like, that was pre-wokeness.
Yeah,
90s.
47s. I was thinking his is a. I think he's mentioned it before. It's a '90 Suburban. So it's a GM with 535,000 miles on it. Thank
Nah.
you very much, Mister Mister Ford boy.
If I've ever wanted to redo one, I've always wanted to get a 90s that body style Suburban, 4-wheel drive, of course, 12 valve Cummins in it, with an Allison, and make the interior like a modern interior. I've
Yeah.
always wanted to do that. Ever since I watched that movie Dante's Peak, I have wanted a Suburban because I
So
loved that Suburban in that movie.
what you just described is really close to what I want to build eventually to replace our Ram for our long road trip, really comfortable, cushy driving
Yes.
truck.
Right.
Is I want to build a crew cab short bed on half ton rear axle, just 2-wheel drive,
Right.
half ton spindles up front, and or half ton suspension, probably a little heavier springs in the back. But anyway, uh, and really nice interior. I mean,
Yep.
nice seats. Find some seats out of a modern truck or vehicle that's got the heated and cooled. Get all that working. Still have the square body feel to it, like the dash and stuff,
Right.
but have the modern amenities where it's really comfortable to drive in. But then I got to thinking, what kind of a power plant would be the most reliable, most fuel efficient? And it's like a Cummins.
Yeah.
And then I thought, no, a 4BT Cummins would be perfect for that rig because we're not going to be towing anything with it. Maybe a small camper or something eventually, but
Right.
if you put a 4BT Cummins and do the bare basic tune-up on it, just
Yeah.
the smoke screw, a couple things, maybe a governor spring, not even spending money on the engine other than make sure it runs good. That thing probably get in the right transmission, either an Allison and really the 4BTs, the 4L80Es would be perfect for it.
Yeah.
A good overdrive transmission, the right gearing in the back, you probably get 30, 35 miles per gallon out of it.
The thing
And
that
it would
sucks
run, forever.
The 4-bolt, because I priced them. I had an S10 I wanted to do a 4-bolt swap in, and I was hard up going to do it. It's so much cheaper to buy a 12 valve.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, shoot, I can just buy a bone stock 12 valve. Don't turn it up. Don't do nothing to it. Slap it in there and let it run forever. Because the 4-bolts, you can't hardly find them used anyway. You might find an old skid steer that have one, but normally in the skid steer they're non-turbo.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that is the problem with the 4-cylinder ones is they're actually harder to find.
The one that I really like, but I mean I wouldn't do it in that application, but I thought like my little Ford Ranger driving back and forth to work is the Volkswagen TDI swap. because them things get stupid horsepower and like 40-something, 50-something miles to the gallon.
So here's another idea. I just remembered. My oldest boy, he's got a little S10, a 94 S10, and he really likes the S10, smaller trucks.
Yeah.
And he's been researching for several years about, I think it's a Mercedes
Oh, the
diesel
inline.
engine.
Yeah.
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 And that's like a big deal of swapping those. So that might be an idea.
Those are really good. And I found one, unfortunately, right after I bought this Crown Vic, because that's what I really wanted. Because it's a straight six, and a lot of off-road guys use them. And them things will run forever. And if you buy, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 82 and older, it's all mechanical.
Yeah.
All of it. And that's what I like. I know that's what you like too. That's why the 12 valve.
Yeah.
I know you can buy like a common rail and get a lot more power out of it, but just I like reliability. That's kind of why I got the 7.3. It's just you crank it and go.
Well, but you just don't go very fast.
No, sir, you sure don't. I had to buy batteries for that thing today. It's $500 for batteries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I know what you mean there.
It'd probably do 100 mile an hour if he fell out of an airplane. That's about the only time it'd do 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. TP says he bought an 82 Silverado short bed new, or as a demo, for a little 5K. On his third engine, it went up a little bit. Yeah. So, yeah, that same truck right now hasn't lost any value, because I'm sure as long as if it's still drivable, being the original owner, all that stuff,
Right.
if it's still drivable, I'm sure that truck is worth, in today's market, which is crazy to me. It don't make sense to me. But that truck is probably worth 5K. It has lost zero value since 1982. Almost what is that? 40 years?
Yeah.
41 years?
When you think of what you could get for Buddy, I mean, that's a sought after truck.
Right.
Shoot.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Back in the day, that was the crew cabs were expensive, because back when I bought him, that's like a $3,500 to $4,000 truck back then.
Yeah.
Now, which he's got a lot of rust and got some issues, but I'm like, man, what is this truck really worth nowadays? Because I mean, you can't around Facebook Marketplace in my area. I don't know how I got the deal I got on this truck, and I'm not going to disclose how much I gave for the truck, because it's old school money. But all I see trucks like that's worse shape than that. That actually the trucks I've got out there in the Field of Dreams. No tires, no wheels, bring a trailer, no engine, no transmission. They want $3,000 for them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, what kind of stuff are you smoking?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I know stuff. The market's up right now, and that's great. But good grief, people!
I know when I lived.
Oh yeah, TP says he's turned down $16K for his truck. I don't blame you a bit, and that truck is probably worth more than that. But that's the thing, is the market today is so. I don't quite understand it, but you've got an 82 he bought new. He knows everything about the truck.
Yep.
It's hard to put a dollar value on that kind of a truck.
To me, it's hard to put a dollar amount on something that when you go outside to go to work, you hit the switch, it's going to crank, it's going to get you there.
Yeah.
And for $16,000, that sounds like a lot for that truck. But what are you going to buy with it? You going to buy a mid 2000s clapped out Z71 that some kids had and squatted it?
Right.
You ain't going to get nothing decent hardly.
Yeah. Yeah, 47, the back case short bed is easily 3,500. And right before I started my YouTube channel, or after I started it, somewhere in there, about 4 years ago, I was going to sell Squeaky. And, you know, it's just a piece together 305 with a 4-speed step side. Nothing special, just a good solid truck. Has a little bit of rust, but not that much. And I priced him for $3,500 because I looked on Marketplace. Every other short bed truck on there, 2-wheel drive short bed, step side, fleet side, it didn't matter, was priced at $3,000 to $5,000. And mine in my area was the only one that you could actually get in and drive it home and get it licensed in your name. The rest of them were bring a trailer. Needs this, needs that.
Right.
You can't, don't drive it home. This one, I mean, I wouldn't be afraid to drive it to California. It'd be a long trip.
Oh yeah.
And we might have breakdowns. But the way that truck was whenever I was trying to sell it, I definitely would have drove it. It was actually a really nice driver because it was quiet, it was smooth, it was everything else. He's not so much that now because that's not what I want him to be. But you know, this truck here, White Trash Donnie, I get the little quirks worked out of him, where you just turn the key on and starting like a normal truck. That's probably $3,000 truck all day long.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It's like it don't make sense to me.
No. When it didn't make sense to me. When I lived in Sedalia for that year, I had a 95 F-150, 4-wheel drive, nothing special. It had a set of 33 Mickey Thompsons on it, I believe, and nothing special. And I remember I'm sitting there pumping gas at Casey's, and this dude walks up, like Chad said, old school money. He pulls out a wad of $100 bills. He's like, "Man, I'll give you $8,500 for it, like it said."
Right.
I'm like, "Man, I don't have nothing else to drive." You're like, "No, I can't do that. I'll give you 10." I'm like,
Wow.
"Man, it's a single cab F-150. I mean, it's nothing special." He goes,
Right.
"Yeah, but it's not rusted out." And I see you got an Alabama tag, so you're not from around here. I'm like, no, I'm not. But that joker was dead set. Man, I want to buy that truck right now. And I'm like, well, shoot, if I had something else to drive. But then you look around, like when I only lived in Missouri for a year, but I was like, shoot, everything here's rusted out for this truck. The 95 model was just rusted out. So it makes me think, though, like, dang, maybe I should buy trucks here and try to sell them. Like in Missouri, the Dakotas, all it could shoot. I mean, I paid $4,500 for that truck, I think. And it was low mileage. I think when I bought it, it had 82,000 original miles. And then when I was backing in a boat ramp in Alabama, this guy's like, "Hey man, I'm buying that truck before you leave." I'm like, "No, it ain't for sale." He goes, "No, man, money talks, bullcrap walks." And he offered me more than the man in Sedalia did, and he picked it up the next day. But I never could understand it.
Yeah.
And I miss it because it was a thing. But I'm just like, shoot.
Oh, buddy, you know, my crew cab, I think within the first month that I had that truck, this is 20 years ago, and he didn't have any rust on. There's no rust, but I also didn't have a bed on him. There's no bed. It was an automatic truck at the time, and it didn't run the greatest. The old big block had a drop exhaust valve seat that was just kind of flopping around. Sometimes it would seat up, sometimes it wouldn't. So basically a 7-cylinder 454. And I would be at the gas station or wherever. How much you want for that truck? I'd say 20 grand. Like, what? It ain't worth that much. I said, it is to me. If you want to buy this truck, you're gonna have to give me $20,000 cash right now. Right. If you don't have $20,000 cash for this truck, then you need to go find find another truck. I said, but
Right.
that's what I want for this truck. I said, I know it may not be worth it, but that's what it's worth to me. I'm not getting rid of this truck.
Right.
Yep. I've been trying to find, and I can't find one like the 96, 97, 98 model F350 dually with a 7.3, obviously, 4-wheel
Yeah.
drive. You just can't find them. What's up, Big Block?
How's it going, Big Block?
Going on, Steven?
And I'm fine with a 2-wheel drive, but it seems like it's that once or twice or 5 times a year where you need it.
Yep.
Yep.
And I'm just like, dang it, because my F250 it's 4-wheel drive, but the non-turbo, I got gears for it now, but I ain't already got
Yeah.
time to do it.
That's the thing that irritates me so much right now about Buddy is because I've had Buddy for 20 years. And I wish I could document all of the stuff that I did with that truck. Truck pulling's one thing, but that truck used to make my living in the wintertime. I would skid not just logs. I was too lazy to cut logs up because that's extra trips. I would cut the trees down and skid the whole freaking tree out. I'm talking 24-inch white oaks.
Wow.
I would skid the whole tree out of the woods with that thing. And somehow kept from beating the crap out of it. I mean, that was some of the bigger trees. I try to stay the smaller stuff so I didn't have to split it so much. But I would skid trees out and haul 1.5, 2 quart wood on that firewood on that thing to deliver to people, and just work the snot out of that truck. The day after I put that big block in it, I had a 1.5 quart of firewood on the back of it, doing 80 miles an hour climbing a hill, just to show off to my mom because she was with me. And like, hey Mom, see what my truck can do. And I was rolling through the gears, coming up these it's several small hills. By the time we got to the top of the hill, about half mile later, I was doing about 70 miles. She's like, slow this thing down. I mean,
Yeah.
I may have been, maybe not that fast. Oh, it's a good story anyway.
That's right.
Buddy's getting with it. That was a fresh big block, but I was breaking it in, and I didn't show that truck, never show that truck any mercy. Now, the last 5 years, well, let's see, how long have I had my Duramax? Since I got my Duramax, Buddy's kind of put on semi-retirement.
Yeah.
And then it seemed like every time I tried to use him like I used to, he'd break something. Everything, and like it all caught up to him. Kind of like how I feel now. It's like, man, I used to be able to do all this stuff, and I try to do the same thing, and it's like, then I can't get out of bed the next morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, but old Buddy's always going to be my buddy, but right now, I need to put a different front axle in. That front axle's trash. It will work in 4-wheel drive, but it's welded solid, and I've got both axle shaft U-joints are pretty much gone. So I'm this close away to blowing out an axle shaft, and so if I put him in 4-wheel drive, I'm either in really, really slick stuff and going mostly straight. And I hate it because I can't use the truck right now the way I used to. Because you're stuck somewhere, 3 foot of mud, yeah, I'll come drag you out with Buddy. I did that one time. Well, and that's actually when I had a small block in him. There's a mud hole actually just west of where I'm at now. And me and a buddy of mine were messing around in there, just kind of going through the trails, and we seen this big old jacked up, probably 8-inch Swift OBS or OBS Chevy sitting there. It was just sitting there. Nobody was around. So we just kind of tooled on down the trail. We came back, and the guys were there looking at the truck. I'm like, is this y'all's truck? I said, yeah. I said, we're trying to figure out how to get it to the road, because from where it was sitting to the road, was like 4 or 5 deep water holes and rutted up, and it's pretty rough getting through there. And I said, well, you hook the tow strap to your truck. I'm not responsible for anything that's tore up on your truck, but I will get you to the gravel road. Are you sure this old one ton will get to? I said, yeah, it may or may not. I don't know. We'll try it. I said, I came through them water holes in 2-wheel drive. What? Then we had to have this truck in 4-wheel drive and had it wide open trying to get through them. That's well, hook your
You
chain
don't
up
know
and
how
hook
to
the
drive.
strap. I said, hook the chain up. I said, I'll get you to the gravel road. I said, if I get to going too fast, just hit your brakes. I'll be watching your front tires. If your front tires are locked up, I'll know I'm going too fast. And it's like, oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah, about halfway through the first water hole, their front tires were locked up and sideways. I had old buddy, that old small block I had, buddy, who turned $7,000, and I just held him wide open, and I was on the high side of transfer case in his second gear. I had some RPMs and some wheel speed. I was just getting with it, and their front tires stayed locked up most of the way through them water holes. I got to the gravel road and had to cut hard to the right. And I slowed down, and I let them catch up with me and almost get onto the gravel road. And once they got almost on the gravel road, I gagged her wide open. I jerked that front of that truck sideways. All 4 tires was locked. He had all 4 tires locked up. I was dragging him down the gravel road for about 50 feet. And I stopped, and I backed up. Like, golly, what do you got in that truck? I said, it's just a little old 350. They're like, we ain't ever heard nothing run like that. I was scared to death. I was having brakes locked up. I said, I know, I've seen him in the mirror. He's locked up the whole time. I said, I barely knew you guys was back there.
That's awesome.
Those boys probably
Yeah.
got them pants.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they drowned out their big old jacked up Chevy because they didn't know how to build it or how to drive it. I guess I don't know.
Probably didn't know how to drive it.
Yeah, I seen you traded off the old Mustang for a new truck, and then you got some hail right after that.
Yeah, that hill in Arkansas, God almighty.
Scotty's Toyota Celica would have made it. Are you talking about the same Scotty? I think you're talking about the Scotty Kilmer or whatever YouTube guy. I'm not a fan. I was going to say that.
That's one thing I love about doing these cars like that, because it is so funny. I remember one night with a Buick, we're out riding, and there may have been a couple cold drinks involved. But we pull up to this guy, and he's in a Jeep. You know how Jeep guys are. You know.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Right.
And so we pull up, and this Cherokee is just buried. And he's like, man, I got lockers, this, that, and the other. I'm like, well, if you got lockers and you got stuck in this, something's wrong. Anyway, so I back up, and I had an old chain or a crane cable. We chained the crane cables at work. So I took about a 20-foot piece home. Made a snatch cable out of it. You ain't going to break that crane cable. So I looked at him, looks to me, he's like, man, that thing ain't going to do nothing. You know, but I was the only person around. Man, I backed all the way up to his front bumper. And I held that Buick slap to the floor. And I snatched him so freaking hard. The back tires came up off the ground in the Buick, and it's just slamming. And I'm banging that thing off the rev limiter. I yanked that joker out, and I just unhooked him. And I said, damn, it must be a Buick thing. And I just threw my shit in the trunk and took off. And ever since then, I put a sign on the back of that Buick. It must be a Jeep thing, huh? And that's what it was.
Yeah, that's a good one. You know, when I used to wheel my Blazer, you know, one time and a half, and it was big, fat, and big block underneath the hood. It was just, that's why I called him Big Nasty, because he was big and nasty. Now, that truck, my rock crawler was not a mud truck. I avoided the smallest of mud puddles just so I didn't get mud in there because
Every rock
the
crawler
floors
guy I know that.
the floors are expanded metal. I
Oh,
could see
Oh,
from my driver's seat and being fastened in, I could see 3 tires. I can't see the rear drivers unless I
okay.
get unbuckled and really. But my passenger could see the rear driver. So with me and the passenger, we could see all 4 tires from where we're sitting. It's great, but
Man,
I don't ever do mud.
I've never thought of that, Chad.
you just gave Chucky a new idea, Chad.
Well,
Man,
it
that's
it
a brilliant-
wasn't. It was. I had to put something in the floors because there was no
Right.
floors.
Right.
So it's like I'm just gonna put expanded metal so I can see the tires.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did you do the
but
whole?
that
Did you do the trans tunnel?
yeah
Okay.
yeah. Uh, so of course it's boat sided. It's got bracing underneath everything that you know.
Oh yeah.
But that big full size rig, I'd go on these trails and stuff. Yeah, some of the trails are a little tight, and they're perfect for Jeeps. So I'd have to get a little technical just going through the trees with this big thing. So I just, wiggle through the trees, bounce him off of them, whatever. And I remember several trails. I had some Jeep guys in front of me, like going down the easy trail. They call it Pee Wee's Crossing. It's where I go. It's like Pee Wee's Crossing is a kind of the bottom. It's a dry creek bed that runs through almost the whole length of the property, like 1,100 acres. And you get it's real. There's a few bumps and stuff, but it's really easily drive. I would take Buddy down it. I've taken Buddy down rough for stuff just to get logs out of the woods, but off of Pee Wee's Crossing, it goes straight up the hill, or straight up, or huge trails with huge boulders the size of Volkswagen Beetles.
Right.
I'd be following these Jeep guys, and then I cut off on one of these other trails, and I'd meet him on they'd loop around, or we'd meet up again. It's like, did you make it all the way up there? I said, well, yeah. And like we kind of stopped and watched you for a little bit because we didn't know if that big truck would make it up there. I'm like, oh yeah, it's made up this several times. And they just be blown away by what that big full size rig would do that their Jeeps couldn't do. And I had way less money in it. I mean,
Oh yeah.
a lot less money.
There's something to be said about somebody who knows how to drive, and then somebody who's got, your typical Jeep guy. I got Dana 44s front and rear. I got a high pinion front Dana 44. I got Spartan lockers or Eaton lockers. That's great. If you go into that mud hole nosed in, you're going to sit there nosed in. And that's what used to kill me about. I used to have an old Nissan Datsun 4-wheel-drive pickup truck, and it didn't have lockers or nothing. I had some recap mud tires on it, and I remember going around, and they're like, "Man, that thing shouldn't do that." I'm like, "You don't know how to drive, retard." I'm like, "That's the problem."
Right.
See, I started out with 37-inch military tires on it.
Well, but that sucker rode like a log truck.
Well, I didn't drive it on the road, and those tires aren't bad, but they're not made for off-roading because they're stiff.
Yeah.
And if you don't have bead locks on both sides of the rim, you'll be blowing it off the bead all the time, and that's what I kept doing. So I found a set of pit bulls and put them on there. Once I put them pit bull tires on there, and I could really air them down and get some traction. Holy crap! That truck would go everywhere.
That's another thing you don't realize is air pressure. Like I had a friend of mine. We're the first gambler we ever went to. He before we left. He made sure he had 32 psi in all of his tires. I'm like, you realize that you're gonna get stuck everywhere. No.
32?
Yes.
Holy
He never been
crap.
off-roading. He's never been off-roading. I'm like, no, man, this is not driving on the highway. What do you got in yours?
Yeah.
I'm like, 12 to 15.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's like, I don't know what you used to run. Well, B blocks, you could run, what, 8? Could you get 8? Well, no, you had
Yeah,
37.
I'd run. Well, with my pit bulls, which they're 30, 39, 39 and a half inch tall, 16.5 wide on a 17-inch rim. I didn't have any bead lockers on those, but I had a really narrow rim.
Yeah.
But I could, and they were bias. They were bias spliced, so I could air them down to like 6 to 8 psi.
Yeah.
That was really low. I should have had a little bit more because I had so much weight, and I run the risk of pinching the sidewall. Actually, I did pinch the sidewall and rip the sidewall on one of them, and I fixed it. I actually ripped a 4-inch gash in the sidewall from the rim. Well, not all the way to the rim, like maybe an inch or two from the rim, but from the rim out, not this way, but this way.
Right.
A gash in it about 4 inches long, and how I fixed it, and that tire still holds air.
Nice.
Nice.
I took a die grinder with a carbide bit, cleaned the gash out. This is after I got back to the house. We made it back to the trailer, and lifted it back to the trailer and everything. We were done for that day. But how I fixed that tire and kept wheeling with it is I cleaned it out with a carbide bit. I took like 5 or 6 of those tire plugs
Right.
you get at Walmart or wherever, and I laid them in the crack. And then I took some like piano wire and drilled holes on each side, and stitched it and tied it up tight. And it filled it full of slime, tire slime, like a gallon of tire slime. And that tire still holds air.
I'll be dang.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It was out. Now we're talking about it. I really want to get something back in that truck so I could drive it, because that Blazer was fun. It's a lot of fun to drive it because it's big and nasty. That's why I call him Big Nasty. It was big and nasty. It just went everywhere. It had so much flex, and I didn't. The suspension was just stuff I had laying around. Nothing special.
Right.
The most money I put into that truck was the steering, the hydro steer.
The hydro steer, yeah, it's expensive.
But I had to, because I started out with I went to crossover a high steer crossover setup on that day in a 60 front end, and it still had so much flex in the springs and the steering and everything that I couldn't steer all the way. It's like, well,
right.
So I spent the money, put a full hydro steer on it, and that was a game changer. The big block was nice too, because I had the rev limiter set at like 4,500 RPM.
Mm-hmm.
And I could hold that big block at 4,500 RPM on that rev limiter all day long and never hurt it.
Oh, yeah.
And at the time, it was a stock big block, so it didn't make any horsepower over that.
Right.
So there's no sense. But I could sit there if I got on something slick, I just hold it on the rev limiter and just go back and forth, get the tires good and hot and sticky, then let off, back up a little bit, and then just hammer it.
Oh,
and it would jump. It would go. That thing was a blast.
Did you blow it up? The one you took the motor out of it?
No, no, the engine that was out of it is in squeaky.
Oh shoot! Yeah, I didn't know that.
Because,
That's awesome.
well, so yeah, the story there, because I'll tell it because you haven't heard it, but the whole reason that Squeaky's got that 454 in him is because last year for No Name Nationals, uh, the 305 was getting really tired, and I was going to do something special with it. So I pulled it out, and I was building a stroker 305. I'm still building. I still haven't got the 305 finished yet, but it wasn't done, so I had to have a plan B. And my rock crawler was sitting right next to the shop with a perfectly good big block in it. So, like, okay. So that was my plan B. That's why on the fenders of Squeaky, it's plan B. 305 is crossed out, and it's got plan B written on it because I pulled the big block out. I put a different set of heads on it, different intake, a bigger cam, not much bigger, and put in Squeaky for the plan B because that's what I had laying around to get Squeaky to No Name National.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so it's like a progression of everything. It's
Right.
But I've drug my feet on this 305, 339 project that it's kind of lost its steam. But I figure once I get back to it, it's gonna take its steam back up and be okay.
Right.
Steve is asking, any plans to acquire an OBS Chevy in the future? Well, there's no plans on an OBS. But who knows? I have a few OBSs that are like my favorites. If I was to own an OBS, there's one. If I had the money
Right.
to have my fleet of trucks,
Yeah.
actually a neighbor of mine has the OBS I want, and I've seen that truck since it was brand new. It's been an old. It's been an old, farm truck all its life. But the guy,
Right.
this is the guy. If you get behind him going to town, you're driving 45 miles an hour. I bet that truck has never been over 55 miles an hour its whole life.
Right.
And
I'll go with the church every Sunday.
Yeah, it's a beautiful. I don't know what year it is. It's an OBS. I want to say it's a 96, 97. It's a later OBS.
Yeah.
But it's a blue 3/4 ton single cab long bed. So it's got the factory fender flares. It's the dark metallic blue. I think he's got some newer wheels on it or something, some different wheels on it. But I know the truck has been babied all of its life, but it has been a farm truck too. He hauled his cattle with it, but he's also got a newer truck now that he drives. The old OBS sits there, and we drive by it every day. And my wife loves that truck more than I do, and she don't know the truck like hasn't seen the truck as many years as I have.
Yeah.
I've seen that truck there since I was in high school.
Oh wow.
Dang.
Yeah. And it's just like, I just love the 1 ton or 3/4 ton OBSs with the fender flares, the factory fender flares,
Right.
and the dark metallic blue. That's like my idea of the perfect OBS.
If I were to get a OBS, I would want a crew cab long bed OBS, then a OBS Blazer with the barn doors.
Yes. The barn door.
Yeah.
I love the barn doors.
It's just like Chad said earlier. It's just crazy how my wife and I were talking the other day about my son's only 7. We're talking about what his first truck's going to be. And I'm like, I want him to have an old square body. I'm like, because If he hits something, which every 16-year-old kid's going to,
Right.
I'm like, he's going to be protected. I'm like, but I want to do that 90 modelish Suburban. She goes, yeah, you've been talking about doing one of those for years. When you get it done, you're not going to give it to him.
No. No, he needs an old square body. I mean, I know you're a Ford guy, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
No, the best
we
truck
can give
ever
each
made
other.
was the Chevrolet. Like if you
Yeah,
give me
I
I would take a 82, 83, 84 Chevrolet square body truck over any truck ever made. In my opinion. Like I just think the
Yeah.
stacked headlight, like that was a truck. And
yeah
I like Ford strong, I do, but that I don't like the let's think. I like the OBS Z71s, but everybody had one. I don't know. They're okay, but like I love the square body Chevrolet truck because they're indestructible.
yeah.
They
Well,
last forever.
they those little trucks. Actually, there was a Ford as a late '70s. Well, it was a 70 something. I don't remember what 70 something. It was a 70 something Ford that showed up on Facebook Marketplace for like $1,000, and I almost just jumped all over it because I was like, how how much controversy would that like stir up on the channel?
Oh
Right.
yeah,
But for me personally, I'm not a Ford guy, but the older Fords, there's still there's just
yeah.
still some nostalgia about it. Just
Right.
I remember seeing some of the old Fords, even the '80s models, the old bull nose, that
Oh yeah.
I really like. And uh, and I don't know, obviously, like I do the Chevys, but there's the earlier model Super Duty.
Like the 92,
When they first came out,
93.
well, I don't know the years, but I just remember the doors. The doors had the lower front, and they kind of swooped up in the back.
Yeah.
And they had, I mean, the whole truck looked really nice. And I got to drive one as a diesel.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a 6.0. It's the first real diesel I got to drive. I've drove some 6.2s, and I drove I guess the Cummins, the old 12-out Cummins, is a more of a real diesel. But
Yeah.
this Ford with the 5-speed and the 6, it would run,
Oh
and
yeah.
I got to drive it, and I was really impressed with it. Like, man, and I like the looks of them. I'm not gonna lie, I like the looks of some of the Fords. The older I get, those older Ford trucks, it's like if I had an opportunity to get one, and at the right price and all that stuff, I wouldn't mind getting one because you can make money off of it, or just to have it.
Yeah.
Right.
Them 6.0. My brother, he's the lead Cummins mechanic in the state of Alabama, and he goes all over the state working on stuff. But he told me I was talking about buying. I looked at a 6.0 and I was scared of them because all the horror stories now. And he
Yeah,
told me,
I see.
but
I know they were actually like, as far as from what I know, I maybe make myself out to be a dummy, but the 6.0s actually ran better, but they just weren't as reliable.
yes,
They
my brother
they they
told me
had
the head bolt problem. And he
yeah they
told me
had
if you bring me an unmolested 6.0 and you bring me, and this is the unfortunate part, You bring me an additional 7,000, you'll never buy
Yeah.
another truck.
Yeah.
He goes,
I mean,
they were just bad. And he goes, man, that's how he got the job at Cummins. Ford had the lemon law at the local dealership. They brought it to where he went to school. He said, if anybody can fix this thing, they got a job. And there was like 30 something kids in this class, and Chase was like number 17 to get a crack at it. And he figured out what was wrong with it. When Cummins came back, Chase went out in the school parking lot and cut donuts with it. And he goes, yeah, I'll take $30 an hour.
yeah. Yeah. Right now, in today's standards, that needs to be like $80 an hour.
I don't know
Right.
what he makes now, but that was
Yeah.
8 years ago,
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like, with the trucks, obviously, I'm a square body guy to the heart. They're really near and dear to me. But I'm not so close minded that I can't, appreciate an old Ford or any of the Fords. Now and actually my one of my boys, of course he's a rig welder, or not a rig welder, but he had his own welding truck.
Yeah.
Worked on the pipeline and stuff. So he had, every time he come home, he had a different truck. And he brought home a brand new, I want to say it's a 20 or 21 Ford. And he pulled up in that. I said, yeah. I said, what are you doing in a Ford? He said, let me take you for a ride, Dad. And I had my Duramax. My Duramax is turned up. It's got 250 horse tune on it. It's not stock. It's not the fastest diesel in the world, but it's not stock. He said, let me take you for a ride in it. He took me for a ride. He's like, it was still under warranty. He did not care, because he would drop that thing off on a mountain and then trade it off and get something new. He made enough money doing his work. He didn't care. And he's like, you got to feel this thing. And he took me for a ride in it, and I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
This makes my tuned up 2012 Duramax seem like a child's toy. I mean, it would
crazy.
just run. I
think if I'm not mistaken, the new 6.7, I think factory is like, what, 1,000 foot-pounds of torque?
Yeah.
Like it's crazy.
Holy. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, his stock truck was making just a little less than what my tuned 2012 was making.
Yeah.
And he didn't care about it. He's like, he said, I like the truck, but he said, I don't care. He said, I'm hoping it blows up before the warranty's up. And I remember we were sitting there one night. He was doing 4-wheel drive burnout in it, just trying to burn the thing up. And it never would give up. I mean, and it rode good. It felt good. That it was comfortable. Because I'm to the point now. It's like, horsepower is good. That's great. But if you buy a vehicle and you spend that much money for something, I want something that feels good. That's why we have a 2019 Ram for our driving vehicle, that we go long distance, our traveling vehicle.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's the most comfortable. No, it's a 5.7 Hemi. It's just a half ton. But the interior, everything about that truck is so comfortable. And it rides good, it feels good, it runs good, it's got the power, it's got everything. And because when we bought that, we actually test drove a brand new Silverado High Country.
Yeah.
Like the top of line, this was the top of line GM truck that they had on the lot. And it was okay, but when we drove that Ram, it's like, yeah, GM doesn't have nothing.
There's only
Good.
one thing I don't like about the new Ram, and I have a feeling you're going to agree with me. Is the shifter, the little knob.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
That's the only thing I don't.
that knob is now once you drive it for a while and you get used to it, and it's just part of it. It's I mean I kind of equate it to the old 3-speed on the column. You know,
Okay.
it's not the most practical thing, but really with the way that truck is, if you get used to it, it's no big deal because you could select. You know, it's got the buttons on the steering wheel where you could select what gear you want to stay in or
Oh, really?
shift
I
up
know
to.
that.
Now, so it's got the gear selector on the column on that Ram where it's got an 8-speed transmission, so you can upshift or downshift manually. But if you put it in like 5th gear, and come to a stop, it'll only upshift to 5th gear. It won't go anything above that. But you could downshift. You can kind of manually shift it on the buttons on the column. So it's okay. I mean, it's one of those things you just get used to. But for what the truck is for us, it's great.
Yeah.
You just got to get used to turning the knob. And I've messed around and shut the truck off, and it's still in drive or reverse, and it reverts back to park. It automatically does the thing, and
Huh.
it's modern stuff. But I really like the truck. My wife loves the truck. We're getting ready to go down to Texas with it. When we first got it, we went to Oklahoma in it, and just really just fell in love with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice having that one vehicle. You know, you ain't got to do nothing to when you take off.
Let's see. TP says his first truck was a '66 Ford Granny Gear 390, burn oil galore.
Lord. Yep. I know
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah, I like that. Like while my wife said that about redoing that Suburban, me and my dad. It's funny now thinking back. He traded a Ford Tempo for a '65 Ford twin I beam. When I was 14 years old. So we spent the next 2 years just restoring this truck, painted it, redid the interior. It had a 300 straight 6 in it. We put a 302 in it. Didn't do nothing much. He put a mild cam in it.
Yeah.
Headers, 4-barrel. You know, we made it nice. Lowered it just a little. Put some really nice wheels and tires on it. And I remember the day I turned 16, I'm going to drive to school. And he throws me the keys to his 1990 model Ford Ranger that had about 3 million miles on it. And he goes, and I'm like, hold up. He goes, you think I'm going to let you go off in a truck we spent 2.5 years rebuilding?
Yeah.
I'm like, you
Right.
said that's going to be my 16th birthday present. He goes, yeah, I lied to you. You ain't driving that truck. It was nice, though. I got to drive it later, and I know where he's coming from now. Like,
Yeah. That was a real life lesson right there.
yeah.
You know, you build up, you put all this effort, you put everything into something, and then you don't get to enjoy it because you're not ready for it, and that's
No.
life. That is life. Because and we've only got a few people watching right now. That's life. I mean,
Yeah.
You put so much effort into stuff sometimes, but you're not ready to enjoy it.
No.
And that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm in my middle 40s, and it's like I can look back like, okay, there's a reason why, and I think that's the reason why I'm not, you know, I don't have all that I want yet. I mean, I've got all I've ever asked for, and plus some.
Yeah.
But if I had more than that, I would have never appreciated it as much,
Yeah.
back then. It's like, well, to kind of backtrack to the first part of this live with me and Travis, I was talking about the four-wheeler thing. Four-wheelers are a huge passion of mine. And I had my number one top dream four-wheeler. It was exactly what I dreamt of since 87. Because it was an 87 Suzuki 500 Quadzilla. LT 500R. The baddest machine ever produced. And of course, they never made them in white from the factory, but mine had the white aftermarket plastic. I rebuilt the motor. It was just everything I ever wanted, and I had it. It was mine, and I got it. I didn't have a whole lot of money into it. It would try to break my foot every time I tried to start it. It broke my buddy's toe. It almost broke my foot trying to start it. It threw me off several times because it was a beast. It was bad. It wasn't the baddest 500 in the world, but it was bad enough it would hurt you. There's a reason why they call it the Quadzilla, because it wanted to eat everything that was around it. And I ended up selling it, and now, 4 or 5 years later, I was like, why? I had it, and I now I don't have it, and to get it back, to get that exact four-wheeler back, it's going to be probably 5 times, if we're putting dollars on it, it's going to be 5 times the dollar amount to get it back.
Woo.
And it's ridiculous. So the whole four-wheeler thing, it's like, I recently, at the same time I had that, I bought one of my boys a 250 Suzuki two-stroke. And he ended up locking up the transmission. There's a whole story behind that. No big deal, but it's just sat for the last 6 years, and at his mom's place. And he's like, he's not going to do anything with it. It's just sitting there in the woods or sitting there at the edge of the yard. So he brought it to me on the day before Saturday. He said, Dad, you can have this four-wheeler. Because I left it with him. He could do what he wants to with it. He didn't do anything with it, but he ended up buying his own four-wheeler. So now I've got the 250R back. And so that's going to be kind of my getting back into the four-wheeler thing. I love four-wheelers. I love them. But on that rabbit trail was like just having something that you don't appreciate when you actually have it, or having something that you don't deserve yet.
Yep.
And it goes away, That's kind of where I'm at with this whole YouTube thing. Like, I'm okay with not going viral, not having a million subscribers. Just let it build slowly, naturally, to where I can appreciate what I've got.
Yeah, I took intentionally that I took like a month hiatus, but like my son is really good at baseball, and he's all stars, and around here baseball's it's big across the country, but he just got kind of getting recruited to go play for these teams. Well, I've just been that dad. I'm super proud of
Yeah.
him and been going.
There you
way
go.
back,
Right.
you know what I mean? And so I've had like 5 or 6 people text me or Instagram message or Facebook message, man, why ain't you putting out videos? Because it's not important right now.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
It's not.
Yep.
And I told one person, I'm not going to say his name, and because he's like, well, no, man, you got to make time. I'm like, look, Hoss, my son will not remember the day that I was out here in my shop by myself working on a car. He will remember when me going to the batting cages with him, throwing balls
Yep.
so he can hit them.
Right.
I'm like, I
Yep.
don't give two, and I'm not trying to be, you'll know what I'm saying. I don't give 2 shits that this thing gets big.
Yeah.
But if my son
Yep.
does, you know what I mean? And so,
Oh yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's like, my kids are all grown. My youngest is 20 years old. So, I'm not worried about raising my kids anymore. They're all
Yeah.
out of the house. They're on their own. But still, yeah, it's like, I want to work this thing out to where it grows
yeah.
slowly and appreciate what I've got. And it's like this white, old white trash Donnie. I mean that fell into, that was one of those things where like, man, I need to find something on Marketplace that a complete truck, because I realized just to find the transmission, the shift linkages, everything I wanted to do with the 76 auction truck to get it back to where I wanted it, I needed to buy a whole nother truck at the right
Yeah.
price to get everything.
Yeah.
Because what I was going to pay just for a transmission and everything to put that, I could pay a few $100s more, hopefully, to get a whole truck. It's like this truck just showed up. I had the extra money. It wasn't, I'm not going to go hungry.
Yeah.
Like, it was perfect. It's like, all right. And in my mind, I'm like, this truck is a parts truck. I'm buying it for the transmission. That's it. And maybe other parts for other builds. And then I get home and it's like, then I fall in love with the truck. And
You ever thought about doing like a revival square body? I know revivals are beat to death, but it seems like they
yeah,
go.
and this would have been a good one to do, because let's see, how far was it? It was like a 2.5 hour drive.
Yeah.
And the truck, once you get it all figured out, once you get it, the ignition, tumbler, everything right in the right order, it'll run forever. Well, if I would have brought another radiator with me, I would have been able to drive it home. But the other thing is the legal thing. I didn't think in time, to contact an insurance company, get all those ducks lined up in a row. So it's like, the YouTube views are not worth me getting locked up in jail
No.
or having a big legal thing. So it's like we showed up. The truck was what it was supposed to be. I didn't do any video at their place because, not that they didn't want me to. It's just it didn't seem right. Like, I'm not gonna worry about any video there or on the way home. Just get on the trailer, get home, then we can make the video.
Yeah.
But then it's like the truck is yeah. This transmission after we got to talking about, this transmission may just stay in this truck. I may have to find a whole nother one for a donor for the other truck. Yeah, because just the whole idea of keeping the 3 on the tree. Let's just keep it the way it is and just play with it.
I thought you said it earlier, and I was like, that'd be a good thing. You and I take the ordinary and make it extraordinary.
Yeah, or just maybe not make it extraordinary, but
No,
just
it is though.
just
Think
put it
about it for
out
a
there.
second.
It's like
You're taking a 250
it's kind of like
It's awesome.
Yeah.
You're taking a 305
Yep.
and you'd smack half these punks that think their car's cool because they got MagnaFlow exhaust from the cat's back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So
just
it's
a
like
cool thing.
when I've had Squeaky at the drag strip,
Yeah.
and I'm playing with him at the drag strip, and this is stuff like behind the scenes that no one else sees. I'm just doing my thing with Squeaky, or not even at the drag strip, the car shows, or even when we went to Oklahoma with him. You know, people are seeing the truck like, what kind of transmission you got in that thing? I'm like, it's the old granny low 4-speed. And then that just, you can see their mind explode
Right.
because that's not the transmission you should have in a truck that's like that. You should
Right.
have an automatic in it, you know, or some sort of fancy 5-speed or something, since it's a manual. But I remember at the drag strip when I had the 305 and the nitrous and everything, I was making some passes. It wasn't super fast, but people were seeing it, and they would talk to me in the pit. Like, man, this is cool to see this old truck. My grandpa had a truck like this. You know, it's like, what do you got?
Yeah.
What is it? And you know, I popped the hood and I said, it's just an old 305. I'm like, what kind of transmission you got? And I said, it's an old granny low 4-speed. And that's when their minds, you can just see their minds like,
Boom.
they're like, you're shipping that granny low 4-speed like that? Because they were watching me going down the track.
No, just
And like,
imagine that same thing when you run down the track and you pop the man. What the hell's that thing got in? It's got a 250 with a 3 on the tree. It's just a good old farm
exactly. Yeah,
truck.
I mean,
Right.
it's never gonna be fast, and I'm not worried about that. It's just gonna be fun.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
Like if I can ever get this Crown Vic to run, I have no idea what's wrong with it right now. Somebody kept Donnie rolling, however.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I need to I don't know if I put that in the last video, like kind of push that idea. I did put out, you know, it's like maybe a lot of stuff wrong with him, but this comment, and I've had a couple comments on the video, kind of along the same lines. You know, this is one of those things like whoever had it and done all this hackery, done the best they could with what they had to keep the truck running, because it's still running. I have not done. The only thing we have done with this truck is put a different radiator in. It's actually the radiator that was in Squeaky when I first got him. That's not the right. It's not a square body radiator. It kind of sits in there, but it's zip tied in. And
that's what I do.
I knew that radiator didn't leak. It was fine. Yeah. So we put it in this truck, zip tied it back in, and because the radiator that was in this truck, it wasn't the right radiator at all, and they didn't have enough zip ties, and it got into the fan and ripped the radiator apart. But that's the only thing we've had.
I got a radiator and a fan from a Ford Taurus in this Crown Vic right now. And they're all zip tied in.
Yeah, and that's the only thing we did to the truck to where I can. It's a pain in the butt to get it to stay running because you got to get the ignition just right. But I've used this truck. I've used this truck on the farm a bunch since I've got it. It's hauled a load of brush off to the burn pile for us. I've hauled, put some hay in the back of it, just some square bales out of the barn to take to the garden to put out for garden, and haul garbage off to the dump. You know, just to get in and drive it around. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but if I wasn't worried about the legal part of it, because I can't stand the legal issues or legal law enforcement we have in this area. Because they would just soon, they would just soon put me in jail because I drove that to town than to put known drug dealers that's at the Dollar General every day.
Yeah, exactly.
Put them in.
Right.
They don't want to put them in jail, but
They want to put the
anyway.
innocent
So
people in jail.
yeah. So, but the thing is I as much issues as I had with the truck, the guy that had it, that done all that stuff, that done the best he could. And I'm going to use that as an educational tool on the channel of, okay, if you have these problems, okay, if you get this truck and have all this kind of stuff done to it, where do you start? Because it's overwhelming.
Right.
I'll be honest.
Right.
I've dealt with this kind of stuff all my life because this is the kind of stuff I could always afford. The cheapest thing that someone else has give up on. But when you get it, it's like there's so much going on with it. Where do you start? That's my main focus on the videos with this truck is where do you start? There's so much hackery. Now, to the credit of the hacker, he wasn't necessarily hacking it. He was doing the best he could with what he had. And
Yeah.
I will always promote that.
Yes.
Do the best you can with what you have.
Right.
But there's also got to be a time to where you need to think, okay, I can do better. Let's not just add wires to the wiring problem. Let's figure out why what's there is not working and make that work right. And I'm a hacker too. I I keep stuff running by hacking stuff together.
Oh yeah.
But it's not the right way, but it works. And sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. But then there's a time where you got to figure out, okay, we need to kind of backtrack and figure out a way to get it going right. Because, back when I was, working on, had my own shop, working on ATVs, dirt bikes, or small engines, I would have those customers, oh, just fix it like it was your own. I said, no, you don't want me to do that. I will not fix your stuff like it was my own, because my stuff is hacked. It's to get me by, because
Right.
I may know how to fix it right. I just don't have the means or the time to fix it right. I just make it work. Fixed is fixed. But when it comes down to like a customer thing where someone's paying you to fix something, or doing it the right way, you need to like figure out where you need to start from, the diagnosis of it. And so that's where I'm going to go with this truck is like, yeah, the stuff works. The blower motor works. You have heat. It just comes out of the defrost because they got tape over the heater vent on the bottom. But the blower motor works, but it's on a switch down below because it's got some sort of extension cord and some red wires all hacked together to make that work. You don't need that. The system is simple enough from the factory. You don't need that to make it work. And I do have a upper hand on something because I have the complete heater, blower, duct, everything, the whole heater system out of Squeaky that I took out of that truck that worked perfectly fine as GM intended it to, that I could put into this truck. But to make the videos and stuff, I'm gonna, try to figure out how I could walk people through. Okay, if you get a truck like this, it's got these kind of wires, or this stuff going on, this is where you start. And my biggest thing with this truck is, like, the biggest thing that makes it not drivable or not enjoyable is the ignition part of it. Why is it? Is it the actual switch? He's got a bunch of wires going to the starter that don't need to be there. I haven't dug into it to know exactly what all is going on. I figured out how to make it run and work for me, but yeah, I need the driver's side door glass. The window needs to be, well, actually the whole regulator. The regulator's jammed up. It's not working right. But I've got other doors and other glasses and stuff. So, the starting point of this truck's like, okay, so you get a truck like this that has so many issues. Where do you start? Well, start with the most important step to you. What makes the truck the most unenjoyable or the most least drivable?
Right.
I mean, you could drive it. It drives just the same either way without a window. But if it's raining, then you get wet. I mean, it's not going to hurt the interior any because the interior is trash, so not worried about that. It's the ignition switch. That ignition thing is, there's something going on with it. I think that's the first thing I'm going to diagnose and try to make it right.
Well, fellas, I gotta get off here. I gotta get up early in the morning. 4:00 comes early.
Yep. I need to get up early too and go to work, but I just got to show up.
That's the best part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'll see y'all next
I'm-
time.
See you,
All right.
Chucky.
Thanks for stopping by, Chucky. We'll see you later.
See ya.
Let's see who. See, Steve's that 339 would start to cover. Yeah, the 339, and that's where I feel like it's a huge success. It's a big thing for the channel.
Right.
A good conversation thing. But I have also the whole idea around the 339 build. I've failed at somewhat because of the timing of it. I just haven't been able to stay focused on it and get it done.
Right.
And do what I want. It's still going to get done. It's still going to do what it's going to do and make its mark. But I guess on the YouTube part of it, it's just kind of been drug out. So it's not, bam, 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 boom.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right. Right.
It's still going to be a conversation deal, like Steve said.
Yeah.
At the track, I'm really wanting to have it done really soon because the guys that's got the dyno that I went to are going to have a dyno like competition thing at their shop.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, they're going to have people show up, and I know Squeaky, even 339, even if I shot it to the moon with as much nitrous as I could, it's not gonna win anything. But it's gonna be there. It's gonna be, man, what is that?
Yeah.
And have that conversation.
Which
now I
was gonna say, which I don't think you would care if you win or not. You would just go for the fun of it.
Well, and that's my whole thing with the truck. It's not
right.
It's never going to be the fastest truck ever. If I was wanting to make it the fastest truck, I wouldn't be running the Granny Low 4-speed.
Right.
I wouldn't be building 339 or the Stroker 305. It's about having fun, and to a point, having fun what you have. Obviously, if you have a 305, yeah, do what you can with it, but it's better to start out with a 350. But it's different. It's going to be. I need to get it done because I know that I've got plans after I get it done as far as like with Nitrous Express, the company.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say I've never talked to them personally, but I know some people that, you know,
I can pull
things
some
may work
strings.
out in the future with it.
Right.
Yeah. So, but I don't want to. Where I'm at right now with the truck is like, yeah, I'm running all Nitrous Express nitrous system, but I'm not doing anything with the truck. You know,
Right.
what, how can I honestly go to that company and say, hey, you know, can you support me? And then, but my support is the truck. It's literally facing me right now. I haven't driven it or anything. I've only hit the nitrous on it once in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, once on the dyno, and it's like, so for me to ask anything from them, and in return, I don't have anything to promote their product. So I'm not ready to make that step yet. That it's there. I just have to get my stuff lined out, and I'm just not. My life outside of square body stuff is not ready for all of that. And if I try to just push it, it's not gonna work out long term like I want it to.
Yeah.
So if anybody, whoever's listening, we only got like 3 people watching now. That's fine. It's just, no matter what you're doing, I mean, it's biblical. Build your house on the rocks. Don't build your house
Right.
on the sand.
Right.
You know, if you're gonna build something and actually try to make something, but build a good foundation. I mean, it's common sense. You want to build a house, you don't build it on something that's not going to hold it up.
Exactly.
You know, think long term, and
Right.
try to. I mean, there's going to be times where it's like, hey, this is short term fun. You know, and that's kind of where Squeaky started out. It's like, this is going to be short term fun. Just throw some nitrous at this 305 and kill it. Well, then it just wouldn't die. So it's like, now where would it go? You know, and
Right.
it started building, and now it's like, okay, hey, you know, trying to build a good foundation with everything.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan's back. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Oh no, hold on. There it is.
Oh, you put in the link so he can join if you want.
I'm trying to. If I can figure it out. There we go. I did it. Look at me. Usually when I try that, I disappear for a little bit.
Right. Then it becomes everybody else's channel for a minute or so.
Well, at this point in time, it would be your channel, Jacob.
Right.
Well, Ryan, if you're up to it, jump in on the live.
Don't be a
I mean,
chicken, Ryan.
Yeah. Don't be. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's probably pooping. We don't care. Just keep the camera
Up.
because you know, who knows. I may or may not even have pants on right now. But yeah, this is. I almost didn't do live tonight. It's just kind of I got a lot of stuff going. I'm trying to get motive. I just haven't had the motivation the last month to do a whole lot of stuff in the shop. Just
Right.
you know, springtime. Trying to get the garden going. Trying to make sure. Kind of backtracking on my cattle thing and my farming thing to give me more time in the shop, but now it's like, yeah, it's not bad, but just trying to get everything figured out, sorted out. I just don't know. I wasn't sure if I was going to do live or not, and I messaged Travis earlier today and said, "Hey, you're gonna." It was kind of hinging on if Travis is going to be available to do live or not, because if he wasn't available, because he's got a lot going on in Colorado right now, he's like
Right.
going to be 2 weeks behind from getting home.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, if he's not available, I probably just won't do live. But
Mm-hmm.
now that I'm doing the live, I just don't want to get off here because I enjoy visiting with you guys.
Yeah.
So how's trying to think of some questions to get to know.
I have a question
Get
for
to
you.
know. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So on the square bodies, do you like the square bodies with or without the third brake lights on the back of the cab?
Well, the square bodies never came factory with a third brake light,
Right.
and so I kind of don't like it.
Right.
I mean, they had the cargo light from the factory, but they never had the brake light, and I've seen a few with them. I guess if it's done right,
Yeah.
It'd be fine.
Right.
But if it's if it's done on a level where it looks like it belongs on the truck,
Mm-hmm.
I can appreciate modern upgrades. But if it's done on the level of like Donnie upgrades,
Right.
no.
No.
Let's stick like a big round brake light on the back of the cab and call it a third brake light. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm a big purist, I guess, in a way, on the square bodies. I like the original stuff.
Yeah.
Now, and I really struggle sometimes, like with Cream Puff.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's rusty, he's crusty, he's got the scars, and he's got the story of his life. He's been beat up, he's been used, he's got the rust and stuff. And a lot of him is original, and there's a part of me that really just wants to keep him like all original because there's enough original with him. But then there's also some, part of me it's like, it's not going to hurt the value or hurt the truck any, because if I was to buy that truck brand new, what would I do with that truck?
Right.
I would do all these upgrades to it.
Yeah.
That a guy would want to with their new truck, or if he bought it used, like 10 years old, like I did with Maxine. Well, Maxine wasn't that old, but anyways, just what would you do with that truck if you bought it and, in its kind of heyday? It's like, and that's like the wheels.
Mm-hmm.
It had the factory rallies on it when I bought it, but those Western Wheels bullets are my favorite wheels. So, and I found those, put those on there. The vent deals on the windows. That's been probably my second favorite upgrade to that truck, or accessory, other than the wheels, is those vent visors on the
doors,
windows, and on the doors.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, I want to keep the truck. I like to keep stuff period correct or somewhat original to what the truck could have came with.
Right.
So I guess that was a very long answer to your question about the third brake light. There's Ryan. He's been sitting there waiting for a second. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
Howdy ho, neighbors.
Hello.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day
Is
in the
it? Well,
neighborhood.
you've got a really nice backdrop in your studio /
Yeah,
wherever you're at in your house.
Right.
This is my breakfast nook
Oh,
dining room. Yes,
yeah.
my wife decorated this above me here. Of course, I hung the shells. Those are sturdy.
Yeah. Yes.
You just
I bet they
scoot
are.
away. There we go. That way, when it falls, it doesn't hit me. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I fell asleep on the sofa like a overweight 40-year-old and walked outside and I thought when I moved to the country I was moving out here for the quiet. But
Not the
there's like
case.
87,000 frogs outside. Uh,
Oh,
excuse me,
those.
my dog has found something in the pantry. Give me just 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Bet you it's a mouse.
Oh,
So-
excuse me. Hey, boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feed the dogs.
Feed them.
Yeah.
Of the dogs.
Yeah. Sorry, Jake. You're the dog feeder guy.
Yeah.
So you
So-
do everything else. You're a monster. You're a beast. You're the man of the house. And when I'm dead and gone, you'll do a fine job.
So the spring peepers and the frogs are not pleasurable to your ears.
No, that is driving me batshit crazy.
Really?
Yeah, it's louder
So,
here than it
funny,
was at my house in the city.
Yeah. So here's a funny note to that is, I live in the country. I've lived in the country for the last 20 some years,
Yeah,
and I don't even hear all that stuff anymore. The birds, the annoying birds, the frogs in the pond. I hear the bullfrogs. I mean, I hear them every once in a while, but it's not like in my head. Like, man, it's so much
Here.
noise going on. But
listen.
when I'm editing my videos is when it
Mhm.
drives me absolutely nuts.
Uh-huh.
It's because I'm trying to edit a video when we're on my place and you hear these birds, which is it's an actual beautiful sound. It's nature.
Yeah. Right.
But there's always a bird or a frog or something in the background that just it's like the refrigerator making a squealing noise or a chirping noise. It's it's not the refrigerator. It's a natural bird sound that I can't control, but it's like,
You ever
I don't
seen
know.
the movie Funny Farm?
Yes.
I feel like everything's
Oh.
happening here like Funny Farm.
Yeah.
God dang spiders everywhere. Hang on, another spider's right above your head. Move.
Yeah.
God dang. Like, where do they come from? Like, what the hell? Oh, great. Now
Oh, except for that.
So Steve Heighton is and trying to suggest that I should spray the 250 straight 6 with nitrate.
That would be awesome.
That is a good idea if you are looking to remove the engine.
Yeah. I agree. I don't think that the inline 6 will handle the nitrous as well as the 305 did.
As a former connoisseur, if you will, of the straight 6 Chevy life, well,
Yeah.
there's a little Balake.
Yeah.
I'll be dang.
Look at it. Oh, okay.
This has turned into a good old fashioned hoedown. If we got the Balake
Yeah.
and the Jacobs on here,
Gentlemen,
how are you?
How's it going?
here's what
Are
I'll
you sitting
say.
in the 4-bagger neon?
No,
Oh no. No, you're in the race car.
What?
We're in the dirt.
It's all right.
Not
The
the
deer
four
cave.
bag.
The deer cave.
I feel like a spider is going to drop down in any minute.
What is it
All
spelled
right. All
backwards?
right. So Ryan, when I get down there, I'm gonna have to like do something with you for the farm life, because that's farm life. You got spiders. We had. I get a call from, and my wife is actually a farm girl from all of her life. She's been a farm girl longer than I've been a farm boy, and I get a call on my way home the other day from work. Are you on your way home yet? I'm like, yeah, I'm on the gravel road. I'll be there in just a minute. What's going on? She never calls, and I could tell she was like, something was going on. I'm like, so I'm thinking like immediately, I'm showing up. I'm going to go to prison because someone's going to die. You know, someone's on my property that don't belong there.
Right.
So she's like, I said, what's going on? She goes, there's a snake on the front porch and I can't get in the house. I'm like, okay. Well, and then I'm thinking a snake.
Yeah.
It sounds like when Ryan called me last week about the spider.
Yeah. And so I'm thinking, okay, I didn't ask her any questions. I said, just, it's okay. And I'm not making light of her situation. On her end of things, it was a very serious thing for her. And I don't want to make light of that.
Burn the house down. I'd have burned the house
So that's what she wanted to do. It's like, we're not going to do that. But so I said, okay, I'll be home as soon as I can. I kicked those cranes up, down. We were drifting around the corners on the gravel road like the Dukes of Hazzard, trying to get home. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's a copperhead, a poisonous snake, and something serious. I think more than likely it's just a black snake, no big deal. So I get home and I shut her down right in the middle, right in front of the house, and jump out. She's out there in the driveway, standing behind her truck, with red face. I'm like, it's okay. I consoled her. I said, where's it at? She said, it's right above the door. I'm like, okay. So I walk in there, and it's a big black snake. Well, not even a big one. It's like 5 foot long. And so I'm like, okay. So I put I put my heavy welding glove on. I just reach up there, let it bite the glove to where I can get a hold of it. I used to do that stuff without a glove on, but they can leave a nasty infection when they bite you. But I just let it bite my hand and grab a hold of it, took it out to the woods, and let it go free.
I hate to bring it to you, Chad, but any snake is a big snake.
No. As long as they're not poisonous, they'll live. A poisonous snake, I will kill. And as far as I'm concerned, I would rather have the snakes around the house than the mice or rats. Bring on the black snakes.
Yeah, back to spraying the straight six. I just say probably not a good idea.
No.
I mean, listen, there's a lot of weight going on in there, and let's just face it. I mean, they are not the most well balanced machines over 5,000, and I spun mine to about 5,900, and it felt like that sucker was coming apart before I went to the next gear. But man, was it fun.
My idea, my plans, if I don't know if you've been following along with this live, it's been a long one. We're 4 hours into it, but
right about that.
So my idea was put an automatic, take this transmission out, put it in the other truck that needs this transmission, because these 3 speeds, they don't take a lot of abuse.
Yeah. So so you have 2 white ones now. So the one that
they're not white. Well, this one is white. The other one is buckskin tan, and they were both originally buckskin tan.
Oh, it's tan.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have 2 6-cylinder trucks now. One's missing a transmission. One has a transmission. It runs.
Yes, and the one that has a transmission that runs, I'm not. Bye, Blake.
Bye, Blake.
Where'd he go?
He just waved goodbye.
I thought he was just waving at me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Black hole.
Yeah.
Maybe he had
So,
to poop.
anyway, the original idea was, and the whole idea that buying this truck was just for the transmission to put in the other one.
Okay. And then, what are you going to do with the other one? Levy 2. What are you going to do with the other? What are you going to do with the? I feel like I'm not following.
Okay, so
give me
follow
one more
this.
time. Divide.
I'll hit you with it one more time.
All right, let's go.
The 76 auction truck that's in the field that I bought last October.
Correct.
Is kind of an all original truck. It's rusty, crusty, whatever, but it does not have the original 3-speed transmission.
Right.
So I bought this truck that, in all intents and purposes, is an identical truck to that. So I was going to take the transmission out of this newer truck, the truck I just got, and put into the other one, and then put an automatic, because I got like three turbo 350s up in the barn I could rebuild.
That's right.
Put in this one so we could just kind of beat on it.
Okay.
All right. So that was my ideas up until like 7:30, 8 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit later. So we got to discussing that on this live about playing. All right. We got discussing about playing with the old 6-cylinder, and then it's like, how cool would it be, or how fun would it be just to keep the 3-speed in there and watching me try to jam. So we've already seen me jamming gears in the old Granny Low 4-speed.
Okay.
Now, how much entertainment would it be? We're just talking about entertainment value. We're not talking about going fast. We're not talking about breaking records. We're just talking about entertainment.
Okay.
It would be more entertaining to see me try to jam this old 3-speed down the track with the 6-cylinder in front of it.
Yeah.
Just having the time of my life.
Well, that would be pretty darn entertaining. Let me spin it. Let me spin it on you here. Okay.
Spin me, big boy.
All right. So we see you doing the long throw, 4-speed granny low shifting, right? And that's a lot of action. What we never get to see Chad do is just flat foot something. So let's flip the script here. Hang on. And let's put a turbo 350 with a cheap trans brake. So build a turbo 350 as cheap as possible with the cheapest trans brake on the market. And then Chad takes a tunnel ram and cuts it up, 2 tunnel ram, cuts it up and uses epoxy and makes a tunnel ram 2.4 setup for a 250 straight 6. Yes. Yeah. And then you call comp and say, hey, comp, I got this crazy idea. And they're going to be like, you ain't going to believe this, but we have one of these cams dusty on the shelf. We slide those in it and see how high can you spin a tunnel ram 250 straight 6 with a comp cam in it.
And then I call it Jimmy Dale and say, hey, Jimmy Dale, I need a couple of nitrous plates and a couple of bottles. Hey, just send me a mother bottle. Just send me. I've got a long bed. Just send me a mother bottle.
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm just saying, look,
we don't need no jets. Just send me a mother bottle, some lines, and a plate, and a solenoid.
How screwed up would it be? How screwed up and funny would it be if you did that and the straight 6 was just as fast or faster than the big block of the truck?
Yeah. See, and that's the thing is I got to be careful because, I actually had it was mentioned earlier, I think it was earlier in the live, that once I get the big block in cream puff, and a 339 stroker and squeaky that I need to have somebody. They said Shellman, which nothing against Shellman. Shellman's a good driver. He's just not. He's not experienced, drag racing.
Right.
But have some. I would put someone experienced in drag racing behind the wheel of Cream Puff, which is an automatic. But have a heads up between Squeaky and Cream Puff. Once. Okay, so Squeak will have the 339 with the nitrous, and Cream Puff will have the big block, automatic, but still high geared for the highway cruising. But then again, I'm thinking, okay, in the back of my mind, what if my highway geared, street cruiser rusted out thing outruns my nitrous 339 stroker?
Then we would be proving the theory that you originally set out to prove. Yes, you can build a 339 stroker out of a 305, and yes, it can be fun and make power, but there is no replacement for displacement.
So, and then at that point, we put a dual tunnel ram sniper system with dual plates on Cream Puff and have a badass daily driver and calling.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Creamy, calling Creamy Honcho. Creamy Honcho.
No, just call it Cal Naughton Jr. I'm the alter ego. Cal.
No, the Magic Man.
Yeah,
now you see me,
Man.
now you don't. That would be perfect. That's the Magic Man. Now you see me, now you don't.
Now you don't.
There's probably good reason why I don't have FU YouTube money yet, because everything I had would be not street drivable.
Well,
it would be street drivable.
Right.
Yeah, it would be street. It would be
street.
Because I told Mrs. Squareby, I said, if we had that kind of money and we still have that Ram, it's going to be pushing 1,000 horsepower.
Oh, of course. Everything would have a turbo on it, or a blower, or
Whipple charger. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Either boosted or, some sort of boosted, because nitrous is just liquid boost. And, just call up old Jimmy Dale, since I got the hookup by proxy.
Yeah.
And say, hey, Jimmy Dale, I need as much nitrous to this as you can give me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually
send you whatever you want.
That's what I'm thinking. I've been seeing a lot of stuff, and Nitrous Express, and they're doing what they should, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just putting it out there. I mean, they're not losing anything by giving this stuff away to YouTubers.
No, the nitrous wars have been a alive and well for a long time.
Yeah.
There was a time where if you said you ran a NX kit on your car back in the day, I'd be like, you're in trouble. And and they've come a long way. And I'll be honest with you, like looking at their stuff, like I was big in Induction Solutions, and Induction Solutions is good for the big heavy hitter stuff. They've got really nice setups for multiple stage fogger setups and all that kind of stuff. But looking at their single plate and dual plate and their single fogger setups, I mean, the NX has really, really nice stuff now. They've really come along, and it's pretty awesome. But it's just a damn shame, NOS, if you will. They've just kind of hung back there.
Yeah. Well, Holly bought them, so.
Yeah, they're probably making more money off the energy drinks than they are nitrous kits. So,
Yeah,
probably. So pretty good.
I'm not. I love Holly. Holly's my carb of choice.
Yeah,
and
old Hollies.
Like
the new stuff.
the old. Of course, I'm I haven't experienced any of the new stuff because I'm too cheap.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
but that's the thing is when you, I mean, we got these companies like Holly that have bought up all the other brands.
Yep.
And the one that kind of hits home for me the most is Mallory Ignitions.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, my experience, back in the day, Mallory they just never caught. I don't know if they just never caught a break or what, but Mallory Ignitions had a lot of good stuff going for them. I mean, they had the Unilite thing, which that's what I run on Squeaky. But Unilite, that was probably the most accurate, one of the best things to have. But it was kind of sensitive, and then they actually had the digital rev limiters before MSD, if I remember right.
Yeah, the thing with Mallory was they couldn't keep up with the times. Like they just stayed back. They stayed with tried and true what works, and they were good for street stuff and your typical just hot rod stuff. And MSD came in swinging and got the big digital boxes and everything became programmable. And I remember we had a programmable box back in like 2003.
Yeah,
and people thought that was just crazy back then.
Yeah, but this thing is, Mallory is I mean, it's all phased out. I mean, you go in the clearance and not, of course, I'm old school, so I love the Mallory stuff. That's what I've got. That's what I've run.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try to stick with it as long as I can, so I don't have to buy everything new.
Yeah.
But I've gotten lucky because that two-step ignition box, and I need to buy another one because they're like close to $100 now for a good digital two-stage ignition box.
Yeah.
Now, the first one I got, I was going to send back to them and have them repair it if they could, but they said it might be $100. I'm like, well, okay. Well, then I got on their clearance deal, and I got a brand new one for like $140 because they used to be a lot higher than that. I don't know what the original price. I'm like, well, I just went ahead and bought another one, so I'd have two. Well, then the next time I got on their clearance deal, it was like $105 for a brand new one. I'm like, I'm not going to potentially spend $100 plus all the shipping to have this one rebuilt or fixed, or maybe not fixed. If I could just buy another brand new one. Now I know it's kind of going backwards, but or not progressing. But for the price, I can run those for now. They're working for my program.
Yeah.
And but anyway, we can. That's a big rabbit trail we could really go down, but that's kind of depressing.
Oh God. Yeah, I mean it's like we used to, like my buddy Greg's car ran the digital 6 Plus MSD box. It was programmable, had two-step and all that stuff in it. It was a really good box. The only problem is we kept having problems frying them. They get too hot. No matter where we put them, they get hot and they'd short out. We went through like 4 of them, and Greg was one of those guys like, I'll send it off later. Just buy another one. Just buy another one.
Yeah.
Just buy another one. So we have like 4 boxes that are no good that need to be fixed. And but it sucks because I really like them. They're really good. Like they're easy to use. They're user friendly and they work well when they work. But when they work. This Hyperspark stuff, though, I'm pretty pleased with the Hyperspark stuff so far in my car. Like everything, it's got everything's really accurate. The time marks look good on the plugs. Good even burn. Like everything looks really, really good. So I'm pleased with it so far.
So of course on my shelf that I just recently moved. I don't know if I got 6 boxes of Excel plug wires.
Jeez,
nice.
Well, they're the 3 of them are 90-degree boots, and 3 of them are like the 115 or angle boots.
Wait.
So the 8.8.
Chad, I'll be back. We're gonna go use the little boys' room.
Yeah, but they had Holly's having their big clearance, and of course Excel is part of Holly now, and they're trying to phase out Excel. But those are the the 8.8 racing wires, like originally 150 some dollars. They have like $23. Like I'm all the time needing plug wires.
Yeah.
And it's always 90s or the 115 angled.
Yeah.
So buy 3 sets of each, and they only got plenty of plug wires for a little while.
Yeah. You won't catch me dead running an MSD wire. I won't pay for them overpriced pieces of junk.
MSD?
Junk. They're junk wires. They've always been junk wires. Yeah,
I had
a set of the live wires on my car.
Yeah.
Which they're pretty nice. And then there's another guy. There's a guy named Steve. Oh, geez. I knew I was going to brain fart it. Dude, he makes a super nice. Summit sells them, but he's like a small company. And his name's Steve. I'll have to remember his last name. But it's the wires named after him. But, dude, 10-millimeter wires.
Wow.
10-millimeter wires, $135. And they are super
Holy
nice.
crap.
Yeah, they are super. That's what Richie runs on his Camaro or killer wire.
Yeah.
Yeah. MSDs are junk. Junk.
Well, see, I bought some, just some, for my junk, mostly stock stuff. I got some Taylors, and some Summit brands. And I can't remember. I think one that said it's Taylor's. I don't know, but I can't remember if it's Taylor's or the Summit brand. I think it's a Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
It just run like crap. And I ohmed out the wire, and the wire was bad.
Yeah, dude.
Right out of the box.
Yeah, Taylors are no good. Look pretty.
Yeah.
No good though.
Yeah. And that's the thing is I'm so old school. I still go by the name.
Right.
It's like used to Taylor wires.
Mm-hmm.
Used to
great.
Taylor wires, Mallory ignition,
Yep.
all these name brands that used to be the shit, or they've been bought out and the name is nothing.
There's a guy, and I need to get his name from Eric, but if you ever decide to change ignitions, he's a very small company out of the back of his house on some property he owns. He builds his own ignition systems, his own ignition boxes, and they are awesome. And they are not unreasonably priced compared to like your MSD crap. And he basically takes the things that suck about MSD and he tweaks his stuff to make it better. And I've looked at him and I was going to put his system in my car before I went with the fuel injection stuff. But because I went with the fuel injection stuff, I wanted to keep it all Holley so that it communicated properly. Yeah. But I had it all picked out. I was gonna do it. He had like something comparable to a 7, the gold box, but with all kinds of different stuff. And you could data log with it and the whole nine. Like,
oh really?
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool. And he does it. It's very nice finish, a very clean box, the way it looks, and he does it all in house. He's got like him and his sons and a couple of other people that work there with him. They build them. They're pretty neat. I'll find out the name and I'll send it to you. You can go to his website and check them out. They got some cool stuff. Hey, that's kind of where I'm at with stuff anymore. Is all the name brand stuff that I used to love growing up, Holley, all this stuff. Like Holley's Holley, right?
Yeah.
But the bodies of the carburetors have changed, and the main body does not like multiple jet changes. You change the jets on a new bodied Holley 6 or 7 times, you're going to helicoil the main body.
Yeah.
It's just a joke.
Steve Hyten's asking if it's Scott Drake.
No, it's not Scott Drake. He does. So when I rebuilt my Mustang, I had a 65 Mustang, and I used a lot of his stuff. And there was a lot of stuff that was really good from them, but I did get a couple things that suck from them too. But they have levels with his stuff. Scott Drake, they've got some levels to his stuff, and but no, I cannot remember the guy's name. I will. If Eric was up, I'd text him, but that old man's asleep. He goes to bed about 9:30. Yeah,
I should be in bed, but this is too much fun.
Yeah, you got to work.
Right.
So do I. It sucks. But back to the straight six thing. Now,
yes,
you get me excited with the straight six thing because.
Well, I know, and I remember you and I have actually had some conversations about straight sixes before I even had one.
Yep.
Or maybe when I got that 76, you started getting all kind of horned up about it because you've had experience with it.
Man,
honestly,
I'm gonna tell you,
these two trucks are the first two straight six trucks I have personally owned. Now, I've highlighted my cousin Brad Cohen, his comment. He said, "Hello, everyone," because he's with us
Brad.
from Utah. I can't remember where he lives now. But anyways, hey Brad, if you want to join in the live, you can. I think I got the link. It's a few comments up. But Brad, my cousin, when he was, he's like, I think 2-3 years older than I am. So when he was 16, maybe 15 or 16, he bought a truck, an old square body, and I didn't think about it when I first got this truck, but I was underneath the hood of it, just looking at it, and memories started coming back. And that's the coolest thing about these old trucks. Idaho. All right. Yeah, he's from Idaho. Or in Idaho right now.
Yeah.
But, that's one of the big comments I get about the square body stuff is the memories that they bring back from people. My grandpa had this truck, or my uncle had this truck, whatever. And for me, it's like I was looking underneath the hood of this truck, and a memory came back. Like it was my cousin Brad's truck that he bought when we were kids. I'm pretty sure he was 15 or 16. I don't remember. But he lived out by our grandpa, and he had this old square body and 250 straight six. I think it was a 3 on the tree. But it's like, in my mind, it's like, it's just like, man, it reminded me of his truck. Because I remember we got I don't remember what we done with it. I just remembered we messed around with it, and it was fun.
Yeah.
And, the memories these old trucks bring back for people is cool.
Yeah.
Right.
But then where we're at now is the memories we can create with these trucks.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying it the whole time on this live, and like, I'm not worried about being the fastest out there with the 339, the 4-speed. I'm not worried about being the fastest with the 250 straight six and the 3-speed. It's just about the fun and the memories.
Right. Yeah. Hell yeah.
If anything, I want to be remembered as, man, remember that guy on YouTube that had that Stroker 305 and a grainy low 4-speed that was just out there ripping it up?
He had that weird cousin with the American flag cut off sleeve shirt and always
short shorts.
Yeah.
And so, and then he got a 250 straight six, and he was hot rodding it and doing stupid stuff with it, and I'm not going to be able to stick these things. I mean, neither one of these will run with Mike Honcha. They're not going to be. I'm not going to be able to line up against. Yeah, we're not going to be able to line up with Cletus McFarland's, mullet, or Leroy, or any of that kind of caliber of stuff. But that's not the point. The point is we are having fun within our means,
100%.
And
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, this thing right here, that was the most fun I ever had in a car. 63
Beautiful.
four-door Nova.
oh,
Bought it.
wait a minute. I mean,
Uh-oh.
I haven't heard all of your stories, but I did hear a story about was it a satellite that you bought?
Yeah, the only motor car I've ever owned. Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember you telling that story, and I think you may have had a lot of fun in that car too.
No, this car was a ton of fun. I'll tell you why. The story behind this car, getting this car was amazing. Okay. And it was painted when I got it. I had started the paint and body work on it to repaint it. And then the company I worked for went out of business. That's why the nose is primered in this picture. But it did have original paint. It had 61,000 miles on it. And
Nice.
I was sitting in the paint booth mixing some color one day, and I saw an ad and it had no picture. It said 63 Nova, $1,500. If you want to come look at the car, or if you want to buy a car, come look at it. I'm not going to answer a million questions, right? So I was like, well, that guy sounds like a real asshole. I'd like to talk to him. So I called him. Yeah. I'm intrigued when I see shit like that, you know, like I like that. That guy's a no nonsense son of a bitch. He's I got a Nova. If you want the son of a bitch, come get it. And if you don't, kiss my ass. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So I called him. And I was like, hey, I was calling about your Nova. And he goes, yeah. And I was like, well, I'd like to come out and take a look at it. Yeah. When do you want to come? And I was like, well, I can come tomorrow. Where are you at? And he goes, well, call me tomorrow if you're still serious about it, and I'll tell you where I'm at. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is going to be great. So I call him the next day. I told my wife, we were dating at the time. I said, hey, I want to go check out this Nova, but this guy sounds like a real dick. So let's go out there and see what it's all about.
Yeah.
So we pull up we drive out to the hood. He lives like in the hood of Rockwall, on the other side of Rockwall. And he's got like 12 acres in the middle of this neighborhood. Like there's just houses that line all around his property. And there's a gate in front. So I pull up and there's a bunch of shirtless 50-year-olds just hanging out there with a couple of like John boats and shit. And I was like, I don't know if this is the right place or not. And so I pull up to the gate and they turn around and this dude comes over and he's got a wad of chaw so big in his mouth it's hanging out over his teeth and hanging out over his lip. And he's got a hat on, and on the brim, he's got 6 small lights duct taped to the brim. Okay. And he walks up to the gate and he goes, can I help you? And I said, yeah, I called you about that Nova yesterday. I'm here to look at it. And he goes, oh, yeah, give me a minute. And so he waddles his chunky ass back over to the boat and talks to them guys for a minute. And he comes back, opens the gate, goes, pull in. I was like, all right. So he goes, it's in the back barn. I said, all right. So we went back there to the barn and there, you know, he opened it up and there was the car and it had a bunch of shit in front of it. And he goes, give me a minute and I'll move all the stuff. It's all right. So he moves all the stuff out of the way. And I'm noticing he's got a lot of cool stuff like motorcycles. Like he had a bunch of BSAs and like old Triumphs and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, dang, what are you doing with all these motorcycles? Oh, I find one, I buy one. I'm like, yeah, I got you. So he gets in the car and the dome light comes on. I'm like, man, that's promising. Yeah, anytime you get in an old car and a dome light comes on, that's a rare bird. Right. So he fired it up and it fired right up and drove right out of the barn. And I went and looked, I looked inside of it. The interior was mint, didn't have any tears, rips in the seats, and nothing. It was a rubber mat car. It was a 300 model. So it wasn't a 400 trim because they did 300 and 400 trim in 63 and 4. Then in 5, they came out with the SS model. Right. So, or maybe, no, they had an SS model in 64. I might be speaking wrong, but it was still 400 trim. It was still 6-cylinder only. So, anyway, I was like, well, what do you want for it? Because he didn't have a price. He goes, I want $1,500 for it. And I was like, okay. I thought, man, that's a steal, you know? And so he got a title to it. He goes, shit, no, I lost that title a long time ago. I was like, yeah. I was like, well, he goes, all I do is get pissed drunk and we drive it down to the other side of here and there's a little pond we fish on and then we drive it back. And I was like, okay, well, I'll take it. And he goes, okay, cool, done deal. So I said, I got to go get my buddy's trailer. I didn't have one at the time. I said, and I'll come back. I'll give you $500. I'll come back tomorrow and I'll get the car. And he goes, well, shit, just take my trailer. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, shit, just take my trailer, man. You can bring it back to me. I was like, well, I mean, if you want to let me use your trailer, then sure, let's do it. And so he goes, give me just a minute. Now, he had this barn sitting like so, right? And his house was over here, right? And then in front of the barn out here was just a concrete pad where I'm not really sure. There might have been something there at one point in time, but he parked his brand new F-150 on this pad, right? It probably wasn't a year old. And he goes down to the other end by the house and fires up this old F-250, like a 76 model F-250. And he pulls up to the front, pulls the front of the truck up to the trailer, and he has a hitch on the front of it. So he backs up and he's driving the trailer around, and he goes to put it in front of the Nova, and he damn near hit the shit out of the Nova. Like, I was like, oh God, because he's hauling ass. I'm like, oh. And then he puts it in reverse and he floors it because it kind of stuttered a little bit. And he's like, mats it. Because that's what happened. That's what you're supposed to do when they stutter, feed all the onions. And so he fed them all the onions, and that 390 was like, shit, yeah, let's go in reverse. So he flies backwards and slams broadsides the shit out of his brand new truck. Just broadsides the shit out of it. Takes out both doors, blows the passengers, or the head airbag deployed for some reason. It shouldn't deploy unless somebody's in there, but it blew the airbag. And then he didn't even skip a beat, dude. He puts it back in drive and drives back up and parks the trailer in front of the Nova, and he gets out and he goes, well, it looks like I put a little ding in my truck. I was like, you totaled it. It's cool. That's not usable anymore, but that's fine. Whatever you want to think. So I pull my truck around, we hitch up to it, right? And you think, like, that's crazy enough. They can't get any better than that. No, let me tell you, it gets better. I get the car on the trailer, and the guy goes, when you bring the trailer back tomorrow, just pull it in that front gate area. I said, okay. I says, is it locked? He goes, yeah. It's got a lock on it. The code is 0000. And I said, okay. And he goes, and in case you forget, I colored all the zeros red. So just line up all the red. It's like,
you can't make that shit up.
So I drive it home. I unload it, and no, I drove it to Eric's house. That's what I went to show him. And I told the dude I wouldn't be back with his trailer till tomorrow. He said that's fine. So we pulled it off the trailer, and it ran, but it ran a little shitty. So we tinkered with it and got it run a little better, And I was like, well, shit, let's drive it down to the gas station and throw some gas in it. So we drove it down to the gas station, filled it sucker up. I mean, I filled it all the way up, and we drive it back, and we played around with it for a little bit. He goes, man, that's a hell of a buy. I said, yeah, I know. This thing's great. So I pull it back on the trailer, and when we get on the trailer, I'm like, is it leaking? And he goes, well, yeah, it's leaking a little gas. I was like, yeah, it is, isn't it? So I crawl underneath there. I was like, huh. It was coming out on the corner of the gas tank, and I touched it with my finger. When I touched it with my finger, and it just starts pissing fucking all the gas out of it. I'm like, oh no. So here I'm like, but it's like a small stream. It's like this much.
Yeah,
So
touch it.
I'm like, shit, and so we had to sit there on Eric Street for like 2 hours while it drained out. We opened up the gas gap, trying to help it go a little faster. I tried to make the hole a little bigger, but it was pretty sturdy all the way around that little area. And we waited until it all drained out because I thought, man, if I drive home, some jackass is going to throw a cigarette out and we're going to have a trail of flame. So we drained it out there in the street and avoided EPA biting down on us. And I drove it home, unloaded it, went in the house, went to bed. Next day I get up, call Vance. His name was Vance Jackman, by the way. That's an interesting name. He's like, Vance Jackman. I'm like, put her there, So I call Vance in the morning. I called Vance in the morning. And I said, "Hey, Vance, I was just going to let you know I'm gonna head your way, and I didn't know if you were home, but I was letting you know I'm bringing your trailer back." And he goes, "Yeah, all right." I was like, "All right, bud." So I drive back to Vance Jackman's house, and I pull up to the gate with the lock on it, where all the numbers are numbered in red, 0000. And I get to the gate, and I go to open it, and I'll be goddamn if that was not the case. All zeros, all red. And I open it up, and about that time, he comes waddling down the hill with his little three-legged, one-eyed pit bull on his golf cart. And he's wearing nothing but a pair of those 1990s Speedo boxer, like bike racers. He looked like he was riding a fucking bike, like hauling ass on a bike. Yeah. He was wearing nothing but those, a pair of flip-flops. And he pulls up to the gate and he goes, "How's the trailer do?" And I was like, "Well, it's fucking here. So good." And he's like, "Cool, pull it on in here and then come meet me over at the house." I said, "Okay." So I pulled in there and I come over to the house. And his wife is yelling at him like just loud. Like she's just, "Vance! Vance!" And I'm like, "Oh my Jesus Christ, Vance, would you just answer the woman? She obviously needs you for something." But she comes out the back door and she's wearing a muumuu. Okay. And
Oh yeah.
fresh
Oh
out
yeah.
the shower and the wind's blowing.
Yes.
Let me tell you, buddy.
Yes.
The wind blew that whole sucker up, full frontal. I got the whole shitty bang bang.
Everything. Everything.
Yeah, everything all at once. And all she said was, "Woo, it's windy." I was like, "Yeah, it is. It is. It's really windy." So I'm like, "All right, man. Well, I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna get out of here." And he's like, "Yeah." And I go get my truck, and this fucker leans against my door. And I got my door open, and he's leaning on the inside of my door. He's all sweaty and shit. I'm like, "Oh God, please don't, please don't. You're getting titty sweat on my door. Let's just stop." And he leans in. And he goes, "I think that's gonna make you a real nice car." And I said, "Yeah, I think so too." And he goes, "I hope you do something real cool with it. It's just been sitting here." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm going to do something real cool with it." And as he's talking to me, he reaches into his fucking shorts. Now, mind you, I don't know if you've ever worn a pair of those or not. They don't have pockets. Okay? So he reaches into his frontal crotch area and pulls a dove out, a dead dove. And he's leaning on my door and he starts pulling the fucking wings off of it. And he reaches around, rips the head off of it. And he's like, "Yep," and sticks his fingers down his throat and pulls the breast out and blows blood all over my door panel. And he goes, "You ever eat dove meat? That's some good meat right there. Ain't much, but it's real good meat." And then he just throws the carcass, and the three-legged, one-eyed pit bull goes to town on eating what was left of it. And he goes, "You ought to come over and barbecue with us sometime," while he's holding this beating heart of a dead bird. And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, we cook all kinds of stuff over here, but he goes, sometimes we'll invite some of the shitty neighbors over and we'll feed them possum and rat and all kinds of shit." I was like, "Hey, Vance, I tell you what, I'm going to keep your number, bud, and I'm going to hit you up. We're going to come over and have some food with you sometime. I'm super excited. Maybe we see your old lady's titties again or something. I don't know. It'd be real good." And so yeah.
You probably had a lot of that clear jar with him too.
Bro, I will never forget Vance Jackman.
Hey, Brad. Did we have any family members named Vance that was down Texas?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. It sounds awfully familiar.
Yes, it does.
Vance Jackman is forever imprinted in my mind.
Jackman.
Dude, every time I drive back to DFW, if I go 30, I pass his exit. I'll never forget his exit either. I always pass. I'm like, "Man, I wonder if old Vance is still running around in a pair of bike shorts, just doing stuff."
Man,
good dude. That was a great car. But that 230 I had in there, I was going to tell you, I had a 194 in it, and I put a 230 in it when it hung a valve.
Yeah.
And I put a comp up. The cam was massive. The cam was bigger than I had in the big block that I had in the car, the Malibu before. It was big. And I put an Offenhauser intake with two lungers on it. and a header and straight pipe, dual straight pipes all the way out the back, 2.25 inch, no mufflers. And I just ran a dual point distributor. And dude, that thing ran like a sky. It was a 3-speed too, but I put it in the floor. I found an old stock Hurst filter on eBay, and I stuck it on the floor. And my buddy had a 350 and a 54 Bel Air, and he could not keep up with that little sucker.
I of course, obviously, I've actually got 3 of these 250 straight sixes. I've got 2 that run, and I got that one that came out of a late 70s Nova that it's just been kind of tossed around my yard. But man, the headers, which Flowtech, Summit has some Flowtech headers that it's not really. They're the 3, it's 2 headers.
Yes.
Individual for 3 cylinders each. They're like $220. That's not bad for headers. And then, but the intake manifolds, and Comp has some decent cam swans that are reasonably priced, not outrageous, but the intake manifolds are ridiculous, like $600-700 for 4-barrel intake for those things.
Yep.
And so, I might have to keep it interesting. We may do the header thing. We may do the camshaft. But on the other hand, it's not in my possession yet. But I've got a turbo, a small turbo that's supposed to be mine. And I know, Ryan, you and I have talked about when I got that 76. You got all, we kind of had the same conversation. You got all excited because it had a straight 6 in that 76,
Yep.
And was it Phytech that had the 1-barrel fuel injection system?
What's that now? The Phytech? Yeah, Phytech does. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Holly does too. Holly does too.
Or maybe it's Holly. I don't remember. You were telling me about it. Like, oh man,
yeah, they both do.
Get this, and then put a turbo on it. I'm like, oh, that truck is not. I'm not doing that with that truck. But this truck, this truck, is not saying original. This is like squeaky 0.5. No, it's 78. Okay. It's the same year as Squeaky, and actually they were built in the same plant, built in St. Louis.
Well, I'll be damned.
Yeah, kind of weird, but
so hear me out real quick. Okay. A VS Racing 70 is very cheap. So VS Racing 70, and then make your own intake. Make your own intake, and do a Holly Super Sniper 4-barrel on it. But you have the 3-bar map sensor for the turbo, because I don't know if the 2-lungers do that. And put that on that, and then go really, really, really fast and make weird
straight.
I don't even know what's. Yeah, no, but it sounds like a V6 way up top. Yeah.
This thing is like straight out of manifold because the exhaust pipe is not hooked up to it because he broke because the guy I bought it from, in his defense, actually, me and him messaged for like 2 hours today in between the time I got off work and getting started on the live. about the title and all that stuff. But he's like, man, I watched your video, and the dude's a tattoo artist. I'm like, because the reason he wasn't actually there when I bought the truck is he was in California for some sort of big tattoo convention or something. So I was like joking with his wife, like, hey, if he's mobile, maybe he can come to my shop and we could do like a video of him giving me a tattoo, like a square body something or rather tattoo.
Yeah.
And because, you know, I kind of like tattoos. And
right.
But he was texting me back and was like, man, I watched your video. Said, that truck is the way I bought it. I didn't do none of that crap to that truck. I'm like, I know, man. I know. Well,
not me.
Other than the transmission crossmember bolts missing, and the power steering pump not being hooked up or not being tight, the belt's not tight, and being drained. Because he told me, he said, I unhooked everything. He said, I was getting ready to pull the engine and transmission out. He said, then I got, you know, he got busy doing his thing and just kind of threw it back together to get it running so whoever wanted to buy it could drive it. I'm like, okay. And the last person that was possibly going to buy it is when the radiator fell back into the fan and ripped the radiator up. Which I had another radiator put in there, but the transmission crossmember, that's pretty fun. I mean, the hood only had like 3 bolts in it, so we bolted the hood down tight. But me and the boys, why would we put transmission crossmember bolts in? Don't worry about that. We'll bolt the hood down. We ain't gonna bolt the transmission down.
Sure.
But yeah, the guy's like, you know, that's the way I bought the truck. I said, I know it is. I said, dude, you were completely honest. Everything you told me about the truck was honest, and that's why I bought it for what I needed it for, and it's actually turned into something different, and it keeps progressing, and yeah, who knows?
Yeah, hey, you know what? When you come down here, you know, at Summit, they have the clearance section, and a lot of times there's super stickers in there. For really
and that's
I'm not trying to stoke any fire.
Yeah, so that's what I was. That's been in the back of my mind the whole time because I know the last time you and I were talking about the other straight sticks I bought. You're talking, hey, Summit's always got these super sniper stuff on clearance that, you know, work right around that thing, and you can put this on this, a turbo and this and that. I'm like, no, not for that truck. I'm not going to do that on that truck. Well, this truck, yeah. This truck, how cool would it be to have a fuel injected turbo straight six with the 3 on the tree, just jamming it the best I could.
You said automatic with a trans brake wrong.
Well, maybe start out with the, but
it still sounds like you're saying it wrong.
I know,
hey,
but
turbo 350 with a trans brake. Just say that out loud. Turbo 350 with a trans brake.
Well, that was my original idea. Is a turbo 350 because I got like 3 or 4 of them sitting in a barn.
Yeah, that shift.
Well, I don't know.
Probably
they may be rebuilt. But
I got one. You're not shooting far enough. Shooting far enough, Chad. Twin turbo, 2 turbos.
Ooh.
You got 3 cylinders on one exhaust, 3 cylinders on the other exhaust, 3 cylinders on one intake, 3 cylinders on the other. You got to go with twin turbos. Just saying. Just kicking it out there.
Let me ask you guys a question. Have any of you, through the years of this beautiful thing we call the internet, have any of you experienced the Mighty Six? Does that ring
The
a bell
Mighty
to you?
Six.
The Mighty
It
Six.
it rings a bell, but I don't know any specifics.
Okay, so the Mighty Six was, I think it was father and son that. Well, actually, Lagmeister says over here he has a confession to make that he sold his TBI 350 for a 12-valve Cummins. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's actually pretty rad. What did Blake say? Ever since owning multiple oil bars, I sleep better at night knowing I always have a project.
Yeah. It's the same thing with square bodies or all of it.
Yeah. But the Mighty Six, okay, so they took a 35 Chevrolet pickup, and it is all steel. It's blue. And in the beginning, it had I want to say, a blown 300-inch straight six in it. And it had a big BDS blower on it, or it might have been nitrous. It was one of the two. At one point in time, they had a nitrous setup on it, and then they ended up going turbo. And it was always cool because every time they put out a video, I was like, oh, man. Of course, it was like in 360p. It was grainy as hell, but it was awesome. And the last time I saw that truck, I think that they ran like somewhere in the 5s of the 8th mile with it. And it was a small tire, stock body, all steel, 35 Chevrolet with a straight six, 300-inch GMC straight six in it. And they used to do videos. They do dyno videos. I think on nitrous, they ended up making it make like a little over 700 horsepower. And this is back in the early 2000s. And they made a little over 700 on the squeeze on a 300. And that thing sounded wow when they hit it, man. It just. I'm like, dude, that's freaking mad. And then I think they ended up with a turbo on it. I think they ended up making like somewhere around 12 or 1300 horsepower with it. And that's the last I ever heard of it. I don't know if it's still around. I don't know if they're still doing stuff with it, but if you ever get bored, go look up, just go type in Mighty Six. And they used to have a website, mighty6.com, and it was all about that truck. It was so freaking.
And I've been saying this whole life is I like to build foundations.
Oh yeah.
You know, let's start with a good foundation. Let's start with what we got.
Yeah.
And build up from there.
Ease into it.
Ease into it. And
ease
so that's the thing is what this truck was when I first seen it on Facebook Marketplace was just a parts truck.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like
Pro mod.
It's
Pro mod truck. Yes.
And
yes. The worst thing you could have ever done was meet me. I'm the worst influence ever.
I know that for sure.
Duddy tells me daily how much I'm a freaking bad influence.
Yeah.
I am the direct cause for him blowing up his cod every time, is what he's told me, because ever since he met me, I am the reason his cod is blown up. Because every time he's done something with racing with me, his truck blows up.
And his truck doesn't have anything to do with it other than hauling the race car there.
Yeah, it just hauls the race car. That's the tow rig. Yeah. Yeah. His race car runs fine every time.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
The mouth of the South. Get it?
The mouth of the mouth of the South. Ryan Wing.
Oh, Blake's foot's still swollen after his 3-day bee sting, man. That sucks.
Oh, well.
Yeah. They got you in the sweet meat. Got you in the sweet meat. Yeah, no, but that's ease into it. Do some research on the old 250s. And
well,
used to be a guy out of California used to do a bunch of cool stuff with the heads on those things that you can do.
I know.
Making cool videos on. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot a guy could do with the 250 straight six. The biggest issue is it costs a lot. It takes a lot of money, and
But you're
which I put a lot of money. Yeah, I am.
You're on YouTube, so you're gonna be rich.
But see, and that's the thing is, I've got more money tied up in a stroke 339 or 305 that's not even running yet. That's the most money I've ever put into any engine. And it's still not running yet, and it's like, yeah.
Look, I didn't want to bring up the 339. I wasn't going to do it.
It's already been brought up. It'll happen.
Let me ask you a question. Did you get a proper ball busting from anyone on that?
Not it. Everybody so far has been.
That's your nuts.
Yeah. Everybody so far has been pretty nice. I think everybody just give up on it. Is what it is. Yeah. And then what I'm hoping, because we got 7 people showing up on my deal. There's 7 people watching. And I don't know if that includes the 3 of you guys in here live with me, so that'd be 4 other guys.
No, that's 7. That's 7 whole other people watching.
7. Okay, so we got 10 people. Nope, 9 people. It went back down to 6.
What?
So anyway, maybe if, dragging my feet on 339 when I finally get back to it.
Yeah,
it'll be boom, blow up, and what? Yeah, not blow up literally.
Let's say that. No.
Yeah, because that's the thing is the way that 305 was before. I could care less if it blew up, but now I'm like, I don't know how much I really want to put to it because I don't want to blow it up, but I've put the homework and all the time into it and everything it should handle everything.
Look, 339 is how I found your channel. That's what Steve said.
Yeah.
Jacob, let me ask you a question. It's Chad's #1 fan.
Shoot.
And I'm gonna go ahead and say it. You should be probably at this point in time. You should be like at least on the board of directors of Square Body stuff.
Yep.
Did you feel like that was a proper ball busting on the 339?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
God,
yeah.
Chad.
Yeah.
No, I don't want that 339 going in that truck until that big block gets a good pass. Okay?
Yeah,
big block guy, and I need that big block to give me what I want.
See, that's the thing. I'm a big block guy also, and that's why it don't make any sense to me to be doing this other stuff. But yes, the big block needs to have a good night with several passes at the track, nitrous and everything, and because it's been dyno tuned with 150 shot.
Yeah.
So I have no excuses other than I just haven't made the time to get to the track. But then, yeah. So, and then I got to get the 339 built, and then the old switcheroo, and then get the 454 done what I want to do to it, putting cream puff, and then I get the straight 6 running, and
yeah.
So Ryan, all right,
yeah.
Let's talk about ball busting.
Okay, here we go. You want to get it.
How's the 55 project going?
I don't want to talk about that. Next question.
Okay, so how's the 55 project going? Because I've got 289 that was going to build a screamer out of.
Let's show you how.
and we gonna put in a 55 gasser that the mouth from the south was gonna build, and I was gonna build a screaming 289 to put in it, and
yeah. So so about that. Let's if you want to go there.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I went there.
Okay. Okay, fine. I'm trying to pull it up right now. And this stupid thing didn't want to work. Listen. Just give me a second.
So, did you just leave at your old house?
There you go.
I can't read that. Yeah, I know it's on Facebook Marketplace.
Oh.
And, because you got a bigger shop.
Highest view videos.
You got a bigger shop. You got a bigger shop and more of an opportunity. Yeah.
I can feel it.
Here.
I can feel it. Oh.
You've got a 55 with a bunch of a whole legacy of history behind it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna.
And it fell into your lap. Yeah, and you got a bigger shop now.
Yeah.
You got more opportunities to work on it because you're in the country life. You don't have to worry about the HOA breathing down your neck. Because you're running the fender wheel exit headers and banging the force feed and.
So let's okay. Look, you two, Legmeister, you have a good one. Look, here's the deal. Look, can we? Okay, all right. So there comes a time in every man's life where you have to put shit in perspective, and currently that car is impeding crucial workspace for the Malibu. Now,
so that car can just like hang out. I've got a field of dreams. I've Google mapped your property.
Yeah.
I've seen your pond. I've seen your property.
Yeah.
You've got enough of a field of dreams. That car sat out in the weather for long enough before you got it.
Well,
and
so you're saying the 55 needs to hang out at the pond and go fishing for a minute while it's waiting on him to fix it? Okay.
Till he gets balls enough to actually put my honcho to the mat. And actually, his Mike Honcho big block runs at eight grand, but he shifts it like a bitch at 6,200 RPM.
Well,
so all of this for any of those 5-6 people watching, I'm gonna be.
It's the ice pack.
Yeah. So here we go. Give me a second here.
Okay, man. No more kicking. That the man's down now. He's down.
No. You don't understand. See, this is my brand new race clip helmet that I've worn once at the track, and I'm going to take this down to Texas with me next weekend, and I'm going to show Ryan how a Mother Ether dirt block needs to be drove.
Wow.
Boys, I tell you what, this turned into a good old fashioned Rochambeau. All right.
Yeah, so you're flicking the old testes about my straight six. putting a trans brake in my turbo 350. Do you have a trans brake in your turbo 400 behind your big 468 twin sniper big block?
No.
Okay.
I should.
Yeah.
He said, "No, you're kicking the ice bag."
Have you? Are you hitting the limiter before you shift that thing?
No, I don't even get close.
Okay.
I'm not man enough. I'm not man enough to
Okay. So.
Are you happy now? You've exposed me. No shit. Are you pleased? Are you satisfied?
I mean,
I'm fine. Look, here's the deal. Balls get lost from time to time, and you've got to find the fuckers, okay? And somewhere they rolled out of my goddamn pocket, okay? And I haven't found them yet. As soon as I find my balls, I'm going to run that fucker all the way up there where it belongs at 7,700.
All right, Ricky Bobby. Get your balls back, Ricky Bobby.
Can't go fast.
I'll go fast, Ricky Bobby.
Listen, inside the car, it sounds like the RPMs are way on up there, and they're just not according to the computing system that I should.
Okay,
not
so
does me a bit.
Does the car have a rev limiter where if you hold it to the floor, it will stop at a certain RPM?
I'm not sure. It's supposed to, but I've never even gotten close.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried. I don't know. I got the burnouts way up there, and I just to test to see if it has one because I'd rather. Yeah, and I don't know. Listen, here's the thing.
Chad, he's still in his break-in period. Chad, he's still in the break-in period. Okay.
Thanks.
That thing is made.
Like, thank you.
That thing is made so much popcorn. It is well broke in. Come on. Yeah. So. Yeah.
KO.
So yeah. All right. Blake. Yeah, Blake needs to be in here. The one time.
Oh.
The one time I need Blake. I need Blake in my corner.
Listen.
Let's bust the big head's balls.
All right, so here's the thing. I've decided
he's busting my balls about a 250 straight stick.
Listen, I have.
And then, he's got a 468 big block with a 700 million lift cam in it, twin Holly snipers, and all this other stuff, and he's never hit the limiter on it because he's too scared.
Listen.
Oh, yes. Here we go.
Was summoned.
Oh, jeez, here we go.
Down with the sickness.
What is wrong with
Jacob, help me, man.
We need the Mopar guy in here to really stir the shit up.
Damn it.
Why am I not running that bitch through the back door, Ryan? What the hell? Lifting at the 1,000 foot, or what is the 1,000 foot in the eighth? The 666.
It's like 500 feet.
Lagmeister has a good point. You're busting my balls about my 110 base horsepower, and you're what did Mike Honcho put down on the rollers?
I don't want to. It's never been on the rollers, but on the engine dyno, I don't want to say.
I'll tell you one thing. That thing makes a John Force burnout.
It'll make a hell of a burnout. It'll make a hell of a burnout, but once it gets to the beams, it's like something happens at the beams.
Oh man.
From the burnout box to the beams, it's ridiculous. And then once it gets to the beams, there's something, maybe you need to talk to the track official and say there's something with the beams that's interfering with your, like, something.
Were you pushing through the brakes, Ryan?
No, I was trying to jump him. I went in shallow and tried to roll out.
Yeah.
Well, I heard you say that you were trying to do like the pro bracket racer stage deep.
Yeah.
Usually that never works unless you like pump the shit out of the brakes like 8 times before you pre-stage.
No, I was trying to stage shallow so that I barely lit that top beam so I could start rolling out as the light was coming down and it wouldn't trip the second beam. It almost worked too, man. You slow the video down and my bottom bulb let off right as the ambers were on. I was like, oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
I only made 2 passes in that car. I'll get there.
Yeah.
That was by choice, people.
No.
Not because he didn't want to make more. He only wanted to make 2 passes.
No, it's because the car breaks every time I make a pass. I'll make a pass.
Because it wasn't a. There it is. The word right there.
Oh, geez. Oh, fuck. Here we go with
what was the car that ran all the passes all night?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Daddy's already been busting my balls.
I think Daddy's old stop sign quarter panels done a lot of passes, didn't it?
If that's all you guys got is Duddy's quarter panels to make fun of, after that guy put down, I think it was like 93 passes that day.
Dude, he made so many passes. Dude, he had so many slips at the end of the day. It looked like a fucking notebook.
But Ryan, it's no different anytime we do anything. When we're at No Name Nationals, who were making hot lap passes, all the A-body row that was parked next to us, we just kept making circles. You thought we were circle tractors.
That's why I told Duddy.
I was busy building a drive shaft.
Yeah, all you Chevy guys are all working on your damn stuff, while all of us Mopar guys are just having fun running high 7s.
I was busy building drive shafts. Ryan was busy making popcorn. Well, the Mopar, now the Mopar truck guy in between us was also busy putting U-joints and drive shafts in his truck. So,
but he surrounded himself with all that Chevy bad juju.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And then the other Chevy guy on the other side of me, oiled down the track and shut the track down.
Yeah, it wasn't a good showing.
And then the next Chevy guy on the other side of him, he had a dirt track car that was screened at 7 million RPM, but he had like 742 gears in it, and
guys,
a half load of gravel.
Listening to this, banter back and forth, I think I've decided to shut down the YouTube channel and go back into just building like plastic models.
You'd probably be better off.
Way more rewarding.
Brian, they don't let whatever you want to do, buddy.
You don't have to have rev limiters on them because apparently rev limiters don't mean anything to you because you don't get there to them. You don't know what they're for. They're you don't even know what you're. I don't know.
Listen,
hey Chad, you remember the old white truck I had with a 250 straight 6? It had the 3-speed on it. It had the 3-speed on the floor. He was talking about doing good burnouts. I burnt many a tires out with that truck. Many.
Yeah.
Just run them till they pop.
Yeah. You know how many tires I popped on my BMX bike back in the day?
Yeah, I did that too. Hey, but I do recall that straight 6 that made like 110 horsepower. I don't recall it throwing any U-joints or breaking drive shafts or anything else. No. And I'm positive it didn't have a rev limiter. I just held it to the floor.
No.
when the motherfucker starts vibrating, that's where you let out.
No.
They have
just keep holding.
The valve springs were the rev limiter.
Yeah, that thing was throwing so much force at the rear wheels, the wheel weights were flying off.
Yeah. Well, you know, there was lots
We
of
didn't
dents
have
in the
wheel
truck,
rakes
so I
back
didn't.
then.
Holy sheep shit!
So
Sick.
talk about burnouts. Going back to my youth and Brad. Do you remember my first truck, old Whitey?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you was there, but I know Kevin and Vincent, our other cousins, were there, and I was sitting there doing burnouts in my first truck in the driveway, showing off to you guys while Dad wasn't home. And I mean, just smoke rolling. And I finally, I blew the transmission up, run out, I burned up the forward clutch pack in it. Yeah, it was. We had so much fun. It never went anywhere.
No, in the driveway.
No. Yep, just in the driveway. Never went anywhere. We just had burnouts and had fun. And
perfect. That's a perfect.
I remember the old 4-door Chevelle you had.
Yes. Yeah. I did burnouts in it too. I think I blew the transmission up in it too, showing off to you guys.
I think so. Transmissions didn't stay around you very long, did they?
No.
So during this live, I found out that Chad, you can't drive any of my shit.
No. No. But see, Ryan. All right,
Ryan,
so I'm gonna make it known. I'm gonna make it known.
Chad, stay away.
I'm gonna make it known. Ryan already agreed to let me drive my Concho while I'm down there.
You didn't even let me.
He
didn't even offer me to drive it.
It just wasn't right yet. That's why
it wasn't. It wasn't right. I wouldn't have gotten the full experience. I get it.
No,
hey, Chad.
If you fly back down here again, Lakey,
you don't need to worry about driving the Mopar and tearing it up. They usually don't make enough horsepower to do that.
That's true. I mean, see, that's why they can make. That's why they can just keep hot lapping. I mean, I could hot lap old Cream Puff. I mean, I could hot lap old Cream Puff all day long and never tear him up. It'll be consistent bracket racing all day long, same time every time.
Jacob,
just hot lap.
Jacob, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I just been laughing my ass off.
Here's the deal, Jacob. So collectively this year, everyone you see on your screen currently has made a collective like 5 passes down the track this year. So so one guy
I made like almost half of the passes he's talking about.
Yeah.
And none of them broke 20 seconds.
This guy down here, right? Over here.
Yeah, over there.
You talking about Blake?
Yeah, he made 2 passes, and let's just call. I mean, do we even call them passes? You cruise down.
Yeah, we call them passes, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. They were passes, right?
Yeah.
Chad has had one night at the track, and I would call them somewhat passes. And
yeah,
I have been to the track twice and have made 2 passes.
Okay, yeah.
So I haven't got to make my passes this year.
So what the hell is your point, Ryan?
The point is, we are the most bench racingest motherfuckers.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
I've been driving my car.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, I've been driving it since I fixed it. Why it made a 20-second pass?
I drove Honcho all over the place for like 6 months and didn't have one fucking problem. I take it in for an anti-roll bar, have every fucking problem. And
no, I'm driving the Dart, and it's got a huge problem. It wants to yank the steering wheel out of your hand every once in a while.
Oh God! See what I'm saying? Resin models. We can meet once a week and have a new build done and talk all about how much time we spend.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna buy slicks for the neon.
So I mean, if we're bench racing, I mean, one of us out of the 5 that's here actually got a dyno tuned truck or vehicle.
What's that equate to?
We're bench racing. It doesn't equate to anything. It just he just
about it.
Sir, I can assure you that I have a much frothier tune because I had Dave dyno tuning my car while we were walking down the streets.
Yeah, we've seen Dave's dyno tuning at No Name Nationals. That was magical.
No, that wasn't him. That was me.
So, yeah, I've dyno tuned my truck, and I haven't had it anywhere since. That's the epitome of bench racing.
We suck
Yeah,
at this.
it means nothing.
Oh, we suck at this shit.
Bullshit,
but it's fun.
It's
so
fun.
I blame it on ADHD. I get my car this close to being fixed, and I go, squirrel. What's that other project out there?
I
think that's what Scab's suffering from right now.
I've got the biggest case of blue balls of drag racing of anybody in the planet.
They're going to be back if we keep busting your balls.
Dude, hey, bro, right now they look like Rocky Balboa in the 12th round. Hey, Adrian, we did it.
I never told you to stop being a woman. Don't tell me to stop being a man.
Stop being a man.
So if not this coming Saturday, but the next Saturday when I'm down there in Tejas, and we take Mike Honcho to the drag strip, and you know, is it going to be weird when I relieve you? If I'm the one that relieves you of your blue balls, is that going to make it weird?
Very much so.
You know, let's go let Mike Honcho just hang it all out.
Yeah.
Gotta get this on camera.
What's the worst that's going to happen?
With the old nut hammer in cylinder 5 with some raised spots with all the secret sauce that you want to dump at it might not be great for it.
Yeah. I'll just say that it's really not that bad after my sandpaper tricks.
Yeah.
But I have done way worse with worse.
Yeah.
Well, then send it. Good sir.
It depends on how you tune it.
I mean, if it's already hurt, you know, can you really hurt it that much more?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Lots.
So Blake, you know, you're a ball player. I'm not a ball player, but I know ball players. You know, you get out there, you hurt your ankle. Are you going to quit? Or are you just going to keep pushing as hard as you can until your foot falls off?
I mean, like me as like a Brett Favre type of player, I'll play through the broken thumb. Yeah. Now, like, I'm not sure, is Ryan a Brett Favre or is he a Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, broken thumbs don't mean nothing because you can still walk with a broken thumb. You can't walk with a foot falling off because your ankle's broke.
You can't throw a football with a broken thumb, though.
Yeah, I'm more of a Tony Romo. Yeah. So back to the 55. The reason why the 55 is disappearing.
What? We were never talking about the. Well, never mind. Maybe you guys. Back to the 55.
We were.
Sorry.
We were.
This is where my ball busting session began.
We're circling back.
We haven't. I mean, we were going down a rabbit hole. The only thing we could have started talking about how my grandpa died in 2008, and stuff like that. We hadn't got to that part yet, but no, I think the 55 needs to go because I don't have the time for it. I need to work on Jake's truck. And
that Barracuda that I sent you.
No, that's a hard pass. I love it, but I can't.
$5,000.
I need to keep my eye on the Tiger, and what needs to happen is Honcho needs.
Ryan, what I'm hearing is, you've got too many projects, and that doesn't compute because
It's not that I have too many projects. It's that I don't have the ability to have multiple projects without going insane. I'm not built that way.
Wow.
Like, it drives me batshit crazy. The 55 is just sitting there. See, one could go, well, you have it. It's just sitting there. Let it set until you're ready to work on it. I'm not that way. I feel like
You're just like me, Ryan. As soon as you get rid of the 55 and you just have Mike Honcho and you're just starting to get it dialed in, you're going to start cow-eyeing other shit.
Yeah. Well,
why didn't I just keep the 55 so I'd have that nostalgic thing, and then we're gonna come back here and kick your balls again because you got rid of it, because you're gonna be whining like a little bitch.
All right.
So, I mean, I'm gonna say, because I do the same thing, because I was talking about my four-wheeler thing, my four-wheeler fetish,
fucking nice
early in this life, 5 hours ago. And I got rid of my dream four-wheeler, and I kick myself to this day for getting rid of it. And if I would have just kept it and never even rode it, I would still have it. I could still go sit on it.
What Tad's trying to tell you is you need to sell Mike Honcho also.
No.
And then you need to
buy a square body.
Yeah, sell 55, sell Mike Honcho, and buy a 4-door, 4-cylinder Neon.
Oh, there.
One of 88. One of 88. Super rare.
Yeah. By a very rare Dodge Neon or an Intrepid that has a trans tunnel.
Blake, it's your turn.
Yeah. Buy an Intrepid that was equipped with a trans tunnel so you can make it rear-wheel drive one of these days, if you don't get down a rabbit hole of something else.
Obviously, Chad learned something during one of his lives finally, that you can put a V8 in a Dodge Intrepid.
Yeah, I've heard it a million times. Every time you come on a live, I hear it.
Because you keep bringing it up because you think it's such a good idea, Chad.
Blake.
It's not a bad idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
Blake.
I'm trying to get Ryan.
Did I just hear rare Neon in the same sentence?
Yeah.
Fire up the
teleporter. You got a 1 of 88 white. It's a white one.
Well, that'd be cool.
And they only made.
It's white. Okay, that makes it special. A white Neon.
Yes.
I've never seen one of those.
It's a 1 of 88, and only so many of the 88 were white. And
fuck you guys, because I've got one of only 4.
Chad's missing a bunch of information. It's an ACR, American Club Racing version.
Yeah.
That holds 3 world championship records still to this day in rallycross and front wheel drive category that have not been touched.
Wow.
This thing was the second fastest thing Mopar produced to the Viper in 2003, 2004, and 2005, and ran high to mid 13s out of the box in the quarter.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a real legit little import. Well, Chrysler made it to destroy Hondas.
But I would like to say,
so this is like the fastest Neon on Earth.
Yeah.
All right. Well, when you first said it, when you said 3 years, I said, well, that must have been Dodge's slowest years they made cars. But the way you're saying it now, it sounds kind of impressive. It sounds kind of impressive, man.
With 4 injectors, an E85 and a E85 tune, you can run mid 11s with a stock turbo.
Wow.
Yeah.
And slicks without doing any drive shaft mods or any of that stuff. Once you start hitting the 10s, you got to put big boy drive shaft or half shafts in it. And
in a Neon.
In a Neon.
Little bitty Neon.
Actually, it's a really large displacement compared to a lot of the 4-bangers because of the 2.4 liters. A lot of them were 1.6s.
So
1.4.
What times has yours put down so far?
I just got it running 3 days ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
hey,
can I admit something?
Yes,
and
please.
will tell you How awesome!
Listen,
Ryan is having a moment right now.
Ryan's
one of my
a bigger
top
ice pack.
Yeah.
Ryan's balls hurt.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank
Big
you. So one of my favorite cars, and I used to own one, and I will own another one at some point in time, and you will see it
12:30 in the morning.
Chronicles. Is I had a 90 model DSM.
I'm not going to start the car.
Talon, all-wheel drive.
Eagle
And let me
Talon?
tell you, yes. That car, I should have never sold that car.
Did you bring the 300
I had so much fun in that car.
That's what I say about every car I've ever owned. That's why I envy Chad, because like Buddy, he's had Buddy his whole life almost. I mean, he doesn't get rid of them. He just puts them in the pile in the back. I wish I had a pile.
See, that's where I screwed up. I screwed up the one thing I got rid of. And it's a four-wheeler. It's not a car, but my four-wheeler, my 87 Quadzilla, I sold it. And right now, to buy anything similar to it, I'd have to spend 3 times as much of what I sold it for and still not have the same bike. And that's why I almost vowed to never sell anything again.
So I can see the tears in your eyes, buddy, and I understand.
I mean, Brad was there. Brad was there in my youth when my four-wheeler passion got sparked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We see the trophies and the Mopar flag.
He's all yep.
Yeah. Maybe one day you guys could live this life when you switch to the dark side.
I know, because I have to make more than one pass every time I go to the track. That's fucking impossible.
Okay.
Oh, I got trophies too, but they're like broken drive shafts and busted blocks and
one drive
broken
shaft,
dreams.
One drive shaft weighs a lot.
What you got there? Is that a little two-steppy?
Little 2-step box. Got the other day at the swap meet.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, player.
Yeah.
$100.
My 78 Chevy pickup's got one of them in it. A 2-step box.
Yeah, they're good.
It's a granny old 4-speed with an old big block.
It is.
So, since, there's how many people are watching?
Like 3.
Okay.
3 other than us.
So,
yeah, it's
me and Terry, he's on the channel every once in a while. We were talking the other night. I'm like, dude, you love building motors and stuff, but you never drag race. Well, I really just like watching it. I'm like, how about this? You sponsor me one of your motors, and I'll race it for you. And we build it together. And then he messages me the next morning. He's like, all right, I got the stroker kit ordered. The block's going to the machine shop tomorrow. I had the 6-pack in me. I thought he did too. We're just shooting the shit. Apparently, he's got this plan for a 512 stroker 440 tunnel ram that he wants to put in the dart.
Okay, player.
And I'm not complaining. Go for it, Terry. Yeah. Let's pull the motor out of my car. Let's put a 512 in it. I'm not going to say it's going to happen before Sykeston, but definitely for next 6 summer, because I really want to do the drag and drive with the dart next summer.
That's great news, Blake, because now I'm going to bust your balls.
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a new motor in play for the dart, then that means that somebody needs to go put the nitrous plate back on that 400 and just see how much nitrous that 400 will take. Because we've got safety equipment in the car. We've got roll cage. We've got removable steering wheels. We've got safety harnesses and seats. And the whole nine. Yeah. So
it's just kind of like a worn out old 305. You might as well just blow. Just spray.
Speaking of which,
spray it to the moon. Spray it to the moon. See what it'll take.
The dart is in my driveway right now. When I first was in the live a little bit ago,
Yeah.
There's Facebook posts that somebody stole a car a town away from us, and we're all like 400, 800, population towns around here. The Dart doesn't have a key in it, but the wheel's in the house.
Yeah. So I'm not sure how that's computing to spraying that thing to the moon and seeing what the 400
I think he was trying to avoid it. So, any who's and how.
Ryan said removable steering wheel, and my ADD kicked in.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well,
but yes,
so,
it's 125 chop plate that I have currently.
Well, you are in luck because I have a plate here that Duddy refuses to take from me with solenoids and a purge kit and the whole nine. I'll just mail it up to you, and I'll send you the jet kit, and it's good for 300. And
that's the I'll remember.
My old 305 took a 250 shot several times.
The 400's got really good cylinder walls, and it's 30 over, and I could make it a 451 easy if I don't, blow it up.
Listen,
it ain't gonna hurt the cylinder walls. It'll probably push the head gasket out.
Here's the deal.
Or pop a ringland on the piston. That's all it's gonna do.
Here's what I'm gonna tell you. Okay,
I'm sold.
You just ease into her, bud.
And
you're taking advice. You're listening. You're listening to the advice of a guy that does a John Force burnout, but once he hits the beams, he won't hit the. He shifts it like a bitch. Like,
damn it, fucking.
He shifts it like 6,000 RPM.
I'm fixing. Listen, here's the deal. I'm going to
my big block rolls over on the curve at 8,000 RPM. It'll turn past that, but I shift it 6,000 RPM because.
Here's the deal with Ryan. He was working on Honcho. He was welding without a shield. He got a little welder splash.
Thank you.
You don't want to see bright lights hitting you in the face when you got welder splash. You could probably hardly see the track to begin with.
I'm blind, guys.
Yeah. I think that's why he was short shifting. I can understand that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Question. Chad, is that like somebody from like Missouri or somewhere like that speed limit's 55 everywhere you go? Is that like them going to Montana and driving 55 in an 80? Is that the same thing?
Pretty much,
6,000? Yeah, okay.
Well,
okay,
the speed limit signs are reflective at night with your headlights, and the welder splash is really susceptible to that also.
Look,
I weld for a living, man. I weld for a living.
Yeah, and I have before, and
so you
Ryan can't feel it. Ryan, I know why Ryan doesn't. He has a hard time with welding class because he can't find a welding helmet that fit his fat head.
God damn.
Hey, that's
I have that trouble too.
Nobody said fat head until Chad did. We were all being polite by saying large or big.
Wow.
No, I said fat. Wow. He's got a fat head. It's fat.
Yeah. Hey Ryan, I feel
every pitcher on the shelf back there is struggling not to come towards it from the gravitational pull.
You don't want to call it. Now Blake's being nice. He's not calling it fat, but it does have a hell of a gravitational pull. I gotta have another drink.
Hey,
Ryan's head matters.
Hey, just an observation from Texas here. You guys are a bunch of dicks. And
everything's bigger in Texas,
north
huh?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm in Texas County, so.
No, they ain't nothing Tejas about Missouri, okay?
Hey.
Don't you try to claim that shit.
I will love their Texas brothers.
You wouldn't love it down here right now. It's hotter than a fucking two midgets fucking in a wool sack.
Well,
it's It's like 48 degrees here.
Shut the front door. No.
Seriously.
Are you kidding
Seriously,
me?
48 degrees. They're saying it's going to get down to 30, 38, 40 to 38.
Holy shit.
You know
Frost
why?
warning at my
It's
house.
because Iowa and Missouri are trapped in between an El Nino bubble, where everybody on the West Coast is getting hammered right now, and we're just dry all the time that night, cold as hell, and hot as fuck in the morning.
It's cold.
Let me give you
It's cold.
an idea. It's 89 degrees with a 71% humidity.
That's nice.
So, yeah. I moved from Tennessee to Idaho, man. I get that. It's 80 degrees at night with the sun down, like early in the morning, and you take a shower when you get up and you walk out to the car and you're sweating before you get in it. Yeah.
Dude,
I get it.
I'm at like 69 degrees here in the shop, and it's like the perfect humidity. It's like the perfect temperature right now. Like, and there's no bugs. I've got the doors open in the shop. I have no bugs, and it is great. No fire ants. I mean, Big Buck 402 is like they got fire ants and armadillos in Arkansas.
I'm gonna check the weather right now.
Under
Horrible. I took let me tell you something. I changed clothes to go to dinner, and we walked outside, and I was like, oh, shit, we got to take the trash out. Now the trash is an acre and a half away from the curb. So we hopped on the golf cart and threw the shit on the golf cart and made 3 trips in the golf cart. Jake stepped in fire ants. I got those off of him, and by the time we were done, my fucking shirt was completely soaked. And I said, get in the fucking house. We're making sandwiches. I'm not even going to eat. This is bullshit.
I will have to disagree, Legmeister, with the fire ants and ticks and fleas. No, fire ants. Fuck the fire ants.
Oh, wrong fucking key.
Yeah.
Fucking epic fail.
Well,
fuck the fire ants.
Though.
Yes. Kick the fire ants right in their balls. No fire ants. I will take ticks, fleas all day long.
I don't miss fire ants, ticks, or fleas. Sorry.
Yeah.
My wife came in the other night after working in the yard. She had a tick on her. I was like, God dang it! Fuck! I miss living in the concrete jungle of Denton.
Yeah, with your HOA.
No,
your HOA and your.
It's 66 degrees here.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Do you know Duddy is dying down in his fucking place? He is dying. He literally told me he is dying today.
Here's the deal, Ryan. You went and spent all that money hiring somebody to clean up them trees.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I told him because you've been conformed into living in the HOA so long that you had to get it looking really good really quick, right?
And see, he's got a guy that's going to be living at his house for 3 nights, and I'm going to bring one of my chainsaws that I built. This is going to be a hot rod chainsaw. I was going to bring it down there and show him how a chainsaw's supposed to run, and help him clean up all this place. But no, he spent some money, had it all cleaned up already.
No, you're in luck. I drove past the pond today and found 4 more trees down. All my trails are completely trashed.
Great. Okay. I'll bring a chainsaw and I'll bring my helmet and I'll show you how to run a chainsaw and how to drive your car at the same time.
Jesus.
So disclaimer, since we're all friends here and family. You know,
I think Ryan needs a ambulance.
Yeah.
Do you want me to weld the floor fans in for you too? I can come down.
If you don't mind. Thanks, I appreciate it.
I weld for a living.
You're good, dude.
Yeah. I've
I had to pull the other
I could
steering
bring
wheel
my
out of the car.
I could bring my welding helmet down too, and because I've welded most of my life too. So
Yeah,
You
if you
know-
guys could slide down here and just do a bunch of work for me, I appreciate it, man. I'll
Yeah,
cook you a steak
yeah.
or something.
you could pay the Mexicans or you could pay the white people. I mean,
All right, guys. Well,
Yeah, I need to go to bed.
yeah, it's bedtime.
yeah, it's 1:00 almost here. So
Yeah, no wife in town, so I'm the sole person who wakes up and has to get myself to work and get the kids moving. So this is gonna be fun.
yeah,
No pressure. No pressure.
I got to go hang a couple boat motors in the morning myself. So
Well,
Yeah.
good luck with that, buddy. I'm
Hang on.
just gonna keep pissing off people and their claims. That's what I do.
yeah.
yeah,
Ryan's probably gonna wake everybody up, kind of like he drives my Concho, just half-assed.
wake up.
I'm doing a fucking 8,000 RPM burnout when you get here, right when you pull in, just to piss you off. I'm like, I found the limiter, fucker.
Yeah.
put
And-
chicken
and-
wire over the velocity stacks though, so Chad doesn't pour a bunch of marbles down it.
Don't you fucking.
No, I wouldn't do that. Let's see, and then I'll do a 8,000 RPM in my Dodge Ram, and show you up.
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
It's been really good. Really glad I came on here.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
it's
you're
been nice,
younger,
hasn't it?
by the way,
Yeah.
Ryan.
So,
I'd like to compliment you.
Yeah.
So, I've got to rep the Mopar because I've got the Mopar too. Ryan's got the Mopar. We got the Mopar trucks.
Yeah.
Ryan's like, sadly, yeah.
Yeah.
You can hear it in his voice.
Actually, it's the best.
Right.
It's the best pulling handgun I've ever had.
Ryan doesn't like his Mopar truck as much as we like our Mopar truck.
Well, it is the best pulling half ton I've ever had. I will say that. But electronically, they still have gremlins.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Clunk,
Yeah.
clunk.
I need to go.
Yeah.
I need to go put it in the shop.
Hmm.
Well, that's depressing. All right, guys, I'm gonna take my balls.
Yeah. Take your balls to,
He's lying. His balls hardly hang low from the gravitational pull.
Yeah, since he started out trying to flick my balls, and
I was just trying to motivate you.
Ryan, the real question is,
Yeah.
does your balls hurt from being crushed, or does your balls hurt from you sitting on them?
It's a combination.
well, I can't say. I was gonna say I'll take offense to that because I'm the oldest one, but Brad is actually the oldest one here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just say. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the older you get, the further they droop, and the thing that counts the most doesn't get any bigger. So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go drown myself in the toilet, and
the water gets colder.
Yeah.
So Brad,
Yeah, it does.
I got
It
a question for you.
That might run in the family, Chad. They might not know about that though.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Blake?
I got a question for Brad. During driver's ed, back when you were a kid, how many liters of water did you have to add to the car for the hit and miss?
What?
We didn't have driver's ed in Missouri.
Oh, we can tell.
Yeah.
Hold it to the floor, baby. That's what I was taught.
Every time I see a Missouri plate, half the head's hanging out the window, jaws grabbing air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just taught hold it to the floor. The valves are the best rev limiter they ever made. I mean, come on.
Yep.
That's true.
God bless.
If it blows up, you needed bigger valve springs.
You need a stronger valve springs. That's
it.
Or weaker ones, maybe.
Yeah.
I'll see y'all later, man.
All right. See you, Ryan.
you, Ryan.
I'm gonna take my balls to bed.
Yeah,
right.
they've been beat up enough.
Yeah, they've been kicked around pretty good.
That's a different saying to hitting the sack.
Yeah.
Shit.
Ryan's gonna go
Punching
hit
them up
the
the
sack.
staircase.
Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Later, buddy. Oh,
this is great.
Okay, so who's over here? What's your name with the Mopar sign? I missed that earlier.
Oh, my name's J-Bo.
No.
Gabo?
His name is Blake.
Blake.
Bakey.
Blake. All right.
Yeah.
Ruby.
Bad Tree Productions.
His dad's name is J-Bo.
J-Bo? Okay.
Yeah.
The sooner I get, or the closer I'm getting to 40, the more I'm morphing into him, it feels like.
Yeah. I've kind of noticed that. I didn't want to say anything, but you know.
Shut the fuck up,
Chad. So with that said, Blake, everybody loves J-Bo. So
that's true.
There you go. So you got that going for you.
One day people will like me. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
one day.
You keep up the progress, keep up the morphing into the J-Bo, then because I mean that's just the way it goes. Of course, the Mopar thing. I've always, everybody knows I'm a closet Mopar guy.
Oh man, he's coming out of the closet.
Most people are.
I mean, we poke back and forth about it, but I remember back in the day, Brad bought what year was that Charger?
76.
You bought 76 Dodge Charger
with a 318.
Yeah.
I will have to say that was a pretty mean car. To me, it was ugly. It's the ugliest car I've ever owned. But
I like them now. But in the 90s, I thought they were just lame.
Yeah, I mean, it's like now looking back, they're nostalgic. I mean,
yeah, no doubt. But when I owned it, it was the ugliest car I ever owned. But I will say this: it wasn't it's not nearly the fastest car I've ever owned, but it would do the longest burnouts of any car I've ever owned that was stock. And it didn't matter if you was doing 40 and you topped a little hill just to get a little bit of weight off the back tires and get kicked down into second, it would run sideways. It actually, the first time it did it, it scared me. I was not ready for it.
Dumb little 318s never stop.
Yeah. It had a 2-barrel on it.
You're talking about your Dodge and the power stuff, and
Uh-oh.
What happened?
You're back.
Keep going.
Go back.
So I'm figuring you're probably comparing the power that Dodge lacked was because you did own a Chevette. And that Chevette, that Chevette impressed you so much. You had a Chevette, and it impressed you so much that no other car could compare to the Chevette.
My brother had 5 Chevettes. That's how much he loved them damn cars.
You know what? I had one, and I bought it to run it in the demolition derby, and my mom would never sign the paperwork saying that I could go run it. So then I had a derby car that I couldn't run in the derby, and I still got it.
Is that the one you run through the fence?
Oh yeah, run it through everything. Yeah. No brakes. It had no brakes. Never had brakes from the day I bought it. The funny thing about the little car was it had the tiny 4-cylinder, and it had 0 exhaust on it. I didn't buy it like that, but it sounded better. And when I unbolted the exhaust, it snapped the manifold right in the middle. So it sounded like it was making bubbles the whole time it was running.
Nice.
Brad was the first Ricer kid before Fast and the Furious even came out.
Yes, I will back up that comment 100%. If I never back you up on anything, Blake, I will back you up on that. Brad was the original Ricer guy. Like, in anything that was stupid and underpowered but loud and made noise, Brad was the guy to have it. And
hey, buddy, didn't matter what it was.
Jeff,
he was my hero.
Taking the exhaust off of it.
Yes.
Yeah, loud and proud, buddy. Hey, and I'll just say, when I parked the Chevette, it was still running fine. I couldn't blow the little thing up. It didn't matter how many bubbles it was making per second. It just bubbled right along, and it always run.
See, my brother was 14 years older than me, and I was born in '86. So he got all the $50, $25 cars in high school back in that day and age, and a lot of them were Chevettes. And I remember in the wintertime, we live on the border of Iowa and Wisconsin. And in the winter, I'd be this just a little shaver kid, front seat, no seat belt, no safety seats back then. And we would just blast snow piles that the town would build up on the intersections. Just blast them. And when it wasn't winter, it was trash cans. And he found out when he got back across the bridge over into Iowa, he was missing a hubcap. That's when the other 3 hubcaps came off, because there's no way I'm going to get tied to running over some trash cans and, fence posts and shit.
Rubber trash cans suck. The plastic ones, they suck. The metal ones, they make lots of noise. They're awesome.
Yeah, lots of metal ones back then. We'd jump it over railroad tracks and thrash it, and then that would disappear. Then he had El Camino for a week. And then he barrel rolled it on the top of Main Street on a 25-mile-an-hour zone somehow.
Oh,
You hit one of them 1.5-foot curbs that are on the side of the roads in towns. Just a slow little rollover. Well, junk it out, buy another $50 car, another Chevette.
That reminds me of back in the day when, me and Brad's cousin Vincent, he had some of the shittiest cars, but they were so much fun. He had the old, he had the old Cutlass. He had the Yugo. Remember the Yugo?
Oh yeah.
He had a Yugo for a while, and
then he got a Chevette after the Yugo.
Did he? I don't remember his Chevette. I remember your Chevette.
His was red. His was red, and went right before he got the Cutlass. The day he got the Cutlass, they said they was going to take the Chevette to the scrapyard like that weekend, because Mark worked at the scrapyard. And so we put both of the spare tires that he had, the little bicycle tires, we put them on the back of it. And and we did burnouts till it popped them. In a Chevette. It was good times.
Yeah. We didn't have big hot rods or nothing. We just had shit boxes and had a fun with them. Yeah. And I was the youngest of all the cousins, pretty much. So I was just living, vicariously through all those guys. And it was great.
Gentlemen, it's 1:05 a.m.
Yeah,
I need to go to bed, so I go to work.
Yeah, me too. I gotta go to work at 7 in the morning, or at least be clocked in.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
This
What time do I got to go to work? Hey,
Brad,
boss.
we
what time do I
already
gotta
know
go to
that
work?
you're retired, collecting your
Yeah.
401k and your AARP and all
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I mean, we just had to go down and vote to approve our what is it, the strike funds in case we strike during our negotiations this year, because our union is through negotiations this year and all that bull crap. But oh well.
yeah.
So here's the thing. We
But,
told
all right,
Vice
Blake.
President.
world where
Yeah.
See ya, Blake.
Mopar, no car.
No.
Yeah. Mopar, no car. He had to finish off with that.
Yeah. Well, that's why I drive a truck.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't 100% disagree with the Mopar thing, because I do own a Mopar, and I'm not all against the Mopars, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Things have changed hands in our family and all, but last I knew, that 76 Charger of mine was still sitting at Grandpa's.
Really?
That's awesome.
The last time I seen it, it was still there. My Chevette is actually still there too.
No shit.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what's funny? I mean, and I drove, the last time I drove, actually physically drove past Grandpa's place, was probably 6 years ago.
It's been about that long for me.
Yeah, it's like nothing. I mean, it was completely different, and it was like, I don't even want to go back. I don't want to see it again, because it wasn't the same.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny is, you said those 2 cars of yours are probably still out there, but the ones I really remember, that 64
SS
Chevelle,
Impala.
oh yeah, right next to the road.
Yep.
It's gone.
What?
Well, I thought it was. Last time I seen it, it wasn't there last time I drove by there. And then, yeah, it's like, and remember the old Batman? Remember the old Batman car that was on the way down to the spring?
Oh, yeah, the old Impala.
Yeah, that was my grandma and grandpa Bennett's car that they bought brand new, and like it was a 60. I think it was a 60. But anyways,
60, 58 or 59. Yeah. It was right after 57. 57 Chevys had the straight up fins. It's the next year when they stopped. That was the last year of the fins.
It would have been a 59 or 60. I think it may be 59.
Okay, it was in the 50s.
It had the horizontal fin.
Yeah.
But we always call it the Batman car or whatever. But I think it's gone too. I've looked at the Google Maps and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I drove, last time I drove past there, it's like, it's not the same place, and I just don't really want to ever go back. It's like, it's not the same place. But it's funny that you said those cars might still be there because the 2 shittiest. But the thing is as shitty as those cars were, I remember having so much fun. I remember. I think you took me for a ride in the Charger and the Chevette and the old square body.
Yeah.
And that was the coolest thing. When just the other day when I was just kind of, actually when I messaged you,
Yeah.
I messaged you about, man, this truck reminds me so much of that square body you had.
Yep.
And I had to message you, and just to tell the 4 other people that's on here, we're cousins. We're probably the closest of the bunch anymore.
Yeah.
But we never message each other. And
no.
That's not the point. The point is we don't message each other, but I've messaged you because out of the blue, because that truck that I've got sitting in my shop right now, it brought back some memories of me and you at Grandpa's with your square body truck, because I've always been a fanatic of square bodies, and it's like, why does this truck seem so familiar to me? Why is this like so like I've been around this truck before? And then I remembered you had a truck almost just like that.
Yes.
When we were kids.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's why. And
do you remember at Grandpa's? I got that truck when I was 14.
Okay.
So I got that truck when I was 14 and a half-ish. And so I didn't drive it on the street for a year and a half. And while it was sitting at Grandpa's, do you remember taking the bed sides off the bed just because we could?
I don't remember that. I don't remember if we done that.
Yeah, we did. I remember you helped me. You was the only one of my cousins that wanted to turn wrenches.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing, is that, like, there's so much from childhood that I don't remember, and that's one of the things I wish I would have remembered.
Yeah.
Because that's where you and I were so close, is because we're gearheads. We just like turn wrenches. There may not have been any rhyme or reason why we're turning wrenches. We just like to turn wrenches.
It don't matter what it is.
Either take shit apart or put shit together or try to make something work, and it may not work. We didn't care. We just like to turn wrenches. We're gearheads.
Yeah.
And no, I don't remember that, and I hate that I don't remember that, because that would be a good memory.
Buddy, I remember we got it all the bolts all the way down the front. We took the bed and slid it back, and it was all me and you could do after we got the bolts loose and sliding the bed back. You got to take the front, I don't know what you call it. The front of the bed, you take it loose. It's all bolted, all under.
Yeah.
The fender wells bolted, and then we couldn't get the back of the bed off because there's actually a spot weld in the corner. I remember it like it was yesterday. I beat on it with a chisel. It was a dull chisel that Grandpa gave us, had no edge whatsoever on it. And he gave us it looked like a 1920 hammer. And he's like, here, this will get it busted loose, I'm sure. And he give it to me. He give me the chisel or the hammer, and then give you the other. And we went over there, and I started wearing out that. And then you're like, here, let me see it. And you're beating on it. And then you're just like, dang, you was wore out. I was wore out. So then I was like, let me see the hammer. And I hit it once or twice more. And I was like, Chad, will you hold the chisel? And you was like, sure. So I hit your finger, and then you wanted me to hold the chisel. And I was like, no. Yeah, so Jacob, that is the reason when I was younger, and the two cousins, he talks about Kevin and Vincent, and then his older brother Craig. Vincent and Craig were about the same age, and I was right in between Vincent and Kevin. So we were all really close to the same age, and Chad was a couple years younger than us.
Yeah.
So Chad was the one that always had to hold the chisel, per se, in life.
I
So-
was the youngest, and to my recollection, that worked out to my advantage a lot of times.
Sometimes.
Most of the time. Here's the thing is I know Brad's we both, and that's the coolest thing now. It's like what 20, 30 years, 30 years later.
Yeah.
We're bringing back these memories, and I don't remember that, and that, I mean, it kind of bugs me in a way because I don't remember you and I doing that to that truck.
Yeah.
I wish I could remember it. Like I could imagine it, but I actually don't remember it. But I do remember, it's like you're saying, the age thing. I was the youngest, but I didn't get picked on that much because I was the favorite. I do remember that, and I tried not to. I honestly, we'll just talk about this right now. I honestly didn't try to play that to my favor, but I knew that back then because with the aunts and uncles,
yeah.
And because all right, so Brad and I are cousins,
right?
But his mom was my dad's sister. But so our parents, there was 9 kids, and then grandma and grandpa. So out of the 9 kids and grandma and grandpa, if it was, and usually it seemed like it was always Craig, Vincent. Craig was my brother, my older brother, my brother, and Kevin, or Vincent and Kevin, they were brothers from Aunt Mary, and then Brad, and then me. There was the 5 of us. Right. Out of those 5, I was the youngest, and I was the favorite. And because I was the youngest, and, of course, look at this. I mean, how can I not be?
Yeah, you see these big ears? You see these big ears? They're probably bigger because of Chad. All he had to do was just act.
So it was great because I feel bad now because Brad's froze.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, Brad, where'd you go? I'm sorry, cousin. I love you now. I know we picked on you when you was little. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta wait till he comes back before I finish my story, and I probably won't remember my story. I'm not sure who smashed whose finger. I don't think he smashed my finger because, well, maybe he did. I don't know. I honestly don't remember the whole taking the bedsides off. It makes sense because
right.
I guess I'll say since Brad's gone, just to kind of keep the story going. Like I just said, there's like 5 of us cousins. I think my brother was the oldest.
Okay.
And I was the youngest. But then there was Kevin and Vincent, our cousins, and Brad. But the 5 of us were close in age. And when we would go down to Grandma and Grandpa's, of course, Grandma and Grandpa, their house was just a half mile. I don't remember. It seemed like a mile, but
right.
It's closer than that to where our cousins lived. So when me and my brother Craig would go down there to visit Grandma and Grandpa for a couple of weeks during the summer, our cousins, Kevin, Vincent, and Brad, were always there. So it was the 5 of us all the time during the summertime that we hung out a lot. And yeah, what was fun though, and I hate to say it without Brad here, was like I was saying, I was kind of the favorite. No one wanted to do anything bad to me because I was the youngest, and if they'd done anything bad to me, there would be hell to pay.
Oh,
And I think Brad, I think Brad will, you know, agree to that if he gets back on here. Not that I guess once I got a little bit older, I kind of realized that, but but Brad was the second to the youngest, and Brad was Brad, and there was times I remember all of us, including me, even being the youngest, I got to pick on Brad, and we would pounce on Brad. Brad got the raw end of the deal a lot of times because he wasn't a redhead, but he was kind of like the redheaded stepchild of the cousins when it was the five of us together. But with all that said, me and Brad were like the closest. We're the most alike. And we always have been. We're both gearheads. We're both, love mechanical stuff. We're both welders. We're both like just always seem to get along the most.
Yeah.
And throughout the years, actually, Brad is the only one out of those other four, my brother and my two cousins. Brad is the only one I've talked to in the last 15 years.
Oh, wow.
I haven't talked to my brother or my other cousins in a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, not to like take a nosedive on this conversation, but that's just the way it is, and that's the way life is.
Yeah.
But Brad and I just seem like we're connected in a deeper level, always have been, and it's really cool. It's cool to have, actually, I just Brad is like the only family member that shares my last name and all that stuff other than my kids that I even have much of a contact with anymore. And it's really cool. It's cool to still have that. Our family is way different than a lot of families. Our family's big and spread out and not close. So anyways, kind of took a little bit of a turn there, but I don't know. I'm not sure what happened to him.
Yeah, I don't know.
It is almost 1:30 in the morning. Legmeister says there's plenty of things he don't remember. Yeah, it's like when Brad was talking about that, I was so excited the other day, and I was, trying to express it, talking with Brad when he was with us.
Right.
That, me and him don't message each other very often at all. He's been on a couple of my lives. We've messaged a little bit back and forth throughout the years, but it's been a long time since that we've even talked or messaged. But when I got this truck, it brought back so many memories. Right. And I messaged him the other day saying, man, this truck reminds me of the truck you got when we was kids, or when, back in the day. And, it's just, that's one of the coolest and biggest things about these trucks. And the comments I get from other people or from viewers or stuff that no, Brad commented, let me see if I can hold on. Give me a second here. I'm trying to Post the link. Oops. Hold on. Yeah, try that link again, Brad. See if it'll let you back in there. I don't know. But the comments I get about these trucks, people say, I remember my grandpa or my dad or uncle or whoever had a old square body.
Right. I was telling you, my grandpa had 2 square bodies back in the day. They were, I don't know what years they were, but they were both K20 3/4 tons.
Yeah. Yeah. And I grew up in them. My first memory of a square body was actually just pictures of one that my dad had.
Right.
That he left with my grandpa while we were in Hawaii. And when I seen the pictures when we were in Hawaii, I was like, when we moved back, because I was 2 when we moved there, 6 when we moved back. So, but even at like 5, 6 years old, I was looking at these pictures that he had of this truck.
Right.
Like that. I mean, I love that truck. And I couldn't wait to go to Grandpa's because I knew that truck was at my grandpa's house or my grandpa's place. So that was the in my mind, in my memories, that was the biggest thing. The most, when we got back to the States and moved back to Missouri, I wanted to see that truck.
Yeah.
So when we moved back, we got back home, and I knew, because my dad, they didn't want to ship the truck over there because he didn't have a use for the truck over there in Hawaii.
Right.
So he left it with my grandpa. Well, in the meantime, the transmission went out. All I had was reverse. Grandpa actually drove it like 5 miles down the gravel road or more than that, back to his place and parked it in the field. So when we get back from Hawaii, I'm 6-year-old, and when we go to Grandpa's place, all I can remember is wanting to see this truck. I wanted to see Whitey. That was his name. It's an old white 73 custom. It wasn't a custom deluxe. It was in 73, 74. They had the custom was your base. Then they had the custom deluxe.
Okay. Then they had the
Brad's back.
Hey.
Actually 73 and 4, there wasn't Scottsdale. It was custom deluxe, Cheyenne, and Cheyenne Super. So basically, I guess the Scottsdale took the place of custom deluxe. Custom deluxe took the place of custom in the later years. But anyways, I just remember I just want to see that truck. I can remember the first time I seen that truck. Sitting in Grandpa's field.
Right.
It had a I want to say like a 67 or so Impala grill in it, because it had been, there's a story behind that too, but it had a different grill in it. And it had the coolest old school, like mountain bald eagle scene thing in the back glass.
Right.
And
yep,
I wish I could find. I'm sure they make them nowadays, but I remember seeing that. It's like I just knew I wanted that truck, and eventually that truck became my first truck. And it's just, that was like the beginning of my square body, obsession. And then later on, 86, 87, when we were down at Grandpa's, like I was saying earlier, a little bit ago,
yeah,
that my cousins, Brad and Kevin and Vincent, lived down there just down the road from Grandma and Grandpa. Well, Kevin and Vincent had a four-wheeler. They had an old 125 Suzuki. No suspension. It was just a motor with four wheels.
It was a beast.
Yeah.
It was brand new.
Yeah, it was brand new.
Nice.
And we come down there for the summer. We got to ride it, and I was completely hooked. And holy crap, the stories we could tell about the four-wheelers. Oh my gosh. And I'm sure Brad could probably remember more than I can because I was younger.
Oh.
But yeah. So they had the Suzuki 125 with zero suspension. And I fell in love with the four-wheelers, and it was like great. Of course, my dad was kind of a gearhead, loved everything that had engines.
Yeah.
So the next time we went down to Grandma and Grandpa's, me and my brother were hauling our Kawasaki 110 with front suspension.
That was like a Cadillac.
Oh yeah. And of course we were hauling it down there in the back of Dad's 78 two-tone blue Big 10, old blue that I grew up in. It's like, we unloaded that pretty white four-wheeler it was smaller engine, but it had front suspension.
And electric starts.
and electric start. And
that's a big
deal. Yeah. And oh man, there was 5 of us in 2 four-wheelers. So you could just imagine all the crap that went on. Right. I mean, we had so much fun. If our parents or grandparents knew what we did,
you guys would have got your asses tore up.
Oh yeah. Oh, Grandpa.
No. Hold on. 4 of us would have got tore up, but Chad wouldn't have.
Oh yeah.
He couldn't do nothing wrong.
Brad.
Yeah.
Chad would have been sitting there with a popsicle just licking it.
So
he would have been going, Grandma, you got anything cold? I hurt my leg, and he would have got a popsicle, and we would have got a whooping.
So, I mean, as long as the only time I remember Grandma getting on to me is I chased her turkeys. She had wild turkey. She had the turkeys outside. I chased them because I didn't know any better. Yeah, and she got on to me. She yelled at me, and that was it. I never had. I couldn't handle it no more. Grandma yelled at me. I was broken.
So you don't. She had a strap. It was about 1 inch wide.
No,
and it was about 5.5 foot tall. It was right beside what would you call it? A wardrobe, right beside their bed on the wall.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, of course you don't. Of course you don't. You don't remember it, Chad.
Nope.
Do you remember how often I got in trouble at school? I mean, I got a spanking almost every day. Okay, Grandma whooped me once with that strap. Once. That's it.
Yeah.
No more.
Yeah. See, all it took was Grandma scolding me one time, and I was perfect. I never done anything wrong after that. Yeah,
Grandma.
Grandma, anyways.
I just want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, Grandma. You can have all the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches you want, Chad.
Exactly.
Can I have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, Grandma?
No,
you wait and eat dinner.
Yeah, you eat the 2-day-old beans and bread.
Yeah.
Stale bread.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But Grandma, Dad's got a nice fresh peanut butter and jelly sandwich over there. No, beans for you. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But when it comes time, the fresh cow milk before they got rid of the cows. Grandpa, on the other hand, Grandma would be 2 scoops of Hershey, and Grandpa would be like, put another one in.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That
Yeah.
you know, I have a small. I can say it now because the other Dodge lovers are gone.
Yeah.
I have a small love for Dodges, and it come from Georgie.
Yes. Oh.
That was a truck.
Oh. So, all right. So, yeah, that I will agree because, all right. So,
That legitimately almost brings tears to my eyes, man. Just thinking about that
I
old
know.
truck.
So that's other than square bodies. I remember seeing pictures of Georgie when we were in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And now Georgie, to give the backstory to the 2 or 3 other people watching this, Georgie was our Aunt Mary's. They never got that. Her and Uncle George, they never got married.
Yes, they did.
Did they? Okay.
Yes,
So,
they did.
Our Aunt Mary, my dad's sister and his mom's sister, youngest. Aunt Mary was the youngest.
Right.
Her first husband, George, he's in the Air Force, same as my dad. He had a bad ass. I mean, the baddest Dodge pickup I've ever seen, and I'll ever seen. The only thing is I cannot remember 100% exactly how the paint scheme was. I know it's orange. It was orange. It was a power wagon. Nice. And it had the whip antennas on the back with the tennis balls on it.
Yeah.
And a roll bar. I think it had a black roll bar, but I can't remember if it had like the black stripes down the. I think the lower part.
No, it was a single color truck, and it had black fender wells, extensions. It had the black brush guard. It had a big 8,000-pound Warren winch, which that was ginormous back then. It had chrome bumpers on it. It had the 80s top-notch diamond plate looking aluminum running boards on the side.
Okay.
I mean, if I had one now, that would probably be the only thing I didn't do to the truck to make it look like that. And I remember as a kid thinking how bright orange it was. I have a photo of the truck, and yes,
nice.
I have a photo of the truck. Yeah, Chad. It's yeah, I got a photo of the truck, and it's actually in the photo. It's more red than I remember it, so I think the photo is aging.
Yeah,
but man, I'm telling you, I seen the dude. It almost brought tears to my eyes when I seen that truck.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at because, and actually, the one photo I have of Old Blue, my dad's pickup that I grew up in, I got from you.
It's the one out in the field with a cow hanging by it.
Yes, and I kind of cropped that out, but that's the photo on Facebook that I post of Old Blue is the photo I got from you because that's all I got left. Because Mom gave all of her old photo albums to my brother.
Oh.
And so it may get a little bit deep or dark, but my brother's a piece of crap, and I'll never see those photos again.
Oh, man.
Yeah, all the photos of Whitey, my first truck, when it was 3 years old, because it was a 73. Dad bought it in 75. Some of the old cars and stuff that Mom and Dad had back in the day, but the first square body I ever had, the second square body I ever knew of, Old Blue, all that stuff. It's pretty much all gone now. But no, that was.
You know what? I will work
Hold
on
my
that.
my earbuds. My earbuds died, so I can't hear as good.
Okay. I will work on that. Hey,
Yeah.
I've got 3% on my phone, and I've actually got it plugged in, so it's getting close. But I didn't realize that with the photos. I will see what I can't come up with.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And I will look. I sent the picture of Georgie to Vince because I don't know if he's got any or not, but
Yeah.
I was going through and some important things like the picture of Old Blue I sent to you. The picture of Georgie I sent to Vince because that was his dad's truck. But yeah. That's
Yeah, if you have any of those old pictures and stuff, send them to me because
I'll try to get them. I try not to burn any bridges, but I am a Cohen.
Yeah. Oh. Well, sometimes it's not our choice that the bridge gets burnt.
This is true.
I've kind of just come to the realization that I didn't start the fire. And, I may have tried to keep the fire from getting out of hand, but if other people just keep putting fuel on the fire, let the motherfucker burn.
Yeah.
I'll be just fine.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you.
And that's why I guess we're still live on YouTube. There's other people watching, but I'm not afraid to. I can't hear, so that's why I've got my phone. It's getting wonky, but I'm not afraid to just put it out there that the connections I've lost. I'm not too worried about it anymore. I'm getting to the point now in my life where I'm not worried about the connections I've lost or the bridges that have burnt, whether it was my fault or whatever. The bridges are gone. Can't build them back. Don't want to build them back. But the connections I still have through everything, that's what means the most. And I'll just say it right now, it's like, you and I have always, for some reason, been like the closest connected of the cousins, is at least from my point of view. And you and Kevin and Vincent kind of grew up together closer.
Yeah.
So I don't have any idea what your connection is with them nowadays. But for me personally,
I haven't talked to Kevin since I left Warrensburg. So I haven't. I talked to him one time on Facebook, and Vincent, I actually went to visit him once, somewhere in between Kabul and I don't know. Anyways, wherever he lives now, I follow them both on Facebook, but I've reached out a couple of times and got a hold of them, and they never reached back out. So it is what it is, and that's it. I reach out to you when I'm around because you say, hey, if you're in town, let me know. I want to see you. And nope.
Well then.
He didn't want to see me no more.
I guess not. Looks like you're not coming to town.
Well, there he is.
There he is.
Okay, I can hear you better now. I don't know what I did wrong. I was trying to get on a speakerphone because it wasn't on speaker.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can hear you better now.
As soon as you left, I said, well, he didn't want to talk to me anymore.
No. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, we're getting it. This is, I mean, I guess you could say a little private stuff, but it's not. This is,
Right.
I don't care who's watching, who sees this. I hope everybody sees this because this is who I am. And, you know, I would love everybody that knows me to know that Brad, my cousin, was always a big influence to me. And I don't know if I've ever expressed that to you personally.
No,
You've always been like my big brother. You've always been the one that I looked up to more than my own brother, my own, you know, my biggest. That's the reason why I want to stay connected to you the most, is because you're the one family, the blood family that I've always had the biggest connection with. And yeah, we've always been kind of close.
Yeah.
Because of that. Like you were saying, I hate that I don't remember tearing apart the bed on your truck. I mean, I can make up. I mean, I know what it takes to do that, and I know how we were, so I can kind of make up the scenario in my brain as like a fictional image.
Yeah.
But I do not have the actual memory of that. And I'm glad you do.
Buddy, I'm telling you, I'm glad I do too. Because as soon as you showed me the picture, you sent that message to me, said, this reminds me of your old truck. And you said like 250 straight six, 3 on the tree. I was like, that's my old truck. And as soon as you said it, you were the one that sent it to me. So you were right on my brain. And there it was. I was like, dang, I remember tearing apart. Chad, we tore apart a bunch of crap under the hood, and it took me a month to put it back together after you left. But we had a great time doing it. We only had like 4 inches, so we were kind of limited to what we did.
Yeah.
You know, but
that's the thing is I don't know, you know, I don't expect you to watch every video I put out or any of my videos. I don't know how much you keep up with what I do, and it's no big deal. It don't bother me. But that truck, when I had the memory, I was looking underneath it. I was just standing there looking at it, and it like the memory flooded back of
awesome
me and you with your truck. I'm like, so it's like shit. I ain't messaged or talked to Brad in forever. I mean, you pop in on my lives, and that's great, and all that stuff. It's like, I gotta let him know. I gotta let him know. It's like, man, this truck, and of course, I didn't have a bunch of pictures. Like when I started making the message, I didn't have any pictures, and I think I was at work when it really hit me.
Yeah,
and I didn't have any pictures on my phone of like the truck or underneath the hood or the actual image that I had in my mind of me looking underneath the hood. So I just sent you the picture I sent. I think it was on the trailer when we brought it home.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, that's why this truck seems so familiar. I think that may be why I fell so in love with this truck so fast, is because it brought back a lot of memories of you and I messing with your truck. But what's funny is now we talk about it, is there's a lot of memories that I don't actually remember.
Yeah.
That happened. I don't remember them vividly, but you remember more than I do. So now we're talking about it, it's like, I was just it's still not jogging my memory. I do remember working on it with you. I remember the sound of it. I remember it had like a little bitty air cleaner on it.
Yes, it did.
So
yes, it did. A 4-inch air cleaner.
So here's what really, really sparked my memory. Where the hell is? Oh, so I've got this little guy.
That's it.
Well, this is like a 3-inch. It won't fit. But I found this. I have no idea where I got this from. It was on one of the trucks I got somehow. But I was looking at this, and I was looking at this. I was looking at the truck. I'm like, and like a memory hit. I'm like, Brad had this truck.
Yes.
Brad had this exact truck when we were kids. I remember it.
Yeah.
But I don't remember how old I was. I don't remember how old you were. I know you had a bunch of cars because I don't know how you made your money. Not going to question anything.
Well, probably better off we not talk about that online.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to ask you questions, but every time I went down to Grandma and Grandpa's just and hanging out with, you and Kevin and Vincent, you always had something, some sort of cool something. Right now, Kevin and Vincent had the 4-wheeler.
Yes.
But you either had the truck, or you had the Chevette, or you had the Charger. But you and I were always the ones that seemed like were wrenching on something or wanted to work on something together.
Yeah.
And that's I guess one of my fondest memories of school, or not school, but when we were school age, I guess, because we'd go down there in the summer. But then later on, when we got older, you lived up in Warrensburg with us.
Yeah.
And Kevin and Vincent, but it always seemed like you and I gravitated towards each other because we're just gearheads.
Yeah.
We're more. It always intrigued me throughout these years. How much more? How we were.
I'll be right back. I gotta take my dog out.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
How much, you and I were more like brothers than me and my own brother was. And I know you didn't have any siblings that you knew of at the time.
Yeah.
But so yeah, it's like, and where I'm at now, it's like we're still live. I don't care. I guess I could end the live and we could talk more privately, but I really don't care.
I'm good. Whatever you want to do, buddy.
But
I'm perfectly fine with being here live.
It don't matter to me. Because there's like 3 other people, but if people watch this later, I just assume people just see the real side of everything, because I try to be real anyway, so it don't matter to me. But no, what I was trying to say is, it's like getting older. Where I'm at in life is my mom is pretty much the only family member, I have that I talk with.
Oh, dang.
And I guess it's not really that big of a deal, but it does, it's like, it's just weird. It's different because this is not like every other family in the world. And that's what I'm trying to not do with my kids, because I don't want my kids to, be distant like my family is. I haven't talked to Craig, my brother. Well, he's my brother, but everybody else watching know. I haven't talked to Craig in I don't know how many years. I haven't talked to Dad in 20 years.
Wow.
Well, maybe 19 years. And I mean, that's just the way it is. Whatever.
I get it. The last conversation I had with him was not a good one, and I was calling him to say, "Hey, how you doing?" So,
my dad or Craig?
Yeah, your dad.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I don't hold anything against anybody. You know what I'm saying? I smile. I'm a happy guy. I don't care what everybody else's problems are. I try not to do people wrong, and I move on.
Yeah. That's kind of the way I am. I mean, I I could be really, really short, really, really harsh, and I mean, it's like just trying to put it into a picture of, a stray dog could come up my yard and show me that it's a good dog, and I will love it, and I'll do whatever I can to make it happy and take care of it.
Yeah.
Or if I have a stray dog that comes up in my yard and has ill intentions, and I've had my own dogs that changed, that were no longer of use in this world, and they're bones in my burn pile now. And that's, I guess, same way with people. I'm that way. If we can connect and be humans and love each other, that's fine. If not, then not that I'm just going to put you in the burn pile like I did my dogs, but I will in a way do that. You could disappear out of my life, and memories will come up, thoughts will come up, but other than that, we're done. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the way my life has been, and it's not easy sometimes because I'm a very emotional person. But then again, my feelings do end at a certain point.
That's withdraw. Just withdraw and move on. I get it. I get it.
That's I guess that's kind of a little bit of a love-hate thing I have with the square body stuff, is because my first and fondest memories of square bodies is with, Dad, and that's who got me started in it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, now I haven't talked to him in 20 years, but I still love the square bodies. I still love those memories. I still love all that. And same thing with four-wheelers, but yeah. So I guess what I would like to do, and it's up to you, Brad.
Okay.
Or I guess not up to you. It's up to me because I'm controlling this live right now. But what I'd like to do is I'm going to go ahead and end this. I know Jacob had to go take his dog out or something. But I can settle up with him later. But I'm going to go ahead and end the live till we're not live anymore, because I think I want to talk to you like on a more personal level.
Yeah.
If that's all right with you, if you're willing to stay up for a little bit and hang out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm in.
All right, good. So, all right. So anybody that might still be watching this live, or that's watching it, 5 years from now, I don't know, because it's going to get posted to my YouTube channel, all that stuff. I appreciate y'all watching. It gets a little sentimental. It gets a little bit wild sometimes. You never know where our lives are going to go, how long they're going to last. If you've lasted this long and watching this, thank you for watching. This is real life, almost like Jerry Springer type stuff.
That's right. So, busting balls and the whole works.
Busting balls and loving everybody, because
that's right.
If you've watched my channel and know me any at all, you'll know that I've got a big heart. And
you need a shirt, he's got one.
Yeah, I mean, if you need anything, I will help you out. But if I do it for you once and then you don't appreciate it, then I'm very helpful, but also I can be also a very, very stern person. I can also forget you really quick. But anyway, let's not go there. Let's leave this on a good note. All right. So Thank you everyone for watching this. It's my live says it's 6 hours and 58 minutes, 6 hours 59 minutes, almost a 7-hour live. Not a big deal. But we're going to cut this
square
live off
bodies
and
rolling.
Yeah, keep the square bodies rolling, and we'll catch you later. I'm gonna cut this off, and me and my cousin Brad are gonna have a little more personal talk, I guess. And thanks a lot.
See you, buddy.
See you. And